Nightfall enveloped the land. Above, the virtual sun had extinguished its light. Beneath a colossal stone pillar, a massive stone wall enclosed a courtyard spanning several acres. A dark fortress stood steadfast against the pillar, its outer walls adorned with patches of luminescent moss and climbing vines, casting ethereal blue and pale green glows that illuminated the courtyard. This small stone bastion exuded an air of ancient, weathered charm. Behind the main entrance of the courtyard, 2 bovine sentinels lay sprawled on the ground, blissfully snoring, with their crude iron axes carelessly tossed aside. 2 gray limestone lizards meandered leisurely along the base of the wall, their amber eyes casting sharp glances at the slumbering guards, occasionally flicking their long tongues in impatience. The fortress main door opened silently. A lean figure, which Tai, emerged, and the 2 gray limestone lizards swiftly approached, affectionately licking his palms and the tops of his feet before continuing their circuit along the wall's base. Observing the 2 slumbering bovine guards, which Tai grinned and swiftly made his way around to the back of the fortress. Here lay a practice yard, approximately an acre in size, strewn with various bulky and cumbersome implements, stone locks, stone tripods, and large stone balls tethered with long chains. The largest stone ball towered over which Tai, dwarfing him significantly. Carefully shedding his lightweight linen tunic, which Tai stood bare-shouldered in the center of the practice yard, gritting his teeth as he slowly began to swing his arms and legs, executing a series of clumsy punches and kicks. A mere quarter of an hour later, drenched in sweat, which Tai collapsed onto the ground, his pale skin marred by bulging veins that throbbed with exertion. Pain coursed through him as his muscles spasmed, darkness threatening to overwhelm his vision. He clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to utter a sound. The spasms persisted for some time, and several times he came perilously close to losing consciousness from the agony, yet he bore it resolutely. As the excruciating pain gradually subsided, which Tai struggled to rise, selecting the smallest stone lock in the yard and grasping it tightly. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and tensed every muscle in his body, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Despite his violent trembling, the stone lock, nearly half his size, remained utterly unmoved. After expending his final ounce of energy, which Tai plopped down onto the ground, his hands hanging limply at his sides, and his forehead thudded heavily against the stone lock. Some things do not yield results merely through effort. A voice, gently raspy yet soothing, drifted from the edge of the yard. Standing about 5 feet tall, with a wolf's head atop a human body, the Grey Master, clad in a spacious robe of fine linen, approached with hands clasped behind his back, holding a rolled leather scroll. His deep-set eyes shimmered with wisdom as he reached out to stroke which Tai's sweat-drenched head, speaking solemnly. Peace. I recall telling you that in this world, each individual possesses a unique and irreplaceable value. Which Tai lifted his gaze, mumbling softly, but we must discover the right path to realize our worth. Indeed, the correct path. The Grey Master smiled. Yet, I have repeatedly witnessed you squandering energy on the wrong path. Which Tai opened his mouth, wanting to protest, but fell silent, seething in frustration as he lowered his head and struck a fist against the stone lock. The impact stung, and which Tai clenched his teeth, striving to suppress any sign of pain. Trust me, brute strength is not the only form of power. The Grey Master raised his head, gazing at the oppressive black dome above, where the virtual sun was still far from illuminating. Since your spirit is so vigorous, the Grey Master chuckled, sitting beside which Tai and inscribing a long string of characters in the sand. The long night is upon us, and it would be beneficial to solve a few arithmetic problems. Also, this poem, I find it quite beautiful. After you finish the problems, you shall recite it with me. In the shimmering blue and green light, a furry wolf-head figure swayed gently, reading aloud in a soft voice. In a small building, one knight listens to the spring rain in the deep alley. One sells apricot blossoms on the morrow. But, Master, what are apricot blossoms? I have never seen them. No one has. A youthful, indignant voice echoed in the tranquil night. Yet, peace. Apricot blossoms certainly exist. The Grey Master's soothing, slightly hoarse voice resonated softly. He murmured dreamily, what a beautiful imagery. Apricot blossoms must surely exist. A series of cracks echoed from the dome above. A point of red light ignited at the center of the 30-meter diameter virtual sun, gradually expanding outward. An hour later, the entire virtual sun shone brightly, its warm red glow illuminating the surrounding valley. Last night's dampness, carried by the winds from nearby mines and tunnels, had soaked the ground. The red light of the virtual sun rapidly raised the temperature within the valley, causing moisture to evaporate and forming thick white fog that rose several meters high. Which Tai, holding a large cooked mushroom, stood atop the watchtower at the courtyard's entrance, surveying the surroundings. Within the disordered cluster of stone dwellings in the valley, Sharp shouts and the crack of whips reverberated. Groups of gray dwarves clamored loudly, wielding their whips to drive throngs of rocky gnomes from their homes. Led by 2 bovine guards, accompanied by 7 or 8 gray wolf warriors, they escorted a multitude of rocky gnomes, delivering basket after basket of cooked mushrooms to the courtyard's exterior. The rocky gnomes walked by in formation, expressionless as they received a white mushroom each, quickly swallowing the bitter morsels. In a mere quarter of an hour, over 1,000 rocky gnomes belonging to the witch clan, clad with various tools, marched in line towards a nearby mine under the watchful eyes of several gray dwarfs. Before long, the sound of clanging metal echoed in the wind. A cheerful gray limestone lizard climbed up beside Witch Tai, gazing up at the large mushroom in his hand. Witch Tai glanced towards the mine, pursed his lips, and murmured to the 2 bovine guards, who were indulging in a feast of food at the entrance. "Do you think those poor gnome slaves will suffer any fatalities today?" The 2 bovine guards grinned widely, their expressions a mix of reverence for their young master and an unsettling bloodlust. One of them raised a fist and mumbled indistinctly. Witch Tai felt a wave of distaste wash over him. He shoved the large mushroom into the waiting maw of the gray limestone lizard, which was 3 times his size. The creature joyfully wagged its tail and darted down the courtyard wall, clutching the mushroom. The gray master approached, clutching the scroll, swaying slightly as he walked. He watched the gray limestone lizard scamper off into the distance, sighed, and shook his head. "Thus, you are ill-suited for cultivation. Your father and 3 brothers. They would never squander even a morsel of food. Even those pitiful gnome slaves?" Witch Tai retorted, feeling a wave of bitterness rise in his throat. "At the very least, your father and brothers have not touched them." The gray master spread his hands, gazing sternly at Witch Tai, shaking his head resolutely. "Peace. Your father named you thus in hopes of a tranquil life. This does not signify." Witch Tai turned his gaze towards the mine, defiantly asserting, "Do you imply that I am weak? I am not. This is a harsh world, and everyone must adapt to its cruel laws." Wu Tai muttered like a tongue twister, "Yet, I yearn to cultivate, while you claim I have chosen the wrong path. Can mere recitation vanquish foes?" Before him, at a distance of over 3 miles, a massive cave emerged from a cliff standing 100 meters high, where a limestone lizard, as large as 4 or 5 Wu Tais, suddenly leapt forth. Upon the back of the lizard, a nearly 2-meter-tall warrior of the Blue Wolf tribe raised a thick iron spear high above his head. A severed head was impaled on the spear, and as the Blue Wolf warrior brandished it, the disheveled hair of the head danced wildly, revealing a rugged face adorned with thick whiskers. Victory! The limestone lizard halted steadily against the sheer cliff, and the Blue Wolf warrior let out a piercing howl from its back. 3 more sizable limestone lizards burst forth from the cave, accompanied by 3 Blue Wolf warriors who laughed uproariously. In a flurry of hurried footsteps, over 20 venomous hunting spiders surged from the cave like a tidal wave. Each spider bore a muscular gray dwarf warrior, who excitedly swung massive hammers, creating showers of sparks against the surrounding rock walls. 4 towering bull warriors ambled out from the cave, each wielding a large axe with a leisurely gait. Spotting the Wu family stone fortress from afar, the 4 bull warriors suddenly snorted loudly, their enormous golden nose rings swinging merrily. Behind the bull warriors, a rock python, as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long, slithered out at a leisurely pace. Wu Tai's father, Wu Zhan, sat cross-legged atop the python, exuding an air of grandeur. Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wu Tong, Wu Tai's 3 brothers, each towering over 2 meters like Wu Zhan, stood on the python's back, laughing heartily at their brother from a distance. "Ha ha ha." Wu Jin leapt into the air, stirring a gust of wind as he jumped from the cave's entrance, landing heavily on the ground and charging towards Wu Tai. In just a few short breaths, Wu Jin covered the 3-meal distance, leaping over the 5-meter-high wall and enveloping Wu Tai in a vigorous embrace. "Ha ha, peace. After years of rivalry with the Bear Clan, we have finally exterminated them." Wu Jin laughed heartily, unfastening a large leather pouch from his back and extracting several tattered, ancient beast-skin scrolls. Who would have thought the Bear Clan possessed literary heritage? Wu Jin exclaimed, eyes wide as he presented the scrolls to Wu Tai. "Surprising, isn't it? We hardly recognize many characters, and these contain all sorts of convoluted glyphs. Take a look, see if you like them." Beside them, the gray scholar's eyes brightened, a hint of drool escaping his lips. Wu Tai stared at the scrolls in silence. This was not the gift he desired. This was far from the gift he wished for. The image of the severed head on the Blue Wolf warrior's spear lingered in his mind. He vividly recalled 3 years prior when that burly man, Xionghu, the head of the Bear Clan, had led a band of warriors to ambush the Wu family. Wu Zhan, along with Wu Jin and Wu Yin, had been out hunting, leaving Wu Tong, who was gravely injured, to fend for himself at home. He remembered clearly that when they set out a fortnight ago, Wu Zhan and the others had taken with them a force several times larger than the one present. Now the Wu family had mobilized their entire strength. There are over 1,000 mined slaves at the Bear clan, and many surrendered warriors to guard, not to mention the numerous mines and farms, Wu Jin said, handing the scrolls to the delighted gray scholar. Thus, some personnel remain there. A great deal needs proper management. Wu Zhan led the group to the courtyard gate, smiling and waving at Wu Tai. Tai Ping, bring out all the delicious food and drink from the storeroom. With a triumphant smile, Wu Zhan stated, having consumed the Bear clan, we shall expend some effort to integrate their strength. Ah, we have long coveted the Black Wind Valley. It is a land ripe for the taking. Let us celebrate heartily, Wu Zhan proclaimed, raising his fist with exuberance. The light of the void sun gradually dimmed. Several beast oil torches were planted along the courtyard walls, their fireballs, the size of water barrels, emanating a bright glow that surpassed the luminescence of the night moss and night vines, illuminating the courtyard. Bowls of inferior wine brewed from bitter root starch were downed in copious amounts, while chunks of fatty roasted meat were continually served, alongside heaps of starchy roots boiled and haphazardly piled on stone tables. The warriors of the Wu family indulged in the feast, while the rock gnomes stealthily scuttled about, scavenging the scraps of roasted meat and roots that fell to the ground, quickly shoving them into their mouths. Some bolder gnomes approached groups of warriors, eagerly licking up the spilled wine from the stone floor. The entire Wu family stone fortress brimmed with jubilation. Only Wu Tai, by the grand water reservoir in the training grounds, diligently filled a stone basin with fresh water, meticulously cleansing the bloodied head of Xionghu. With painstaking effort, he tidied the disheveled hair of this grim trophy, finally rendering it clean. Heavy footsteps approached, and Wu Zhan came to stand silently behind Wu Tai, observing. After a moment of quiet, Wu Zhan spoke in a deep voice. This is an ancestral custom. To behead the enemy's leader and offer it as a sacrifice to our ancestors, ensuring our family enjoys better fortune and prosperity. Seated before Xionghu's head, Wu Tai rested his chin on his hands, gazing thoughtfully at the closed eyes of the severed head. Father, will there come a day when we, too, shall have our heads severed, becoming trophies of others' martial prowess? Wu Tai asked earnestly. Wu Zhan paused, then burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. How could that be possible? Proudly patting his chest, Wu Zhan unfastened a beast sinew necklace from his neck, stroking the over-foot-long white thong upon it before placing the necklace around Wu Tai's neck. Humph! We of the Wu family are not to be trifled with, Wu Zhan chuckled, playfully ruffling Wu Tai's hair, nearly toppling him over. This trinket, they say, is called Caius Fong, a treasured heirloom of the Bear clan. Pointing at the Caius Fong adorning Wu Tai's neck, Wu Zhan squinted and murmured to himself, wear it for a couple of years, and I fear your mother will undoubtedly claim it for herself. A peculiar smile flickered across his face as he vigorously rubbed his waist. By then, I must ensure to bless you with another brother or a sister, perhaps. Wu Tai looked up at Wu Zhan in astonishment. Chapter 2 The virtual sun illuminated the scene. Beneath the warm red glow, a group of gnomes busily toiled beneath the distant stone wall. This was a vast expanse of fertile land, where rows of neatly arranged fields flourished with an array of peculiar crops. Further away, the rhythmic sounds of clanging echoed from the mines. In the training ground, Wu Zhan was enveloped in a rising heat, transforming into plumes of white mist that soared over a meter high. His muscles pulsated violently as he held aloft a stone ball nearly his own height. Beneath his bronze skin, luminous veins occasionally flickered with light. Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wu Tong were also diligently honing their strength in the training ground, manipulating various heavy apparatuses that danced in their hands, occasionally slamming them to the ground with a resounding crash. Inside the stone fortress, Wu Tai sat at a square table and through the window. He could observe the scene in the training ground. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Is this a method for crafting bows and crossbows? Master Hui struck his forehead with a stone slab. Bows and crossbows, made from cow horns? Cow horns? Master Hui thoughtfully glanced at several bull warriors in the training ground, wielding their wooden axes and bellowing joyfully as they practiced. The bulls, cow horns. Surely those horns can be utilized? Then, what is this fish glue? Master Hui, in frustration, struck his head against the square table. Profoundly enigmatic. This is the knowledge left behind by our ancestors. Peace. Master Hui lifted his head, rubbed his aching forehead, and looked seriously at Wu Tai. Gazing at the complex characters on the sand table, Wu Tai sighed softly. The knowledge left by our ancestors. Master, You have said that wisdom is not merely blind memory and inheritance, but rather the ability to question. Wu Tai looked earnestly at Master Hui. Therefore, cow horns and fish glue do not exist. Master Hui was momentarily taken aback. Wu Tai continued, more resolutely, just as the sun, moon, and stars and books do not exist, just as rivers and lakes do not exist. Before Master Hui could respond, Wu Tai went on, just as the apricot blossoms sold in the alleys of Ming Dynasty do not exist. Master Hui raised the stone slab, striking it forcefully against Wu Tai's forehead, glaring at him. Is this how you learn to question? Wu Tai spread his hands. No one has seen them. Master Hui was momentarily speechless. He slowly lowered the stone slab, his hands stirring the characters on the sand table into a muddle, letting out a troubled sigh. The look in Master Hui's eyes grew sorrowful. Reaching out to touch Wu Tai's forehead, he murmured softly, the premise of questioning is that you possess sufficient wisdom. Peace. Neither you nor I have the wisdom to question what our ancestors have left behind. Wu Tai sighed as well. Master Hui stood up and walked to the window, gazing at Wu Zhan and the others in the training ground. My master once told me. After a prolonged silence, Master Hui muttered softly, we cannot succumb to darkness. We cannot become beasts. Violence and slaughter cannot obscure the radiant wisdom of our ancestors. Look at your father. Master Hui pointed at Wu Zhan, who was drenched in sweat. A powerful glow emanating from beneath his skin. He is the mightiest warrior among the nearby noble families. But 20 years ago, after he saved me, he learned to respect knowledge, to honor inheritance. Wu Tai looked at Wu Zhan in astonishment. He then turned to Master Hui. I thought you always belonged to our family. Master Hui chuckled, retrieving another scroll and carefully unfurling it. The contents within are even more intriguing. Master Hui spoke softly. Come, let us ponder together. Oh, look at the exquisite prose. I truly wonder what kind of magnificent figure the ancestors of the Bear clan were to have left such a legacy. Green sun-esque collar. My heart is drifting. Master Hui sighed heavily again. Truly beautiful, but how to interpret it? Wu Tai spread his hands, instinctively glancing towards the training ground. In the training ground, Wu Tong stood to the side drinking water, while Wu Jin and Wu Yin stood several meters apart, exchanging glances. Suddenly, their long knives slipped from their hands, transforming into two streaks of black mist that collided forcefully together. Sparks flew, and the clang of metal was deafening. The two long knives clashed violently in the air 13 times before they finally separated and fell heavily to the ground. Wu Jin and Wu Yin both exhaled simultaneously, beads of sweat erupting on their bronze skin, cascading down like rain. In a dark side passage, a fist-sized luminous mushroom emitted a dim blue light, illuminating a battered rock gnome. When the Bear clan was annihilated, this rock gnome narrowly escaped the pursuit of Wu clan warriors, but today, he had fallen into the hands of something far more terrifying. In the darkness, a faintly glowing blue dagger sliced across the rock gnome's throat. Blood gushed forth as the rock gnome convulsed and fell to the ground. The rock gnome's blood was naturally tinged with a hint of grayish-white, but soon, the plasma transformed into a shade almost identical to that of the dagger, and the gnome's body began to emit a faint blue hue, rapidly corroding and decaying. A deadly, horrifying toxin. The fangs of Chiu. The luminous mushroom was crushed in a hand, and a gentle voice echoed in the darkness. In the remote countryside, there are still treasures to be found? Another voice chimed in. I told you, the poorer the place, the more valuable the goods. One voice chuckled. The fangs of Chiyu can shatter even steel shields. The initial gentle voice chimed in again, laughing. What a pity, it was snatched away. In the darkness, ambiguous laughter resonated. And then silence returned, no further sounds emerging. The virtual sun shone brightly, casting its red light over Wu Valley. Within the stone fortress hall at a wide stone table, Wu Zhan was simultaneously tackling a glistening piece of roasted meat while mumbling instructions to Wu Tai. Eat well, eat enough, then come with me to the mine. After swallowing a large chunk of roasted meat and taking a hearty gulp from a large jug of clear water, Wu Zhan exhaled in satisfaction. Those little gnomes used blasting thunder to shatter rocks in search of veins yesterday and seemed to have excavated another cavern. Grasping his thick beard thoughtfully, Wu Zhan laughed like a well-fed jungle king. I sincerely hope that it leads to a region with inhabitants. After all, one can never have too many opponents. Wu Tai bowed his head, laboriously gnawing on a large boiled beast bone. The beast bone had already been severed, and he had finally extracted a sizable piece of tender marrow, stuffing a mouthful in. Upon hearing Wu Zhan's words, Wu Tai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wu Zhan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Rubbing his head, he chuckled awkwardly. Are you referring to 3 years ago? Haha. Who would have known that the blasted mine would lead to a venomous spider's den? Damn it. Those creatures have no idea what they eat to grow so large. And they produced so many little spiders. Seated nearby, Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wu Tong shivered in unison. Father, this time, we won't be so unfortunate, will we? Wu Jin looked earnestly at Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan stood up, glaring fiercely at his 3 sons. Then grabbed Wu Tai by the shoulder, and in the winding and profound depths of the mine, the rock gnomes have meticulously cultivated vast expanses of luminescent moss. Illuminated solely by this bioluminescent flora, the mine requires no torches. Small lizards and spiders scurry along the rocky walls, while venomous snakes emerge unexpectedly, only to be swiftly crushed by the vigilant rock gnomes before they can prey upon the lizards. In the blink of an eye, these serpents are reduced to nothing but a scattering of scales. Riding atop a limestone lizard, the gnomes hasten through the tunnels, their hushed whispers echoing through the passages. The air is thick with trepidation, and in the soft glow of the moss, many gnomes can be seen kneeling in fear, standing merely a meter tall. These delicate beings exist at the very bottom of the food chain in this harsh world, despite their considerable intelligence. However, as the wise Grey Master often states, they lack wisdom, and thus, they possess no power. Without power, they are destined to be the pitiful victims of the survival of the fittest. Venturing further along a newly carved path, golden specks the size of fists become increasingly visible upon the cavern walls. This is a promising gold vein, and undoubtedly, the gold nuggets are a form of premium currency. Over 100 rock gnomes wielding tiny pickaxes strike the walls, sending sparks flying. Upon encountering the warlock, Wu Zhan, the gnomes hastily cease their labor and bow deeply to the ground. Wu Zhan pays them no mind, instead leading Wu Tai to the end of the tunnel where a black cavern with a diameter of several meters gapes ominously. A chill wind, laden with moisture, billows forth from within, accompanied by a distant, rumbling sound of water. Several gray dwarves stand respectfully to the side, their eyes fixed on Wu Zhan and Wu Tai. Wu Zhan gently pats Wu Tai's head and speaks in a grave tone. I know what you are thinking. Wu Tai shrugs and gazes at Wu Zhan. But I cannot. Wu Zhan squints at him. Perhaps your mother could assist you, but it may come at a steep price. So greedy. Far too greedy. I mean, your maternal grandmother. That old heck. He curses vividly and spits on the ground. But you are my son. Are you not? Shaking his head, Wu Zhan snorts and firmly pinches Wu Tai's nose. In the coming years, gather some good resources. In a couple of years, I shall take you and the third one to meet your mother. However, only those with true courage are worth such a hefty investment. Wu Tai's facial muscles twitch as he grits his teeth. Greedy. Far too greedy. Do you have what it takes? A gray dwarf ignites a massive torch and throws it into the dark abyss. Wu Zhan, with a grin, unsheathes a long knife and gestures to Wu Tai. From this day forth, I shall frequently test your courage. Huh. Bursting into laughter, Wu Zhan waves to the group of soldiers following behind and leads the way into the cavern. Be diligent in your studies with the Grey Master. Studying is always beneficial. This was the very advice his grandfather had imparted when he had once struck Wu Zhan's head with a stick the size of a bowl. There is always wisdom in the words of that old coot. 2 bovine warriors, 2 wolf warriors, and a dozen gray dwarves stream into the cave. Wu Tai stands in a daze, pondering for a moment before murmuring, Mother? He pats the limestone lizard beneath him and urges it forward into the cavern. An intense chill envelopes him, and soon, droplets of moisture accumulate on his hair and face, for the humidity within this cavern is astonishing. The ground is uneven, with numerous puddles forming in various spots, and to his astonishment, countless tiny, transparent, phosphorescent creatures swim joyfully in the shallows. Many of these beings are unfamiliar to Wu Tai, never before seen or heard of. Among them are some thumb-sized, round, tentacled phosphorescent creatures gracefully gliding through the water, their exquisite forms capturing Wu Tai's attention. One by one, torches illuminate the space as rock gnomes rush in, clutching bundles of luminescent moss, which they pile up in heaps, casting a glow that brightens even the darkest corners. Wow. Aha. Wu Zhan, brandishing his long knife, suddenly bursts into laughter. This place is intriguing, a splendid location. Truly splendid, he exclaims. A water source. No more reliance on dim water sources. His excitement is palpable, and the family warriors around him join in the exuberance. Particularly the 2 wolf warriors who unleash their wild instincts, sprinting on all fours in unrestrained delight. Wu Tai steps forward, and before him stretches a vast expanse of dark water. He has never before encountered such a substantial body of water. The surface churns violently, a deep, resonant rumble emanating from below, with whirlpools of various sizes swirling perilously across the surface. A wave of dizziness washes over Wu Tai as he stares blankly at the water, instinctively taking a few steps back. Is this a river? A lake? An ocean? I have never witnessed such an abundance of water. Outside the Wu family's stone fortress, two bovine tribesmen crouch stealthily behind a small stone pillar, comfortably reclining on the ground as they savor boiled white mushrooms. Suddenly, a flash of blue light slashes through the darkness, and two gaping wounds appear on their necks, blood spraying forth as two heads, the size of wine barrels, roll away silently. Hush, the hunt has begun. A gentle voice emerges from the shadows. Chapter 3. The assault on the Wujia stronghold upon the rear ramparts of the stone fortress, within a colossal cavern carved into the rock face. A gargantuan rock python lay coiled in languid repose. For ashen dwarves, armed with coarse brushes and brimming buckets, diligently scrubbed the python's ponderous, gray scales. The serpent occasionally unfurled its maw, emitting a fetid gust, its serpentine tongue, extending over 3 meters in length, lolling with listless languor. A fist-sized, ebony metallic orb was launched into the python's gullet as it yawned, plunging deep into its viscera. A deluge of gore and pulverized flesh erupted, splattering the dwarfs. Before they could register their plight, a frigid gleam sliced through the air, cleaving them in twain at the waist. Their death throes were abruptly curtailed as a second flash severed their heads from their torsos. Several leagues distant, beneath the rocky escarpment, the Wujin, Wuyin, and Wudong brothers stood beside a tilled field, their faces etched with despondency as they oversaw rock gnomes transporting buckets of diluted python excrement, which they then splattered at the base of plump, grayish-white fungi. These fungi possessed a nearly translucent epidermis, revealing a tightly packed matrix of thumb-sized spores within. I detest the kanji brewed from earth-rice mushrooms, Wujin exclaimed with a grimace, especially when one considers that they are nourished by the great gray's droppings. Ugh. Wujin spat vehemently upon the soil. Alas, our illusory sun is too diminutive. That rice requires an illusory sun at least 1 kilometer in diameter to thrive. Wudong lamented, gazing at the 30-meter illusory sun hovering above their fortress. That rice kanji is truly delectable. I only managed a single mouthful. Taiping was quite frail then. Unable to keep anything down, even beast milk, Wujin chuckled. We were adults by then, after all. We couldn't deprive Taiping of sustenance. The python's body was rent asunder, the muffled detonation reverberating through the rock formations, swiftly reaching their ears. A jagged, tooth-like spear pierced the python's skull, pinning it to the earth. The python emitted a prolonged, sibilant hiss, its piercing shriek echoing after the explosion. Great Gray, Wudong cried, leaping to his feet and preparing to race towards the python's cavern. Ambush! Wuyin seized Wudong's belt, yanking him backward several paces, nearly causing him to stumble. Wujin unsheathed his long saber, emitting 3 rapid, piercing whistles. In response, the rock gnomes abandoned their tools, scurrying towards small caves beneath the distant rock face. However, the whistling from those locales abruptly ceased, and no sound emanated from the area, save for the gnome seeking refuge. More unsettling, the Wujia fortress remained eerily silent. Who is it? Show yourselves, Wujin roared, brandishing his saber towards the fortress. Are you Blackwind Valley scoundrels? Do you dare provoke the Wujia? A cry of anguish echoed from the fortress as Grey Master was flung from the watchtower above the courtyard gate. As he plummeted, a rope tethered to his waist snapped taut, causing the defenseless Grey Master to emit a pained groan. Master, Wuyin and Wudong both surged forward. A sharp, whistling sound heralded a dark form hurtling from the watchtower, slashing through the air and impacting the ground several meters from the brothers. It was a 2-meter-long staff of ebony wood, surmounted by a coiled viper. Wujin bellowed, lunging forward and cleaving at the serpent staff. The viper's gaping maw suddenly spewed forth a cloud of black vapor. Grey Master craned his neck, his eyes widening as he shrieked, Poison! Retreat! Find Old Wu! Wujin recoiled, as he and Wuyin emanated wisps of crimson, ethereal energy, which hissed violently as it intercepted the black vapor. Wudong, positioned beside Wuyin, exhibited rapid muscular undulations beneath his skin, but failed to produce a similar aura. The black vapor engulfed him, and with a sickening hiss, Wudong's face was scorched, the epidermis and flesh blistering, dissolving into viscous pus. Wudong's luminous eyes were also struck, detonating with twin pops and ejecting streams of purulent blood. Wujin and Wuyin simultaneously cried, Third brother, and struck themselves viciously across the face. The blows were so severe that the brothers spat out teeth, their bodies splattered with blood. They hoisted Wudong by the shoulders, fleeing towards the mine being explored by Wuzhan and Wutie. The brothers moved with exceptional speed, traversing over a league in mere moments. A piercing shriek and thunderous footfalls, reminiscent of a cavalry charge, reverberated through the air. The pursuer's armor was exceptionally thick, some sections exceeding an inch in depth, attesting to its immense weight. Yet, they bounded forward with astonishing speed, outpacing the brothers by a considerable margin. Upon closer inspection, swirling mist enveloped their feet, as if the wind itself propelled them. Wu Yin cursed, such a thin wisp of mist. How could they possibly conceal themselves within it? Wu Jin roared, slashing his saber behind him. The blade transformed into a streak of ebony light, hurtling towards a hulking figure who had inexplicably materialized behind him. The brute grunted, wielding a ram-horn hammer, which he swung downwards. Wu Jin splayed his right hand, then clenched it into a fist. The black light accelerated, striking the brute's chest with a muffled impact, just as the hammer grazed past. Sparks scattered as the brute's armor was rent open, exposing a gash in his flesh. Blood gushed forth as the brute cried. The whelp is nearly mystic realm. Behind the brutes, shimmering, translucent mists flickered and vanished, revealing scores of blood-soaked figures. These individuals, of varying heights and builds, were clad in heavy armor or tight leather, their countenances fierce and battle-hardened. As Wu Jin roared, a bald woman with a scarred face, clad in partial armor and tight black leather trousers, cackled. She lunged forward, launching a serpentine dagger, which shimmered with an eerie blue light. A meter-long streak of black light collided with the dagger. The impact reverberated with a sharp ting, sending the dagger spiraling upwards. Wu Yin's saber clattered to the ground. This whelp is merely foundation building chi infusion. The bald woman sneered, gesturing to the heavens. The dagger transformed into a sliver of blue light, arcing downwards. The blue light hurtled towards the brothers, who had nearly reached the mine entrance. Several gray dwarves emerged from the mine, alerted by the commotion. Wu Yin seized two of the dwarves, hurling them into the path of the descending light. The icy blue light whirled past the two gray dwarves, who were blissfully unaware of the impending danger, their bodies cleaved apart in an instant. Amidst the chilling wails of despair, the serpent-toothed dagger was briefly halted by the two gray dwarves, while the three brothers of Wu Jin had already fled into the depths of the mine. Enemies, face them. Fight to the death. Wu Jin's voice echoed through the cavern. Unlike the prior directive to the rock gnomes to retreat, the realization of the enemy's formidable strength compelled Wu Jin to issue a death order. The gray dwarves and rock gnomes in the mine froze momentarily, but soon, thousands of gray dwarves and rock gnomes erupted from various tunnels, their shrill screams echoing like a torrent cascading forth. The three brothers of Wu Jin sprinted past, while several overseer gray dwarves brandished their arms, launching egg-sized iron balls with a resounding whoosh. These were blasting charges designed to fracture stone and uncover or veins, possessing considerable power capable of shattering rocks within a few meters radius into dust. Shield. A towering figure, clad in heavy armor and wielding no weapons, but bearing a massive shield over 2 meters tall and a foot thick, stepped forward. The heavy shield struck the ground with a resounding thud. Distorted patterns of light flickered across its surface, and with a violent tremor, waves of yellow light radiated outward, forming a protective barrier around the dozens of individuals behind him. Simultaneously, several blasting charges detonated with a thunderous roar, causing the yellow waves on the shield to warp violently before ultimately shattering into fragments. The shield bearer emitted a low grunt, his body quaking from the impact as he struggled to maintain his balance. Kill. A gentle voice resonated from outside the mine. A group of over 20 agile men and women, donned in soft armor, swiftly drew forth their heavy crossbows equipped with enormous quivers, accompanied by a piercing sound. A barrage of steel-tipped bolts, trailing wisps of black smoke, surged forth like a dark tempest sweeping through the mine. The bolts, possessing terrifying piercing power, ruthlessly penetrated the bodies of the gray dwarves and rock gnomes. Standing at approximately 1 meter tall, the gray dwarves and slightly shorter rock gnomes were not particularly robust. Their only attire consisted of coarse burlap garments. As the black smoke enveloped them, the bolts, imbued with an inexplicable lethality, effortlessly pierced through their frail forms. The density of their ranks allowed a single bolt to pierce through several bodies in succession. In the blink of an eye, the once thousands of gray dwarves and rock gnomes dwindled to merely 200 or 300. Blood pooled upon the earth as the remaining gray dwarves and rock gnomes, paralyzed by the horrific slaughter, abandoned their weapons and tools, fleeing chaotically into the surrounding tunnels. Dozens of men and women erupted into laughter, excitedly conversing as they pursued the fleeing gray dwarves and rock gnomes, engaging in a frenzied melee that left none alive. The gentle voice echoed once more from within the mine. Gray dwarves, rock gnomes, worthless indeed. Wu Tai stared in astonishment at the expansive body of water before him. With his limited experience, he could scarcely gauge the vastness of this water expanse. But it was evident that it could easily encompass 3 to 5, no, perhaps 30 to 50, Wu valleys. Such an immense body of water. The waves surged and swirled in countless vortices. In this realm dominated by rock formations, water is truly the source of life. Previously, the Wu family stone fortress could only draw from a few meager water sources, barely sustaining the over 2,000 inhabitants. The scarcity of water hindered their ability to cultivate additional arable land or breed formidable gray lizards and venomous hunting spiders. Yet here lay this boiling water. Wu Tai recalled the words of the gray teacher, asserting that such violently churning water could not be stagnant, but must originate from a lively source. This meant that the water here was abundant beyond his previous encounters. So much water. Wu Tai smiled, envisioning the diminutive, timid rock gnomes. With such an abundance, surely they could cultivate numerous white mushrooms? Those poor little creatures could finally be well fed. Wu Tai smirked, thinking that he would no longer need to secretly share his food with the starving little gnomes. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the 3 brothers of Wu Jin burst in. Father, enemies, Wu Jin bellowed. A heavy axe swung from behind him, sending Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wu Tong soaring into the air, blood gushing from their wounds. Chapter 4. The Kneeling with a Turn. Wu Zhan watched helplessly as the great axe slashed across the backs of his 3 sons. A torrent of blood sprayed forth, and Wu Zhan's eyes widened as he roared in anguish. The long saber at his waist vibrated, transforming into a 2-meter-long streak of darkness that shot forward. The black light grazed Wu Jin's cheek, and as the axe was about to fall again, it collided with the weapon, causing it to shatter with a resounding blast. The brawny man wielding the axe could only utter a desperate cry as the darkness descended upon him. The heavy armor, which Wu Jin's saber could not penetrate, was torn apart like paper. The man's body was cleaved in 2, as Wu Jin and Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Several arrows trailing thin wisps of black smoke struck them from behind, piercing their shoulders and backs. The arrowheads were poisoned with an exotic substance, and upon entering their bodies, they triggered excruciating pain, causing Wu Jin and Wu Yin's muscles to spasm uncontrollably. The wounds inflicted by the axe on their backs were deep, reaching the bone. Their muscles twitched violently, and an even more intense agony washed over them. The brothers cried out in pain, and their fingers gripping Wu Tong's shoulders involuntarily loosened. Wu Tong was severely injured and had been relying on his elder brothers to carry him to safety. With Wu Jin and Wu Yin's grip faltering, their bodies surged forward a dozen meters, while Wu Tong tumbled heavily to the ground. Wu Zhan roared anxiously, surging forward with his imposing physique, creating a gust of wind as he rushed toward the fallen Wu Tong. Wu Jin and Wu Yin halted abruptly, turning to retrieve Wu Tong. A dozen figures clad in armor emerged from the cave entrance behind them. 7 or 8 swords descended mercilessly, while the bald, scarred woman, her eyes bloodshot, brandished a pair of serpent fang daggers in each hand, shrieking as she charged toward the Wu Jin and Wu Yin brothers. The woman screamed hysterically. Driven to madness, you killed the squad leader. You must die. Wu Jin swung his long saber, transforming it into a black torrent that evaded the woman's body and intercepted the 7 or 8 enemies wielding weapons. The woman reached Wu Jin and Wu Yin, the black blade narrowly missing her chest. Her face contorted as she cackled maniacally, thrusting the serpent fang daggers into Wu Jin and Wu Yin's chests. Wu Jin mustered all his strength to unleash the saber, hoping to block the blades aimed at Wu Tong. However, his body was convulsing, and he misdirected his breath, causing a sharp pain in his chest, leaving him unable to evade the attack. Wu Yin shrieked, throwing his arms wide and stepping in front of Wu Jin. Both daggers plunged into Wu Yin's chest. The woman thrust forward with all her might, the daggers tearing through Wu Yin's chest, shattering his ribs and protruding from his back. Wu Jin's eyes widened, and tears of blood streamed down his face as he screamed, "Brother!" Wu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and with arms as thick as the woman's waist, he wrapped his arms around her. He opened his mouth, tearing the muscles at the corners of his mouth, and lunged at her neck like a venomous serpent. With a sickening crunch, akin to gnawing on a massive beast bone at home, Wu Yin's teeth sank into the woman's slender neck. Wu Yin possessed a formidable set of teeth, capable of pulverizing even the toughest bones. The woman's head lolled to one side, and a torrent of red blood mingled with Wu Yin's pale blue blood, staining them both. The light in Wu Yin's eyes faded, but his body continued to clutch the woman tightly. The woman's bones cracked and shattered, piercing through her flesh and creating grotesque bulges on her armor. Brother! Wu Jin spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother! Wu Zhan turned swiftly, while Wu Tai had only just heard the commotion and turned around. Wu Jin's blade struck a heavily armored man in the chest, who grunted and stumbled backward, a stream of blood gushing from his chest. Wu Zhan's blade danced like a serpent, sweeping across the bodies of several men. The blade was merciless, severing 5 or 6 men at the waist. The upper half of a bald man soared into the air, his eyes fixed on Wu Zhan as he charged toward him. Profound origin? No. Half-step ascendant. The man's body crashed to the ground, and he dropped his weapon, clawing at the ground as he muttered in despair, this impoverished wasteland. Half-step ascendant. I'm going to die here. Wu Zhan's blade had slain 5 or 6 men, when a gaunt old man, nearly the size of a gray dwarf, darted out from behind a large man and plunged a rapier into Wu Tong's heart. The gaunt old man looked up and roared at Wu Zhan, who had abruptly halted. You killed our squad leader. You killed our sister. You killed so many of our brothers. Brother! Wu Jin pulled the 2 arrows from his back and tossed them to the ground. Watch your father avenge you. Wu Zhan grinned, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. With a spit, Wu Zhan ejected half of his tongue. With the successive deaths of Wu Yin and Wu Tong, Wu Zhan was consumed by rage and bit off his own tongue. Wu Tai stood by the pool of water, his vision blurring, and his knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground. All he could see was blood, endless blood, filling his eyes. The images of Wu Yin and Wu Tong overlapped before him. Pale faces mingled with the boundless blood, dominating his vision. A throbbing pain pulsed in his chest. A stifling sensation gripped his heart. His mouth felt filled with bloody mud, making it difficult to breathe. Wu Tai was not easily frightened. He could even clean the heads of bears and tigers alone. But this time, his abdomen convulsed, and his legs felt wet and warm. Wu Tai's face contorted, and he screamed, Brother! Brother! More armored figures poured into the cave, standing behind the gaunt old man, their eyes fixed on Wu Zhan and Wu Tai. The Bull Tribe and Blue Wolf Tribe warriors that Wu Zhan had brought into the mine stood behind him, growling like enraged beasts as they glared at their formidable foes. Wu Tai wept, repeatedly crying out, Brother! He lacked the strength to stand, let alone wield a blade and fight. Old man, retreat. Wu Zhan held his blade in one hand, gesturing with the other, blood streaming from his mouth. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to risk your lives. Wu Zhan's son, killed before my very eyes. If I can't even protect my remaining 2 sons. Wu Zhan shook his head and spat blood on the ground. What a disgrace to our ancestors. The gaunt old man pointed his rapier, nearly as tall as himself, at Wu Zhan and sneered, Our squad leader, our brothers. Were their lives worthless? Wu Zhan grinned. Did I invite you here? The gaunt old man fell silent. A gentle voice echoed from an unknown source. Why waste words? We travel thousands of miles for wealth. People die for riches, birds for food. You kill me. I kill you. He kills me. I kill him. Killing and killing. Who is innocent? In short, this world. The gentle voice suddenly turned sharp. Enough talk. Kill. The gaunt old man transformed into a wisp of black smoke and charged toward Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan's body erupted with a meter-high aura of red light, resembling flames. He did not draw his blade, but instead unleashed a fist toward the black smoke. A rapier emerged from the smoke, striking Wu Zhan's fist. Subsequently, the sword shattered, erupting into a myriad of iron fragments. The black smoke dissipated, and the old man's gaunt frame exploded violently. Wu Zhan, without uttering a word, surged forward, his figure like the wind, penetrating dozens of armored figures. The clash of blades and shadows engulfed the surrounding 100 meters, with heavy impacts resonating continuously. Wu Tai couldn't discern the events within the melee. He could only hear the dense, continuous impacts and the grating sound of bones fracturing. Amidst the chaotic figures, gouts of blood erupted intermittently, accompanied by subdued cries of pain. A piercing shriek echoed as 7 or 8 mangled bodies spun out of the fray. The armored men crashed to the ground. One, not yet deceased, widened his eyes and murmured, Mistaken, mistaken, not half-step Chonlu. It's Chonlu realm. Chonlu realm? A thunderous roar resounded. Wu Zhan, originally 2 meters tall, abruptly swelled to a height of 5 meters amidst the bellow, gripping his blade in his right hand. He slammed his left palm downward, the sound of fracturing bones like popping beans, as 4 or 5 figures were launched into the air, swept away by his palm. Chonlu realm. The gentle voice turned shrill. This time, a loss. A ball of lightning materialized above Wu Zhan's head, pulsating violently within a meter's radius, vaguely revealing a rectangular object, a foot long and 3 inches wide, flickering rapidly within the electric discharge. Wu Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, every pore on his body emitting fiery heat. He roared gutturally, oblivious to the bizarre lightning above him, discarding his unwieldy longsword, and unleashing his fists like collapsing mountains upon his surroundings. The sound of bones breaking echoed incessantly as figures were propelled away like cannonballs by his powerful blows. The figures shrieked as they flew, but upon landing, they were utterly silent. Wu Zhan roared and battled furiously, the crimson light in his eyes intensifying, his already 5-meter frame expanding by another meter. Suddenly, Wu Zhan raised his right foot, stomping down with savage force. A deafening boom echoed as the ground trembled within a radius of several meters. Large swathes of rock fractured, spraying countless head-sized stones in all directions, shattering the bones and tearing the flesh of the surrounding enemies. With this single strike, nearly half of the 80 or so enemies collapsed. The lightning flashed abruptly, the rectangular object within disintegrating into a fist-sized ball of thunder. Wu Jin and Wu Tai screamed simultaneously, "Father!" The thunder descended, the fist-sized lightning flowing like liquid, swiftly engulfing Wu Zhan's body before detonating violently. Wu Zhan's body became translucent, his blurred bones visible through his flesh. His frame exploded, the massive 6-meter body detonating. Among the remaining 40 or so enemies, a small fraction shrieked as they were pulverized by the radiating lightning. Wu Zhan vanished, utterly annihilated, leaving not a single fragment behind. "Father!" Wu Tai knelt on the ground, hands propped on the earth, staring ahead with bewildered eyes. Wu Tai wailed loudly, while Wu Jin trembled, stepping in front of Wu Tai to shield him. 20 or so wounded men and women, panting, advanced step by step towards Wu Jin and Wu Tai, weapons in hand. As for the Ox Tribe warriors and the Green Wolf warriors, in the chaos, they had long been blasted into fragments. A figure materialized gradually from the mist, fair-skinned and beardless, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in black leather armor beneath a gray cloak. Black mist billowed, and a skeletal hand emerged, bearing several bloodied gold coins in its palm. This time, a loss. The middle-aged man clutched a black viper-headed wooden staff in his left hand. Approaching Wu Jin and Wu Tai step by step, "I am quite irascible. My young friends, how do you propose to appease my anger?" The middle-aged man smiled, his voice gentle, but his gaze was utterly malevolent. Wu Tai remained dazed and unresponsive. Wu Zhan was dead. Wu Yin was dead. Wu Tong was dead. Wu Tai's mind was a chaotic buzz. The scene was a nightmare. It was remarkable that Wu Tai hadn't already succumbed to unconsciousness. Wu Jin stood trembling before Wu Tai, not out of fear, but due to the uncontrollable spasms caused by his injuries. The middle-aged man and his entourage advanced, their faces grim, their teeth gnashing audibly. Suddenly, Wu Jin dropped his longsword, kneeling with a thud. Wu Tai shuddered in fear, staring aghast at Wu Jin kneeling before him. The middle-aged man and his followers were stunned. "Kneeling?" The middle-aged man cackled. "You actually knelt." "Brother," Wu Tai cried hoarsely. Chapter 5. Immersion. Wu Jin knelt on the earth, fist clenched, his entire being stained crimson. He lifted his gaze to meet the middle-aged man's, forcing a smile onto his blood-smeared visage. "This is my younger brother, the youngest. He is but 11 years of age, a mere 11. He is incapable of cultivation, frail by birth. He poses no threat at all." With a labored exhale, 2 streams of blood erupted from Wu Jin's nostrils. He pressed his fists into the ground, his body contorted, and his forehead struck the unyielding earth with resounding thuds. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Jin's head fell heavily against the ground, a macabre rhythm accompanying his desperate pleas. Between each impact, a mirthless laugh escaped his lips. He lacks the capacity for vengeance, utterly incapable. He is literate, versed in many characters. He is skilled in arithmetic, adept at accounting. Wu Ji raised his head, his twisted smile a grotesque mask. The skin on his forehead had split, crimson rivulets cascading down his cheeks. He tasted the blood at the corner of his mouth, forcing a dry chuckle. "I am worthless. I have doomed our third brother, and our second. If you seek retribution, then take my life." Wu Ji's frame convulsed violently, his youthful features contorted beyond recognition, the ghastly smile now impossible to maintain. He, too, harbored a fear of death. So young, yet to savor the delights of existence. Especially after Wu Zhan, fueled by cheap liquor, had surreptitiously and improperly regaled his elder sons with tales of womanly allure. Wu Ji had always been filled with longing. He genuinely did not wish to perish. Fear gripped him. His fingers trembling, he tore at his tattered linen garments, revealing his sinewy torso. Wuji looked up at the middle-aged man, tears streaming down his face as he implored him with a distorted, sorrowful smile. If you seek vengeance, then take my life. Dismember me, if you must. But spare our fourth brother, he is but a child, a mere child. The middle-aged man tilted his head, scrutinizing the blood-soaked Wuji. How old are you? He inquired gently. 20. Almost 20. Wuji's body quivered slightly. Enemies encircled the brothers. A semicircular barricade of death 30 meters distant. The specter of doom enveloped Wuji's heart, fear constricting his very essence. Darkness encroached upon his vision, stealing his breath. Wuji was genuinely terrified. He drew Wutie's frail, frigid frame into his embrace, the younger brother trembling violently. Wuji suppressed his terror, forcing a smile as he addressed the middle-aged man. My family consists of my father and my 4 brothers. Spare our fourth, and my death will pose no threat. Wuji coughed up blood. Our fourth is literate, skilled in accounting. Sell him into servitude, if you must. A literate, numerate slave is of great value. Black mist churned, and skeletal hands emerged from the gloom. Several blood-stained gold coins nestled in their palms. Money, gold. Our fourth is worth much. The middle-aged man tapped the ground softly with his viper-headed staff, his head tilted, examining Wuji intently before shaking his head with a grimace. Such enviable fraternal affection. Many years ago, he raised his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. Ah, many years have passed. It seems that someone once shielded me in a similar fashion. Fraternal devotion. I am nearly moved to tears. He shook his head, his resolve firm. However, one must extirpate the weeds at their roots. He fixed his gaze upon Wuji and Wutie, his eyes gleaming. A near-metaphysical realm cultivator at barely 20, and your father, a genuine Chonlu realm expert who has comprehended supernatural powers. Do you take me for a fool? The score of enemies murmured amongst themselves, the middle-aged man's words stirring unease within their hearts. It seemed improbable that the Wuji family would reside in this impoverished backwater. The middle-aged man raised his serpent staff, its slender form piercing Wuji's shoulder with a sharp sting. With a surge of strength, the middle-aged man impaled Wuji on the staff. But my fourth brother, he knows nothing, understands nothing. He cannot cultivate. He is harmless. Wuji grasped the serpent staff, forcing a feeble smile. Blood and sweat cascaded down Wuji's limbs like rivulets. Wutie sat prostrate on the ground, the puddles around him stained crimson with Wuji's blood. Hundreds of tiny, tentacled creatures, radiating a gentle, white luminescence, imbibed the blood, their bodies mirroring the color. Brother. Wutie was helpless, bereft of strength. All he could see was red, a thick, black mist swirling within the crimson haze. The pallid faces of Wujan, Wuyin, and Wudong, countless bloated visages, danced before Wutie's eyes. Intermittently, the faces of bears, tigers, and other long-dead specters materialized before him. Wutie called out to Wuji, knowing that his brother was begging for his life, that he was sacrificing his own survival. Fear, boundless fear, permeated every pore of Wutie's being. He attempted to muster a semblance of rage, but it was like the faint glow of a night mushroom beneath the foot of a gray rock lizard, crushed into oblivion by its weighty tread. He was incapable of anger, lacking even the right to it. Tears streamed down Wutie's face, his features as contorted as Wuji's. Brother. Wutie wailed. See, he is a weakling, Wuji said, smiling at the middle-aged man, forcing a smile. The black serpent staff was imbued with potent venom, the corrosive toxins eating into the flesh around the wound with a hiss. Black pus oozed from the festering injury, and Wuji's smile became ever more twisted and grotesque. He is a coward, a mere crybaby. What harm could he possibly inflict upon you? Wuji desperately denigrated Wutie. Fraternal camaraderie is most loathsome, the middle-aged man said, grinning with sudden delight. I detest witnessing affectionate brothers. Why can't you turn on each other? I loathe loving brothers. The middle-aged man held the serpent staff aloft with one hand, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist with the other. He slowly lowered the blade toward Wuji's heart. As he struck, the middle-aged man smiled at Wutie. Boy, watch as I slay your brother. Does it pain you? Does it sadden you? Does it fill you with despair? Then cry out. Weep. Scream. Beg. Plead. The dagger reached Wuji's heart, its tip pressing against his skin. Wuji's fingers abruptly lost their grip, his instinctive reaction thwarted by 2 heavily armored brutes who seized his arms. Your brother seeks to resist. I shall deny him that opportunity. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, singing a nursery rhyme, a tale of brothers foraging for food, their joyous return with a bountiful harvest. The brief song concluded, and the middle-aged man's smile grew ever brighter. Fraternal affection, how I despise it. A wave of dizziness washed over Wu Tai as he desperately propped himself up. Kowtowing to the middle-aged man. Spare my brother. I beg you. Spare him. Please. Please. Wu Jin gasped for air. Blood gushing from his mouth. The hard rock ground was soon stained with blood as Wu Tai's forehead broke open. Very well. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This world. I will thoroughly spare your brother. Open your eyes wide and watch. With a swift motion, he thrust the short sword forward. Wu Tai looked up just in time to see the sword's tip pierce Wu Jin's chest, sinking in a significant depth. Wu Jin roared, his eyes bloodshot. Wu Tai cried out, staggering to his feet, reaching out to Wu Jin. He's dying. The middle-aged man gloated, his gaze falling on the Qi Yu swaying on Wu Tai's chest. A treasure, he mused. Suddenly, a white, serpentine shadow emerged from Wu Jin's brow, writhing like a living thing across his forehead. A burst of white light enveloped Wu Jin's body, followed by a deafening explosion, a powerful shockwave erupting from within him. With an eerie shriek, the shockwave swept outwards. Wu Tai blacked out as his frail body was tossed through the air. The middle-aged man cried out in alarm and rage. The force of the blast sent his short sword flying from Wu Jin's chest. The sword glowed red-hot, as if forged in a furnace, the blade melting and dissolving into molten droplets before it could even hit the ground. The snake staff piercing Wu Jin's shoulder shattered, black venomous blood gushing from the wound. Half of the snake staff shot out of Wu Jin's shoulder, impaling the middle-aged man in the right chest like an arrow. Coughing up blood, he was sent hurtling backwards, as if he was a leaf in a storm. The 24 or so enemies were blasted away, crying out in surprise and pain as they were sent tumbling hundreds of meters. The 2 burly men who had been holding Wu Jin's arms were the worst off. Their arms reduced to bloody pulps, only bone remaining. The 2 men were thrown into the air. The shockwave hit them directly, their armor shattered, turning into shrapnel which tore through their flesh. Subsequently, his body transformed into a beam of light, a snake-shaped beam of light, which vanished in a flash. With the white light gone, the massive cavern was filled with the roaring of water. Wu Tai, being small, was not significantly affected by the shockwave. Trembling, he stood up and stared at the spot where Wu Jin had disappeared. Brother. Tears streamed down his face. He didn't know what had happened. He thought Wu Jin, like Wu Zhan, had been obliterated. Brother. He screamed, wailing loudly. Damn it. The middle-aged man cried as he scrambled to his feet. He pulled the broken snake staff from his chest, blood gushing from the wound. He frantically applied ointment to the wound as he glared at Wu Tai. Hundreds of meters away. Kill that brat, take the treasure, and let's get out of here. He shrieked, on the verge of hysteria. This godforsaken place actually has bloodline protection. The direct line of the family, only those with the purest blood have bloodline protection. Is it from his father's side? Or his mother's? If it's his father's, we've already made a deadly enemy. If it's his mother's, we may just have provoked an enemy we can't afford to make. A towering woman, nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular physique like a bear, charged towards Wu Tai, wielding a massive axe. Everyone had been blasted away by the explosion, and the woman was 300 to 400 meters away from Wu Tai. Staggering, she reached Wu Tai, roaring as she swung the axe down on him. Wu Tai cried out in terror, finding a strength he didn't know he possessed. He leaped backwards, not realizing that the shockwave had sent him flying close to the churning water. However, Wu Tai's body was too weak. Despite his desperate leap, he only managed to jump a meter backwards. The Qi Yu swung around his neck, blocking Wu Tai. The woman cackled, bringing the axe down. She had intended to split Wu Tai's head open, but Wu Tai's sudden jump caused the axe to strike the Qi Yu instead. With a loud hum, the Qi Yu vibrated intensely, and Wu Tai felt a jolt of paralysis. The steel axe, nearly half the size of Wu Tai, shattered into pieces. The woman's hands went light, and she stared in disbelief as countless shards of metal flew towards her. The fragments tore through her face and chest, causing her to scream in agony as she clutched her ruined eyes and rolled on the ground. Wu Tai's frail body was sent flying by the force of the axe, arcing through the air for 20 meters before crashing into the churning water. The middle-aged man threw down the ointment, screaming. Chapter 6. The Strange Realm. Before plunging into the depths, Wu Tai had already succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by fear and shock. He was unable to bear the force of the 2 successive tremors. A towering wave, nearly a meter high, swept him into the water, and the Qi Yu pendant hanging from his chest continued to vibrate rapidly, emitting a resonant hum. The surrounding waters churned violently, resembling a colossal python, and after a few tumultuous rolls, Wu Tai was dragged toward the abyss below. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, but before the water could invade his senses, the dark currents parted abruptly, revealing a small space just large enough to envelop him. With a hissing sound, air was forcibly extracted from the water, quickly filling this confined area. Wu Tai gasped for breath, his body convulsing violently. His eyes rolled frantically beneath his eyelids, and his mouth opened, releasing a few incoherent murmurs as his hands flailed in disarray. The currents continued to pull him downward, beneath this vast body of water. The deep rock walls were adorned with countless water eyes, spitting and swallowing the torrents with fervor. Countless streams collided rapidly, creating the towering waves and whirlpools above, while terrifying undercurrents formed below. Enveloped in this minuscule oasis devoid of water, Wu Tai tumbled about chaotically. He sank deeper until a powerful undercurrent propelled him toward a dark void over 100 meters in diameter. An invisible whirlpool swirled rapidly at the mouth of the abyss, devouring everything in its path. Wu Tai's body spun rapidly several times before being swept into the dark hole, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At the water's surface, a massive stone, several meters in diameter, was cast down. A burly, bald man clad in heavy armor, with one foot bound to the stone, relied on a beast-hide air bladder for oxygen as he descended from the spot where Wu Tai had fallen. The stone dragged the man's body toward the depths. His eyes widened as he strained to survey his surroundings. The underwater realm was devoid of light, a pitch-black void where nothing was visible. Descending nearly 300 meters, the immense water pressure constricted his breath, and the undercurrents battered his body, distorting his face with their force. In a surge of terror, he severed the rope binding his foot and pulled on the tether at his waist, propelling himself toward the surface with all his might. The air before him swirled countless shadowy figures, amidst which torrents of crimson surged, and an array of overlapping white visages floated aimlessly. His body felt rigid and frigid, devoid of any strength. It was as though life itself was hastily retreating from his form. Wu Tai even believed he had passed into the realm of the dead. He gaped, laboriously inhaling, yet could discern no breath. The poison lay merely half a meter beneath him. Its head and bloated abdomen were obliterated, yet several legs, thick as a thumb and nearly a foot long, remained intact. Wu Tai abruptly closed his mouth and struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. His mind was a blank slate, save for the primal instinct for survival that governed his body. With a sudden effort, he sat up, an action that nearly drained the last vestige of his strength. He painstakingly grasped a spider's leg, opened his mouth, and bit down on the severed limb, tugging at the tender flesh. The taste eluded him, and he could hardly discern any flavor. One spider leg, two spider legs. He lost count of how many he had consumed. A flicker of warmth began to stir within his belly, and he collapsed onto the ground, lying upon the mossy riverbank, surrendering to slumber. After a brief interlude, a black mamba, approximately the thickness of his arm and over 2 meters in length, sinisterly slithered towards him. The serpent approached with caution, drawing closer 10 meters, 5 meters, half a meter. Its jaws parted, revealing 4 menacing fangs, from which a droplet of venom slowly oozed. As the fangs inched closer, preparing to strike, a few thousand meters away, atop a small hill, a clod of earth suddenly exploded, dislodging a fist-sized chunk that instantaneously vaporized. A flash of red light flickered by, and the mamba's head vanished entirely. The serpent's body convulsed violently. Time passed, though Wu Tai remained oblivious until he awoke. Half of the snake had been devoured completely, and darkness enveloped him once more as he fainted. In mere moments, several venomous spiders, 2 or 3 snakes, and a rock lizard approached. These lethal creatures, capable of easily ending Wu Tai's life, inexplicably collapsed, slain without apparent cause. The aura emanating from the deceased rock lizard indicated the presence of a formidable predator in this riverbank. Wu Tai regained consciousness and resumed his consumption of the nearby carcasses. He fainted again, only to awaken and eat once more. Due to the chill in the air, the deceased venomous creatures and rock lizard had not decayed swiftly. After gnawing off a portion of the rock lizard's tail, he finally stood upright. He rinsed his body by the river and gazed around in bewilderment. The dome above lacked the familiar virtual sun, yet the glow emitted by the night gems rivaled it in brilliance. Behind him lay a riverbed, wide and tranquil, with ripples occasionally darting just beneath the surface. Wu Tai had never beheld such a sight, yet an instinctual sense of unease washed over him. He stepped back, striving to distance himself from the river. Turning around, he surveyed the distance. Everywhere, peculiar vegetation flourished. Wu Tai had never encountered such flora. Some resembled familiar crops like rice mushrooms, white mushrooms, and large meat mushrooms, but they were significantly larger. Others towered 2 or 3 meters high, their branches numerous and foreign to him. However, These bizarre, sprawling plants were sparse, scattered haphazardly here and there. His body swayed, although he felt a modicum of strength. His mind remained a void. Gazing blankly into the distance, Wu Tai's feet moved, and he began to wander aimlessly in search of direction. A piercing flash caught his eye in the distance. He stood transfixed upon seeing the glimmer, his mind devoid of thought as he trudged heavily towards it. Covered in dirt and bruises, his limbs felt numb from his fall. Trembling, he regarded a small hillock rising over 100 meters before him, gritting his teeth and climbing. As he ascended, he stumbled over a small mound and fell to the ground, causing a round object to roll out from within. "Cough, you kicked my head." Wu Tai lay on the ground, panting, as a stiff voice echoed nearby. "Cough, can you understand my words?" The voice was almost whispering in his ear, exclaiming, "You have quite a bit of determination, young one. If you had chosen to abandon your journey halfway, I would have left you to your fate. These past few days, I have poured my heart and soul into preserving your feeble life, far more than I would for a biological grandchild. Of course, I have no grandchildren, but that matters not. You are all my grandchildren." Breathing heavily, Wu Tai strained to lift his head and glance towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, his body convulsed, darkness engulfing him once more as he fainted, this time from sheer terror. Chapter 7. Old iron surrounded by an expanse of black mist, a warm crimson light cascaded from the virtual sun above, illuminating the youthful figure of Wu Tai. His innocent face glistened with perspiration as he joyfully observed the swing they had constructed between two stone pillars after 3 days of diligent effort. Wu Tong lifted Wu Tai and placed him on the swing. Wu Jin, smiling, pushed the swing, which soared high into the air. Wu Tai's laughter, a mix of fear and joy, echoed far and wide. Wu Tong gazed intently at the swing, turning his head with great effort. A hint of disdain on his lips. What a childish plaything. "I, Wu Tong. No, I, Wu Changming, am an adult. I shall not engage in such juvenile amusements." Wu Zhan appeared, carrying a large snake as thick as a bowl, stepping out from the black mist into the warm glow. He smiled at his harmonious 4 sons, patting the writhing snake on his shoulder. "Wait a moment, we'll have snake soup." Wu Jin, Wu Yin, Wu Tong. And Wu Tai erupted into laughter. Their joy abruptly halted as countless ghastly pale faces emerged from the surrounding mist, swollen, bloodied, and grotesque. The overlapping faces pressed towards Wu Tai, causing Wu Zhan, Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wu Tong to vanish. Wu Tai screamed in anguish, awakening in a fit of convulsions. "Father, brother," he cried hoarsely, an indescribable heartache engulfing him, shattering his fear into fragments. Tears blurred his vision as he stared vacantly at the object that had just terrified him into unconsciousness. A skull, pure white and almost blinding, lay beside him, its eyes glimmering with a faint, sinister light, staring directly at him. Above, the rocky dome was adorned with countless luminous gemstones emitting a brilliant glow. The surface of the white skull was impeccably smooth, freshly dislodged from the earth by Wu Tai's kick, free from any dust or dirt. Strangely, this pristine surface did not reflect the light. Instead, it seemed to absorb it, giving Wu Tai the illusion that the skull was indeed black after staring at it for too long. In this strange realm, utterly exhausted, Wu Tai was suddenly startled by the sight of the skull, fainting once more. In his dreams, he relived the agony of losing his father and brothers, yet, at this moment, he forgot his terror. Wu Tai wept, his sobs shaking his frail body. The white skull tilted on the ground, its crimson eyes roving as it scrutinized Wu Tai. Although invisible to the naked eye, a fine beam of light emanated from the skull's gaze, sweeping over Wu Tai repeatedly. "Is your father dead?" The skull suddenly spoke in a rigid, cold voice. "Yes." Wu Tai nodded through his tears. "Yes," he affirmed again. "Help me sit up straight." The skull demanded, its eyes suddenly brightening, the piercing light causing Wu Tai to turn his head away in discomfort. "Why are you crying?" It scoffed. "If I am not mistaken, you are a man, a man." Wu Tai opened his mouth in protest. "Men bleed, but not a single tear should fall." The skull stated coldly. "Once tears are shed, the bones soften." Wu Tai halted his weeping. Before him, the shadows of Wu Zhan and his 3 brothers seemed to materialize. He could almost hear Wu Zhan's voice echoing as he knocked Wu Jin into the ground during a sparring match. Wu Jin, curled in the dirt, groaned in pain while Wu Zhan towered over him, commanding, "Get up, Wu Jin. You are a man. Stand up, stand tall, no matter what. Remember, unless you are dead, even if your spine is broken, you must stand straight. No matter who your opponent is. Always stand tall, at all times and in all places." Wu Tai gritted his teeth, wiping his face to remove the traces of tears. Wu Jin, who had always stood tall, was now kneeling before their enemies for the sake of his useless younger brother. Struggling to rise, Wutai envisioned Wu Jin kneeling, and he straightened his back with newfound determination, fixing his gaze on the eerie white skull. Upon standing upright, Wutai realized that the skull he had kicked from the earth was 3 times the size of a normal human head. Its peculiar shape featured a pronounced bulge at the back, exuding an indescribable, uncanny beauty. Not crying anymore, the skull remarked with a snort. Help me sit up straight. Wutai swallowed hard, bending down cautiously to grasp the cold skull. It was surprisingly light, crafted entirely from metal. Huh. Wutai gasped, staring at the skull in astonishment. What a fuss. The skull continued, unimpressed. Closing his mouth, Wutai embraced the skull, his hand straining as he lifted it. The metallic skull, larger than a normal head, was unexpectedly light, allowing him to raise it effortlessly. Overexerting himself, Wutai leaned back, nearly straining his back, and stumbled on a slippery patch of moss, barely managing to regain his balance. "Ah," the skull chuckled stiffly, "I must commend your immense strength and agility." Wutai felt an inexplicable warmth rise to his cheeks as he carefully placed the skull upon a small mound, standing tall before it, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I will not cry." In this vast, foreign land, Wutai found an odd sense of kinship with the peculiar white skull. After all, he possessed the courage to confront a severed head. This skull was far more aesthetically pleasing than a bloodied corpse, and unlike a lifeless head, it could speak and even reprimand him. The boy and the uncanny white metallic skull stared at each other for a moment before the skull broke the silence, crying so heartbreakingly. "Did your whole family perish?" A pang of sorrow gripped Wutai's heart, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes again. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he recalled Wu Zhan's words. "No, I haven't lost everyone. Mother and little sister. I don't know where they are, but they must still be alive." "Well, your father and brothers are dead. Does that not amount to losing your whole family?" The skull probed mercilessly, piercing Wu Tai's heart with its words. Stiffening, Wu Tai felt utterly drained, his stomach hollow and his body growing weak from hunger. The weight of the skull's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within him. Overwhelmed by despair and exhaustion, Wu Tai's mind went blank, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Revenge. The skull's crimson eyes suddenly gleamed, its rigid, metallic voice slicing through the air like a sharp blade. "The vengeance for your father must be avenged. A man should be clear about his grievances. They have slain your father and brothers. You must ensure their entire family pays the price. The vengeance for my father's death remains unavenged. Child, you are not even worthy of death." A strange heat surged within me, a fervor that invigorated my weary body. "Revenge," I roared hoarsely. The word revenge was not foreign to me. I must seek vengeance. Yet, 2 streams of faint crimson tears trickled from the corners of my eyes as I glared at the white skeleton and shouted, "I cannot cultivate. How can I exact my revenge?" The skeletal figure's blood-red eyes flickered as it scrutinized me. After a lengthy pause, it spoke softly, "I can enable your cultivation." "You cannot cultivate?" All things can attain sanctity. It is merely a matter of speed and timing." "You cannot cultivate?" Surely, the one uttering such words must be a fool. In a sudden burst of realization, I extended my left hand to grasp the skeleton and then struck its face with a powerful punch. A muffled thud echoed as my right fist split open, blood trickling down the smooth surface of the skeleton, yet leaving no trace upon its visage. "Fool," the skeleton scoffed. "I am forged of metal, while you are but flesh. Why strike with your own fist? Could you not find a rock?" In that moment, enlightenment struck me. I bent down to pick up a stone the size of my fist, and without uttering a word, I struck the skeleton's head with all my might. The one who said I cannot cultivate was my father. I cried out in a frenzy while smashing the stone. "I spoke too freely," the skeleton remarked, its gaze glimmering. "However, one grows accustomed to it. I have long since become accustomed." After over 100 strikes, the smooth surface of the skeleton remained unblemished, while the stone crumbled to pieces. As I gnawed on serpent flesh, my bloodshot eyes glared at the skeleton like a beast. "You can help me cultivate? Listen to me, and I shall guide you in your cultivation," the skeleton promised, "and enable your revenge." "What year, what month?" I asked, bewildered as I gazed at the skeleton. "Calendar? Chronology? Something akin to that." The skeleton's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. "In the past, I remembered time, but it has been too long since I encountered a living soul. Child, do you comprehend the essence of despair?" I opened my mouth, fell silent for a moment, and nodded vigorously. Despair? Was it not witnessing my father disintegrate into ash amidst a tempest of flames? Despair? Was it not watching helplessly as my brother was slain before my very eyes? Despair? Was it not seeing my brother kneel before the enemy, pleading for his life? While I lacked the strength to resist, I understand. I managed to utter with great difficulty. My despair surpasses yours 1,000-fold. It is a kind of despair beyond your imagination. The skeleton suddenly sighed with a dry rasp. Yet, how splendid. I now feel an overwhelming surge of energy. Truly. Why'd I waste my breath speaking to you, little one? The skeleton's voice transformed into a powerful crescendo, resonating like two swords clashing together. Come now. Embrace me and heed my command. But I truly do not understand. What year, what calendar? My teacher never taught me. I approached the back of the skeleton's head, wrapping my arms around it. A few translucent tubes fell from its severed neck, swaying and striking against my wrists. Focus on that direction, the one illuminated with a hint of red. Yes, come now, take large strides. The skeleton's voice was imbued with strength. Little one, march. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Stand tall, hold your head high, keep your legs straight, and monitor your breathing rhythm. Follow the cadence I provide. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The skeleton was thrice the size of an ordinary human head, while I, a frail 11-year-old boy, resembled a small mouse clutching a large egg as I trudged onward. Though the skeleton was not heavy, my strength was minimal. The ground was slick with abundant moss and thick vines, causing me to stumble several times. Yet, within the skeleton's rhythmic counting lay an enigmatic strength, compelling me to grit my teeth, rise again, and continue in the indicated direction. Thankfully, due to the skeleton's unique composition, even after several falls, it remained impeccably clean, untouched by dirt. Wu Tai. I gasped. What about you? Wu Tai. A commendable name. A man should be as steadfast as iron. The skeleton replied. However, Wu Tai Ping. No peace. Who coined such a name? It is ominous. My face fell at the remark. The skeleton chuckled lightly. Ha. My tongue can be rather audacious. You will grow accustomed to it. Bloodlight flickered in its eyes as countless ethereal threads, invisible to the naked eye, spread in all directions, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Wu Tai, from now on, I shall call you Xiao Tai to foster intimacy. As for my name, you may call me Lao Tai. Lao Tai? I found the name somewhat dismissive. Of course, Lao Tai. Do you not see that I am covered in iron fragments? A fitting title. The skeleton chuckled again. Persevere. 1, 2, 1, 2. We shall walk another 2,000 meters before resting. Simultaneously, let us begin your cultivation. Chapter 8. The Foundation Establishment Technique. The phrase begin cultivation resonated like an incantation. Wu Tai, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, raised his head and strode forward, reaching the location described by Old Iron in a mere quarter of an hour. He stumbled and fell numerous times along the way, becoming encrusted in mud and moss, adorned with a multitude of spider webs, appearing as filthy as a mud-soaked creature. Wu Tai placed Old Iron atop a small mound, propping his hands on his knees, panting as he gazed at him. Did you drink some energy drink? Why are you running so fast? Old Iron chuckled. I don't know who said you can't cultivate. You're not missing any limbs. Even if you were, what would prevent you from practicing? My father taught me the breaking heaven fist, but Wu Tai gasped, stuttering. I can't even complete a full set of movements. My body is too weak. Old Iron's eyes glinted with a crimson light, as countless invisible threads swiftly scanned Wu Tai's form. Show me, he said tersely. Wu Tai studied Old Iron, gritted his teeth, drew a deep breath, and straightened his posture. He spread his legs, one fist forward and the other back, assuming a dignified stance of the Wu family's foundational secret fist, breaking heaven fist. Hey, he shouted, executing the first punch with precision. The moment he did, his muscles twitched violently, eliciting a cold grunt from Old Iron. With the second punch, his veins bulged alarmingly beneath his skin, prompting 2 more cold grunts from Old Iron. Upon the third punch, Old Iron's eyes flared crimson, and he exclaimed, That's enough. I understand now. This breaking heaven fist demands extraordinary physical conditioning. Each execution is akin to self-harm. Chuckling dryly, Old Iron remarked, Who was the fool that created this fist? However, his eyes dimmed as he fell into contemplation, murmuring, Perhaps, this is the correct choice. Yet, whether it is right or wrong has nothing to do with me. Strategic analysis has never been my forte. Suddenly, a bright crimson light erupted from Old Iron's eyes, producing a vast curtain of light beside Wu Tai. Within this luminescent veil emerged a figure clad in a completely sealed, white, form-fitting armor that shimmered like crystal. A melodious feminine voice resonated, Foundation Establishment Technique, First Form, Begin. The figure moved with exquisite slowness, gently spreading its legs and extending its arms, adopting a subtle posture. Wu Tai stared in astonishment at the light curtain and the figure within. He was further startled by the enchanting female voice, which distinctly was not Old Iron's. "What is this?" Wu Tai exclaimed. "Stop daydreaming. Follow along," Old Iron grumbled impatiently. "This is painstakingly crafted. Hurry up. I'm struggling here." "Struggling?" Wu Tai glanced at Old Iron's pale, skeletal visage and stuck out his tongue. "The name Foundation Establishment Technique ISNT very impressive." Old Iron's eyes radiated crimson light. "I could very well name this technique Heavenly Extermination and Celestial Slaughter, the Great Demonic Fist, or Primordial Shattering of the Chaos. Does that sound interesting to you? Let me teach you a lesson. Names are inconsequential. What matters is the essence. The second lesson, do not doubt me. If you do, punishment awaits." With a sharp crack, one of Old Iron's prominent teeth glimmered with a blue light, and a thin arc of electricity struck Wu Tai's thigh. His entire body jolted as if pierced by countless needles, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. "Foundation Establishment Technique, First Form, begin." Old Iron barked. Wu Tai glanced at the figure in the light curtain, unsteadily rose to his feet, and mimicked the same movements. Unlike the agonizing strain he experienced while executing the Breaking Heaven Fist, there was a serene flow to this practice that felt liberating. As he performed the first form of the Foundation Establishment Technique, he heard the subtle cracking of his tendons and felt the refreshing release in his muscles and joints. Maintaining the peculiar stance for a minute, the figure shifted its upper body smoothly while its lower half remained stationary, arms extending slightly like the wings of a bird. Foundation Establishment Technique, Second Form, begin. Wu Tai immediately followed the figure's lead. Noticing the soft sounds emanating from his shoulder tendons and feeling a pleasant warmth spreading through his back. Foundation Establishment Technique, Third Form, begin. With each sequential form, the movements were gentle and fluid, accompanied by the mysterious voice that possessed an enchanting allure. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Tai's motions became increasingly natural and harmonious, synchronizing his breath with an effortless rhythm. With each inhalation and exhalation, he seemed to draw in some wondrous essence from the air while expelling the superfluous waste from his body. Sweaty beads formed and trickled down, carrying with them a faint, pungent odor. By the 18th form, he was drenched in sweat, his skin flushed, and wisps of vapor rose from his head. His vision blurred, and fatigue overcame him, leading him to collapse onto the ground, drifting into slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Wu Tai awoke to find a blind rat, about a foot long, sprawled beside him. This creature, nearly blind, feasted on cave mushrooms and moss, appearing quite plump. After devouring it, Wu Tai felt an invigorating surge of strength, feeling more revitalized than ever. "Embrace me and proceed in the right direction," Old Iron shouted. "Listen carefully, maintain your breathing rhythm. 1 to 1, 1 to 1. March in step." Wu Tai lifted Old Iron and marched boldly in the designated direction. However, after only a few steps, he slipped and fell, flinging Old Iron several paces away. Silently, he scrambled to his feet, retrieved Old Iron, and resumed his determined march. Advance, advance, advance. In this extraordinary realm, a circular depression stretched for thousands of miles, surrounded by vast expanses of sandy gravel. The basin resembled a sea bowl, and under Old Iron's guidance, Wu Tai pressed toward its center. As he approached, the crimson light grew brighter, and the atmosphere warmed. The moss thickened beneath his feet, and clusters of large mushrooms began to appear. Among the diverse flora, unfamiliar plants proliferated, densely forming in various locales. "These are ferns," Wu Tai noted as he continued to carry Old Iron while practicing the Foundation Establishment Technique during breaks. Whenever he encountered an unfamiliar species, Old Iron would impart knowledge about the names and properties of these plants. These ferns were all mutated varieties, thriving on the minimal warmth and light from the lava. Old Iron's eyes glowed red as he scanned one fern. "This is an edible variety. Memorize its appearance and characteristics. It may one day save your life." Which ferns are edible? Which ones are highly toxic? Which can induce paralysis? And which are capable of self-detonation? Which mushrooms are delectable? Which ones are lethal? Which harbor venomous snakes and spiders beneath them? And which are favored by insects? Which snakes possess the most potent venom? Which ones are the swiftest? Which can constrict with the greatest force? And which can spray venom to injure? The old man is a veritable treasure trove of knowledge, and with each passing moment, the young apprentice absorbs a wealth of information from him. You possess wisdom that surpasses even that of the ancient sages. On this particular day, the young apprentice finally mastered the 18th form of the foundational techniques. Upon completing the series, he did not succumb to sleep, but instead seamlessly transitioned into the 27th form. only to find himself feeling a surge of heat and weakness, collapsing onto the ground. Despite his exhaustion, his spirit remained vibrant, and he did not rest. He gazed at the old man with genuine admiration. "Of course, my dear boy, I am." The old man's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief, his tone becoming somber. "A professional." "What kind of professional?" the young apprentice inquired with curiosity. In recent days, accompanied by the old man as they traversed this vast and wondrous realm, he had gleaned an abundance of novel insights, and the shadows of vengeance that once loomed over him had begun to disperse. The hatred for his family's adversaries was buried deep within, branded with the words revenge in crimson letters. Yet his demeanor gradually returned to that of a typical youth, a professional in saving lives. The old man's tone took on a peculiar quality. "I am the 9th-generation medical guardian of the legendary physician BNK." The young apprentice stared blankly at him, unable to comprehend. "BNK, you do not know him?" The old man's eyes flickered with intensity. The young apprentice shook his head. "You must have heard of the legendary status of the ancient divine soldiers," the old man scoffed lightly. "I have not," the young apprentice replied honestly, shaking his head once more. "I appreciate an honest child. Now rise up." Foundational technique. First form. Commence. A spark of electricity flashed from the old man's teeth, sending a jolt to the young apprentice's abdomen, causing him to yelp and leap up. "No, not the first form of the foundational technique, but rather, run, young one. With fervor and enthusiasm, run. Let me witness the fruits of your training over the past few days." He urged the young apprentice to circle around him, encouraging joyful exuberance. A thin veil of electric energy enveloped the old man, and fine strands of electricity struck the apprentice's body. The young apprentice cried out in pain, stumbling as he dashed around the old man's mound. The electric currents continually assaulted his form, causing his muscles and internal organs to spasm and tremble. The energy emitted by the old man infused the young apprentice's physical abilities with a peculiar vitality, albeit at an agonizingly gradual pace. Bit by bit, he felt invigorated, breathing heavily with a trace of a metallic tang in the air. After nearly an hour of relentless running, he was astonished to discover his capacity for sustained exertion. Ultimately, he collapsed in utter exhaustion. Suddenly, a venomous snake, as thick as a bowl, lunged from a thicket of ferns, baring its fangs at the young apprentice. "Quickly, replenish your strength, then onward." The old man chuckled stiffly. "You possess great potential, young one. It appears we may reach our destination ahead of schedule. Eat well, and then we shall continue." Forward they pressed, practicing foundational techniques, running, yelping from electric shocks, feasting, and advancing. "Here we are, right beneath us." After several days, the old man suddenly shouted for the apprentice to set him down. The young apprentice's attire was now in tatters, with only a few large fern leaves modestly draping his form. In a mere span of days, his once frail physique had grown more robust, with a hint of muscle now visible upon his chest, arms, and legs. There is nothing." Setting down the old man, the apprentice surveyed his surroundings. They were near the center of the basin, still 100 miles from the exact midpoint. The ground was rich with soil, blanketed in thick moss, surrounded by immense clusters of mushrooms and dense thickets of ferns. In the shadows of the mushrooms and ferns, countless glimmering green eyes occasionally flickered into view: spiders, snakes, lizards, and other unique subterranean creatures. "Old man, there is nothing here." The young apprentice instinctively inched closer. "Indeed, there is much, but it is beyond your sight." The old man chuckled. "Young one, it is time to begin your labor, right at your feet, specifically, 1.5 meters in front of your right toes. Dig deep, and toil away. I can guide you in your cultivation. You have already begun the foundational techniques. However, there is a significant issue with the foundational techniques." The old man chuckled dryly. "What issue?" The young apprentice pressed eagerly. He sought vengeance, determined to locate the foes who had attacked his family. He needed strength, and mastery of the foundational techniques was his sole hope. There could be no flaws. The foundational techniques are too mild. Mildness implies inefficiency, leading to slow progress. You are 11. It may take you 20 years to complete this foundation, which is far too slow. There is something beneath that can accelerate your training." The old man's eyes glinted with fervor as he marked a 2-meter diameter circle at the indicated spot. In silence, the young apprentice leaped forward, digging fervently into the earth with his hands, casting aside clumps of dirt and stone with relentless vigor. The old man observed in silence, watching as the young apprentice unearthed dirt and rock, tossing them far away. Chapter 9. The Ancient Armory. Dig. The soil beneath was exceedingly soft, making it quite effortless for Wu Tai to excavate. However, after delving 2 feet deep, The gravel content in the earth increased rapidly, and the ground became increasingly solid. Wu Tai's fingers were soon scraped raw, his nails reduced to mere remnants, as blood dripped steadily onto the ground. With trembling arms and cramping fingers, Wu Tai gazed at the crimson stains on the earth with a grim expression. In a 2-meter diameter circle, he had only managed to dig 2 feet deep in a 2-foot square area, and the agonizing pain in his fingers rendered further excavation impossible. A derisive snort pierced the air, followed by a bolt of electricity the size of a soybean, striking Wu Tai fiercely. He screamed in agony, convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. His long hair stood on end, with tiny sparks of electricity dancing between the strands. The distinction between sentient beings and animals lies in the ability to wield tools. Lao Tai, delivering another jolt, remarked with deliberate slowness, "That tooth hanging from your chest. Do you not find it sturdier than your fingers?" Wu Tai's face stiffened in realization, and he fought through the pain to raise his head and inquire of Lao Tai. "Why did you not warn me sooner?" Lao Tai replied with a cold smirk, "I wish to see how foolish you could be." Predictably, you have proven to be the most foolish of all. With a mocking chuckle, he added, "Forgive me, I am simply a candid man. I relish speaking the unvarnished truth." Wu Tai gritted his teeth in silence, rising to his feet. He removed the necklace bearing Chiyo's tooth, wrapping the beast's sinew chain around his wrist, and forcefully drove Chiyo's tooth into the ground. As he exerted force, a faint current seemed to surge from within the tooth, sending a tingling sensation through his palm, reminiscent of the shock from Lao Tai. This tingling coursed through his weary body, revitalizing him. With a resounding thud, Chiyo's tooth struck the ground, shattering a considerable amount of earth and rock. Wu Tai casually flicked the tooth, and a hole the size of a wash basin emerged in the ground. Stunned, he gazed at Chiyo's tooth, then chuckled, gripping it tighter and working even harder. Lao Tai observed Wu Tai intently. Upon witnessing Wu Tai's smile, Lao Tai's eyes darted around rapidly, and he muttered under his breath in an almost inaudible tone, "If you can still smile, it seems you have not yet succumbed to madness, nor become a bloodthirsty tyrant blinded by hatred. Yet, what if you do transform into a tyrant?" Lao Tai chuckled cryptically. A flash of red light darted by, and from a cluster of mushrooms 100 meters away, dozens of thumb-sized, venomous spiders swiftly approached Wu Tai, only to dissipate into wisps of black smoke. "Little Tai, pick up the pace." Lao Tai's voice grew slightly feeble. "I have poured my heart and soul into this journey. If you do not hasten, I may lack the strength to accompany you further." Wu Tai's body stiffened as he clenched his teeth, driving Chiyo's tooth into the ground with increasing fervor, mud and dust flying in every direction. The thin muscles across his body began to ripple, soon drenched in sweat, the accumulating soil forming a thick layer of mud upon him. Chiyo's tooth was fearsome, able to reduce any stone to powder with a mere tap, greatly facilitating Wu Tai's efforts. He toiled diligently, a 2-meter diameter pit gradually deepening. When fatigue rendered him immobile, he would pause, rest his eyes, consume some sustenance, and engage in foundational exercises to regain his energy before resuming his labor. Day after day, after 10 days, Wu Tai had excavated a pit over 5 meters deep. Fortunately, the soil here was stable, and the walls of the pit showed no signs of collapse. On this particular day, as Wu Tai swung Chiyo's tooth and shattered a stone the size of a human head, it suddenly struck something hard. A crisp sound echoed, sparks flying as Chiyo's tooth, which had effortlessly split stone for days, failed to break through this hard surface, sending a shock of pain through Wu Tai's palm. "Have you struck something?" Lao Tai's voice called from above the pit. Wu Tai scraped the soil from the ground, revealing a pallid metallic surface beneath. The stark white metal bore a resemblance to Lao Tai's material. "Have we found it?" Wu Tai caressed the cold metal plate, which, like Lao Tai, had been buried beneath layers of earth for an indeterminate time. His hand glided over it, and the dirt failed to cling, leaving the metal spotlessly clean. "Take me down there. You cannot open this door," Lao Tai urged impatiently. "A door?" Wu Tai scrutinized the metallic surface beneath him, noting it did not appear to possess a door. Climbing up the small notches he had carved into the walls, Wu Tai hoisted Lao Tai, pondering briefly before unceremoniously dropping him into the pit. "Little Tai, you rascal." Lao Tai landed with a thud on the metal plate, face down, and bellowed in irritation. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked dryly, "I possess a true talent for teaching. Such a foolish child, and yet in just a few days, you have become so much smarter, you rascal." Suddenly, twin beams of red light erupted from Lao Tai's eyes, striking the white metal plate. The unyielding metal, impervious even to Chiyo's tooth, began to shimmer and undulate like water. Wu Tai felt the ground drop from beneath him, and with a startled cry, He and Lao Tai plunged through the metallic surface. Remarkably, as they fell, not a single grain of sand managed to pass through the metal. As they plummeted into darkness, Wu Tai's fear reached its zenith, instinctively eliciting a piercing scream. Time became indistinguishable as they fell until suddenly, their descent halted abruptly. Though he felt no solid ground beneath him, Wu Tai's body was suspended in midair. Light. In the darkness, Lao Tai's voice emerged. A gentle sound enveloped them, and cold white light illuminated their surroundings. Wu Tai's eyes widened in astonishment. They found themselves in an expansive square chamber, at least 10 times the size of the Wu family stone fortress. The floor gleamed like a mirror, constructed of the same pallid metallic material. Wu Tai hovered a few inches above the ground, and as he struggled slightly, the force supporting him vanished, allowing him to land effortlessly. With a thud, Lao Tai landed beside him. Wu Tai looked up. The ceiling loomed nearly 100 meters above, seamlessly integrated with the floor, devoid of any seams, leaving him bewildered about how they had descended. The ground, ceiling, and surrounding walls were all made of the same stark white metal. The white light emanated from the floor, ceiling, and walls, revealing that this seemingly impenetrable material was, astonishingly, translucent. "Lift me up, and let us proceed," Lao Tai's voice, now tinged with urgency, broke through. "Little Tai, you rascal, your fortune awaits." Fortune? Wu Tai extended his hand to lift Lao Tai, but upon hearing his words, his movements froze. "What do you mean by my fortune?" Lao Tai's eyes gleamed with intent. "I say, there exists something here that could significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency. Whether it remains, and in what quantity, depends on your luck." "You." Wu Tai nearly lost his breath, clenching his fists and shaking them at Lao Tai, contemplating before grasping Chiyo's tooth tightly and brandishing it threateningly at Lao Tai. You've learned well, wielding tools now. Congratulations on taking a minuscule step forward in your evolution, transforming from a primitive savage into a sapient being." The old man spoke dryly first. "Lift me up and let's move forward. Do not squander time." Wu Tai, felt a wave of frustration. I was utterly at a loss with the old man. Adjusting the Chiyu tooth, I lifted the old man and proceeded toward the wall he had indicated. "You have deceived me," I murmured. "Therefore, remember this lesson. Do not readily trust the words of others," he replied matter-of-factly. "If that thing is gone, have you not toiled in vain these past few days? Is that not so?" I gritted my teeth in annoyance as I carried the old man to the smooth wall. "What is this place?" Despite my irritation, curiosity overwhelmed me, prompting me to ask the old man. "I am the 9th generation of the ancient divine physician, Bien Quebec, an ancient divine being. Have you not heard of it?" His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as they fell upon the flawless, unbroken wall. "I am an ancient divine being. This is my lair, naturally the camp of the ancient divine beings." Blue electric currents surged like flowing water from the pallid wall. The electricity radiated outward, and the stark metallic wall began to writhe, silently revealing a portal measuring 20 meters in width and 50 meters in height. Behind it lay a polished passageway, equally crafted from the same pallid metal, with walls devoid of any seams, cold white light emanating from behind the metallic surface. "Enter," commanded the old man. I cautiously stepped into the passageway. Curiosity piqued as I peered ahead. The passage extended downward at a 30-degree angle, impeccably clean without a speck of dust. As I walked, an unsettling chill crept up my spine, as if countless unseen eyes were watching me from all directions. "I do not feel well," I muttered, shivering. "It seems as though many are observing me." Countless imperceptible, fine beams of light densely filled the walls, floor, and ceiling of the passage, rapidly scanning over my body. The old man's eyes also emitted numerous invisible rays, flickering and intertwining with the beams emanating from the walls. Hearing my murmurs, the old man remarked solemnly, "Your perceptive abilities are not weak, are they? Just a few days ago, you lacked such keen awareness. It seems the foundational training has yielded positive results." "Are there truly eyes upon me?" I asked instinctively. "Not human. It is this ancient divine camp that observes you," the old man chuckled softly. "Since its establishment, you are the first flesh and blood to enter here. It is only natural for it to be curious about you." A slender beam of light swept across one of the old man's eyes. "The second?" The old man's figure suddenly tensed. "Who was the first?" Another fine beam of light crossed our path. The old man's voice turned urgent. "Heed my command, Wu Tai, run." The ground is slippery. Set me down and kick me along. Prepare, 1, 2, 1, run." I eagerly complied with his command, dropping him to the ground and then giving him a swift kick. Thud, thud, thud. The old man rolled and bounded down the sloping passage, while I sprinted closely behind. After nearly a month of foundational training, My physical condition had improved significantly, and with the old man's deliberate coaching and the electric stimulation, I ran like a nimble rock mouse, keeping pace with him. Whenever the old man seemed about to slow down, I would give him a firm kick. Thud, 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 clang, clang. We raced through the passage until we reached its end, which opened into a spacious chamber, much larger than the room at the entrance of the passage. We had sprinted for an entire hour, and I was drenched in sweat, my legs trembling. The old man eagerly called out, and I carried him to the left wall. As before, blue electric sparks flickered, and a massive portal silently appeared on the wall. Beyond this door lay an extraordinarily vast hall, square in shape, with stark white metallic walls. Suspended in the air were transparent crystal spheres, each measuring several meters in diameter, some containing a white liquid. Only one sphere held a vivid red, within which loomed the figure of a colossal man. Indeed, you are the second. The old man's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on the figure within the crystal ball. Drawn by an inexplicable atmosphere, I approached the sphere, carefully holding the old man. The liquid within the sphere, originally white, had been tainted red by an excess of blood. The semi-transparent crimson fluid revealed the imposing figure within. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, perfectly proportioned, and possessing a handsome, formidable visage that exuded an aura of divine authority. Clad in an exquisitely ornate suit of white armor, the craftsmanship and intricate designs reached the pinnacle of artistry, a sight I had never encountered before. Regrettably, this magnificent armor bore a gaping hole the size of a basin at its chest, which had pierced through the torso of the mighty man. I gazed at him in awe, certain he was deceased, yet he still radiated a terrifying presence, one that made it nearly impossible for me to look directly at him. Who is he? Why does he have 3 eyes? I inquired, filled with reverence. A vertical eye, larger than a normal one, was situated on his brow, its round pupil shimmering with a golden hue, embodying authority and sanctity, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Little manifestation, true monarch. Yang Jin, the old man replied slowly. An unscrupulous fellow, cheating me out of my wages is one thing, but altering his name to Yang Jin? Does he truly believe that with a 3rd eye, he becomes the legendary Erling Shin? Bah! Ha, he is dead. I feel no sorrow whatsoever. The old man erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, I am truly elated. Chapter 10, Foundation Establishment. Elixir. Wutia leaned against the wall, seated at its base, while Lao Tai erupted into hearty laughter beside him. Unlike before, when he merely made sounds without opening his mouth, this time, Lao Tai's lips parted widely, his 2 rows of large teeth clacking together as he laughed boisterously. Ha ha ha, Grandpa is truly delighted. This shameless fellow has met his demise before me. So profound in cultivation, is that impressive? So strong in prowess, is that noteworthy? Holding a high position, is that commendable? Ha ha ha, he is dead. Wu Tia turned his head to look at Lao Tai, observing his frenetic laughter. After a long pause, Wu Tia gently remarked, in truth, you are saddened, aren't you? The laughter abruptly ceased, and with a sharp clack, Lao Tai firmly closed his mouth. A flicker of electric light danced across one of his large teeth as he coldly replied, Little one, do not speak nonsense. I have no heart. How could I be sad? Wu Tia patted Lao Tai's head. But you are saddened, aren't you? With stubbornness, Lao Tai retorted, Grandpa is very happy. Wu Tia swiftly jabbed back. If you have no heart, how could you be happy? Thus, you are indeed still saddened, right? A flicker of crimson light flashed in Lao Tai's eyes. And then all 32 of his gleaming white teeth simultaneously emitted a fine spark of electricity, zapping Wu Tia's thigh. Wu Tia let out a cry of anguish, convulsing on the ground, his long hair standing on end as countless tiny sparks danced among his strands, producing a sharp crackling sound. Do you still wish to seek revenge? Lao Tai inquired coldly. Yes. Wu Tia gritted his teeth, enduring the pain brought on by his muscle spasms as he stood tall. Then you must heed my words, Lao Tai pronounced, enunciating each word deliberately. Even if I say that dog excrement is fragrant, you must believe it surpasses the aroma of red dates, goji berries, and stewed old hen. What is dog? Wu Tia asked, bewildered. Red dates? Goji berries? Old hen? Lao Tai fell silent for a moment, and once more, electric sparks erupted from his 32 pristine teeth, effortlessly knocking Wu Tia to the ground. Humph. How could I, without heart and soul, possibly be sad? It's simply ISNT within my capabilities. Wu Tia writhed on the ground, and Lao Tai muttered to himself, emotions are truly a bane. Wu Tia trembled as he rose to his feet, this time remaining silent. Lift me up and take me to that door across the way, Lao Tai commanded coldly, Your luck shall determine your fate. Wu Tia's body stiffened momentarily before he complied, cradling Lao Tai and moving towards the wall ahead. If the treasures he spoke of, capable of enhancing his cultivation efficiency, were indeed there, Wu Tia would soon possess the power to exact his revenge. If not, 20 years to complete foundation establishment? A shiver ran down Wu Tia's spine. Would his enemies not perish of old age first? How could he possibly wait that long? The entrance opened, revealing a stark white metallic hall. The space was vast and empty, save for a few peculiar objects shimmering with a crystal-like glow. Moreover, the hall was even larger than the previous room, with not a speck of dust upon the floor. Oh, Lao Tai murmured, "Little one, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Wu Tia's heart thudded heavily, and he cleared his throat to ask, "What is the bad news?" "There are no foundation establishment elixirs here," Lao Tai stated bluntly. "This is likely the last batch of emergency reserves for the ancient divine armory. Thus, as you can see, it is empty. Many essential resources have not been allocated here." With a contemptuous snort, Lao Tai cursed, "Even the ancient divine armory itself is incomplete. It doesn't even know what it has in its own storeroom. I'm at a loss as to its purpose." No foundation establishment elixir? Wu Tia etched the term into his memory, recognizing it as the key to accelerating his cultivation and swiftly enhancing his prowess. Then what about me? Wu Tia's body swayed slightly. "The good news is, which fellow brought a set of alchemical apparatus here?" Lao Tai gestured for Wu Tia to carry him to a peculiar machine encased in a thick layer of translucent white crystal, measuring several meters in height, width, and dozens of meters in length. "With sufficient materials, it can refine foundation establishment elixirs," Lao Tai explained. "As for the formula, I possess it. After all, I am a 9th-generation medical-type ancient divine weapon of BNK. I have a foundational knowledge of such matters." In an unusually peculiar tone, Lao Tai continued, "All the materials can be found outside. I have already discovered many along the way. However, the most crucial ingredient." Before Wu Tia could feel joy, Lao Tai's however sent his heart soaring into uncertainty. "I can assist you in gathering all the materials needed for one foundation establishment elixir. After that, you must rely on yourself." "Rely on myself?" Wu Tia's body convulsed slightly. He did not yet grasp what lay ahead, instead curiously inquired, "What is the most crucial ingredient?" "Blood and flesh." Lao Tai enunciated each word carefully. "The blood and flesh of those venomous snakes, lizards, spiders, snails, burrowing mice, bats, and insects outside. Approximately 1,000 pounds of blood and flesh can yield one foundation establishment elixir." "Blood and flesh?" Wu Tia shuddered involuntarily. The thought of exchanging 1,000 pounds of blood and flesh for a single foundation establishment elixir rendered the machine before him ominously terrifying. "What do you think?" Lao Tai retorted. "Do you believe foundation establishment is merely a trivial matter? Foundation establishment is about forging a perfect body, laying the most impeccable foundation for future cultivation. What does a perfect body require? Nutrition and energy. The foundation establishment elixir is meant to provide you with the purest nourishment and the most vibrant energy, stimulating your body to absorb these nutrients and energy perfectly, transforming your physique into the most ideal state through the foundation establishment method." Lao Tai spoke rapidly thus. "Blood and flesh equate to the foundation establishment elixir. Is there a problem with that?" Wu Tia shook his head. He understood Lao Tai's words, for the great teacher had told him that his father and brother never wasted a morsel of food. Their formidable physiques and extraordinary strength relied on consuming vast quantities of food to provide sufficient energy. "Blood and flesh equate to the foundation establishment elixir. I comprehend now." Wu Tia firmly committed this to memory. 1,000 pounds of blood and flesh, combined with other materials, were essential to refining a foundation establishment elixir. 2 hours later, Wu Tia struggled to emerge from the deep pit while cradling Lao Tai. Rays of red light flickered among the mushroom thickets and fern growths, as Lao Tai unleashed a barrage of devastating crimson light, effortlessly slaying numerous creatures. 3 different colored mosses, 7 distinctly toxic mushrooms, 2 ferns rumored to yield severe consequences upon consumption, several drops of venom extracted from the fangs of a black-ringed snake, a venomous spider's silk sac, and the anesthetic saliva of 2 gray mist spiders were gathered. Wu Tia cast all these peculiar materials, along with 1,000 pounds of prey, into the alchemical apparatus. A layer of white light enveloped the entire machine, and in less than the blink of an eye, accompanied by a faint ding, a small portal slid open on one side of the apparatus. A tray slowly extended, revealing a translucent crystal cup filled halfway with a thick, verdant liquid, exuding a pungent aroma. This is the foundation establishment elixir. Wu Tia's gaze burned with fervor as he beheld it. It symbolized the hope of rapid cultivation, the promise of swift power growth, and the strength Wu Tia needed to seek vengeance upon his foes. Father, brother. Wu Tia clenched his fists, his body trembling violently. As Lao Tai lay on the ground, witnessing Wu Tai's peculiar state, he managed a dry chuckle, although I am aware that my words can be rather irreverent. I cannot help but mention, dear lad, that these prey were consumed without any prior cleansing. The fur, the entrails, and other unsavory remnants. Gulping it down indeed requires a measure of courage. Wu Tai cast a glance at Lao Tai, then lifted a crystal cup to his lips. Swallowing the foundational elixir in a single gulp, the potion was viscous and slick, with an overwhelmingly potent aroma. Upon entering his mouth, a portion of the elixir was rapidly absorbed by the mucous membranes. Even in the throat, a significant fraction was swiftly assimilated. The half-cup's worth, approximately a tael, was entirely absorbed into his abdomen in the mere span of a breath. A vigorous warmth surged from his mouth, throat, and abdomen, radiating throughout his body. His skin flushed a vibrant red, and Wu Tai distinctly felt his strength amplifying, his breath becoming fervently heated. Establishing a solid foundation for the body, what does it mean to possess such perfection? It encompasses strength, vitality, agility, and spirit, essentially, overwhelming power, robust life force, swift speed, and abundant energy. Blood coagulates, vital energy transforms into a protective aura, and this aura permeates the body. Lao Tai chuckled softly. I recall you mentioning your family's classification of cultivation levels. Truly a bunch of unremarkable progeny. This hierarchy is no different from the one in my day, is it? As he laughed, a flicker of crimson light danced in his eyes, and a vast luminous curtain surged forth, revealing a figure clad in tight-fitting white armor. Foundation establishment technique. First form, commence. A melodious and gentle female voice resonated, and the white figure sprang into motion. With each breath, the warmth generated by the elixir flowed gently into every corner of Wu Tai's being, akin to a spring breeze nourishing the earth, silently revitalizing all it touched. The process was meticulous and gradual, leaving no nook untouched. The human body comprises 206 bones, 639 muscles, and nearly 60 billion muscle fibers, with the interconnected nerves extending to almost 4 million miles. Wu Tai's ancestral breaking the heavens fist was powerful, swift, and accelerated in training, yet it could only condition a select few bones and a couple hundred muscles. The foundation establishment technique, theoretically the most exquisite method for establishing a foundation, unfortunately yielded results far too slowly. What a pity it was. Lao Tai observed Wu Tai, drenched in sweat, his skin ablaze with heat, and murmured softly, Yet, we are not short on time, are we, dear one? If perfection in foundation can be achieved, why not take a gamble? Lao Tai chuckled. I had nearly succumbed to despair, lying in that earthen mound. Years without a soul in sight. I thought I had lost all hope, yet here you are, unexpectedly brought forth. I have never believed in gods or fate, yet my conviction wavers now. You have drawn me from the abyss of despair, having endured such hopelessness. Why not take a chance? Though merely theoretical, I choose to believe. As long as a perfect foundation can be established, you must achieve that perfection. I still wish to strive for it. Within Wu Tai's body, a subtle vibration of tendons and bones began to resonate. His physique commenced a delicate self-adjustment, gradually aligning towards an ideal form, a perfect physique. This would be an exceedingly long and arduous journey. The foundational elixir continued to exert its effects. Sweat cascaded down, and glimmers of blue electricity flickered across the white metallic floor. Each droplet evaporated instantly, leaving the ground impeccably clean, unblemished. Wu Tai inhaled deeply. The exhaled breath tinged with a grayish hue, carrying a sharp, metallic scent. The foundation establishment technique advanced to its 108th form. This pose, graceful as a bow, had him lying on his side, supported only by his left elbow and the heel of his left foot. Wu Tai maintained this posture, his spine undulating gently like a nimble serpent. He drifted into slumber while holding this position. The 108th form represented his current limits. The foundational elixir had evenly permeated his entire being, nourishing every minute component within him. The essence extracted from 1,000 gene of flesh and other materials was swiftly integrating into Wu Tai's slight frame of less than 60 gene. With a soft crack, a subtle sound resonated as Wu Tai's body elongated. Beneath the skin, muscles twitched imperceptibly as the invigorating nutrients stimulated their growth. The peculiar stance of the foundation establishment technique ensured that these muscles maintained their optimal form. Lao Tai's crimson gaze reined in, patiently awaiting the outcome. I possess great patience. Chapter 11. Fight. Young man Wu Tai lay quietly like an arched bridge, his breaths long and deep, sweat continuously dripping from his body. Lao Tai's eyes flickered with a crimson light as he fixed his gaze on Wu Tai for a moment. A beam of red light shot from his left eye, rapidly flashing against the opposite wall. On that wall, a ghostly blue electric glow writhed silently like ripples on water, and after a while, a pale skull face began to surface from the metallic wall beneath the electric light. Gradually, a skull, approximately 3 meters in diameter and resembling Lao Tai almost perfectly, flew out from the wall, silently hovering before him. Both Lao Tai and the enormous skull shared a flickering crimson light in their eyes, exchanging an inexplicable torrent of information within an incredibly brief time frame. So many years have passed, Lao Tai murmured softly. Just then, a small portal silently opened on the wall where the white skull had emerged, accompanied by faint ding-ding sounds, from which 4 white metallic spiders, about a foot in size, swiftly darted out. The 4 spiders approached Lao Tai, extending 2 of their front legs to lift him. Amidst the ding-ding sounds, the colossal white skull led the way, and the 4 metallic spiders carried Lao Tai toward the portal. Traveling down a straight corridor for about 100 meters, they arrived at an extremely vast, square metallic hall. The empty hall was neatly stacked with several piles of materials that gleamed with a faint metallic luster. The hall spanned several miles, while the materials within were merely a few square meters in size, rendering the small piles pitifully lonely in the expansive space. Is this all there is? A flash of crimson light crossed Lao Tai's eyes. The white skull emitted a low rumble. Lao Tai scoffed. Fine, let me think. With so little. It's truly, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. The white skull slightly tilted its body, its 2 enormous eyes fixed on Lao Tai, the crimson light within them flashing rapidly. Lao Tai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, of course. I am a man, a genuine man. This is a metaphor, do you understand? No need to waste words with a fool like you. You're making me feel dull. Lend a hand, fetch 2 pieces of low-grade elemental gold quickly, before that kid awakens. Breathing deeply, each inhalation and exhalation was extraordinarily prolonged. The muscles beneath his skin twitched gently like ripples in a stream, as the foundational elixir continued to exert its effects in every minuscule corner of his body. After an unknown duration of slumber, Wu Tai slowly opened his eyes. Lao Tai stood beside him, his eyes shimmering with crimson light, and within the vast light screen, a figure clad in white tight-fitting armor mirrored Wu Tai's movements. A gentle and sweet female voice softly resonated. Foundation establishment technique. Gather energy. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Slowly rise. As the figure moved, Wu Tai gradually followed suit, naturally standing upright, his posture straightened. He felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Since he could remember, Wu Tai's body had always been frail, exceedingly weak, let alone matching the strength of Wu Jane. Wu Yin, or Wu Tong, who could carry heavy stone locks for body tempering, when Wu Tai was at his weakest. Even walking a few steps would leave him gasping for breath, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Recently, under Lao Tai's guidance, he had carried Lao Tai to the ancient divine armory, undergoing the most basic foundational training along the way. Though his physical strength had improved somewhat, his muscles and bones ached and swelled painfully. Furthermore, transporting 1,000 pounds of prey from outside the ancient divine armory had nearly exhausted his stamina, leaving him in utter discomfort. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly rejuvenated. Every organ, every bone, every muscle, every tiny nerve and vein felt as though they were basking in warm water, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Wu Tai instinctively began to run, sprinting at full speed around the vast metallic hall, which measured nearly 10 miles on each side and approximately 40 miles in circumference. His feet became agile and powerful, each step forcefully pounding the ground, propelling his body forward with tremendous explosive force. His arms swung vigorously, his body harmonious and balanced, maintaining equilibrium even at high speeds. His breathing was smooth, the cool air flowing through his chest without any discomfort or constriction. His heart beat evenly and powerfully. After running over 3 miles at full speed, his heart rate only slightly quickened, and he felt no weariness whatsoever. Suddenly, Wu Tai recalled a technique Wu Tong had once boasted about in front of him. His feet landed heavily, and instinctively, he deftly swayed left and right, achieving a perfect balance as he continued to sprint forward. This was a skill he had learned from Wu Tong years ago after making some progress in his training, known as the spider step, allowing one to run swiftly along steep, vertical cliffs like a spider. However, during that instance, Wu Tong had only managed to run a few steps on their courtyard wall before tumbling to the ground, landing headfirst and ending up bruised and bloodied. Wu Tai effortlessly dashed several steps, landing lightly and nimbly, his stride steady and agile, without a hint of clumsiness or exertion. Father, brother. Wu Tai abruptly halted, his fist clenched tightly, gazing up at the glaring white ceiling, gritting his teeth in determination. Is this power? The sensation of possessing strength is truly marvelous. Wu Tai was no longer that frail, delicate being who had gasped for breath after a brisk walk. Am I nearly done being emotional? Lao Tai's voice echoed from afar. Then, let the battle commence, fiery youth. With a resounding ding, a flash of light flickered across the ceiling above Wu Tai, which rippled like water, revealing a vortex more than a foot in diameter. A long shadow shot forth from the vortex, grazing Wu Tai's nose before landing on the ground, bouncing several times with a ding-ding sound. It was a spear. A long spear made entirely of metal. The grayish spear shaft was over a foot longer than Wu Tai, and the sharp spearhead extended over a foot in length. Lao Tai's voice resonated once more. I have chosen your weapon, a spear. I favor spears. Men should wield weapons, haha. A long spear for slaying enemies. A short spear for charming ladies, cough, cough. Lao Tai cleared his throat awkwardly. You didn't hear those last two remarks. Wu Tai's attention was entirely fixated on the spear at his feet. Almost instinctively, he bent down, grasping the spear firmly and tightly. The spear, draped in a gray hue. For no sheen, its surface covered with extremely fine patterns. As he held it, he found no sense of slippage. It felt comfortable and well-balanced in his grasp. The spear's weight was neither too light nor too heavy. When Wu Tai swung it, he felt a seamless flow, an unparalleled ease. This spear was crafted with his height, build, and strength in mind. Upon taking hold of it, he immediately fell in love with this spear after just a few swings. What exquisite craftsmanship! Wu Tai squinted, examining the intricate patterns on the spear shaft. Though it appeared simple, he instinctively sensed that this spear was far superior in quality to the long knives carried by Wu Zhan, Wu Jin, and the others. The material was of a significantly higher caliber. Indeed, the craftsmanship? Lao Tai interjected with a grunt. This is the ancient divine armory, the headquarters for resting, healing, and resupplying the ancient divine weapons for prolonged combat. Naturally, the quality is top-notch. He had resolutely decided that he would never part with this spear. His first true weapon, one that genuinely belonged to him. In the Wujia clan, only warriors are deemed worthy of wielding weapons. Listen closely. Lao Tai's eyes gleamed with a blood-like light as he fixed his gaze on Wu Tai. If you seek revenge, you must cultivate your strength. You require foundational elixirs. And you need more of them. Lao Tai bellowed, however, I can no longer assist you. Therefore, from this day forth, all your foundational elixirs must be obtained by you through hunting and gathering materials. If you desire power, you must fight like a true man, my boy. His tone turned icy and rigid. Engage in ceaseless battles, grow ever stronger, until the day arrives when you possess sufficient power to accomplish your desires. Until then, do not perish. Wu Tai stared blankly at Lao Tai, unease gnawing at him. Previously, Lao Tai had aided him in hunting 1,000 pounds of flesh. But now, Lao Tai demanded that he hunt for himself, venture into the perilous realm outside the ancient divine weapon camp, and confront those fearsome subterranean creatures. Think of your father, your brother. Lao Tai seemed to perceive Wu Tai's hesitation and dread. A surge of boundless rage and anguish welled up within Wu Tai. His mind could no longer hold any thoughts. He merely murmured foundational elixirs, turned, and strode purposefully outward. With each step, his anger and pain intensified until he suddenly roared, gripping his spear tightly as he sprinted away. Behind him, two metal spiders, each the size of a human head, followed at a distance. At the end of the passage, a white metallic lid slid open like rippling water. Wu Tai let out a mighty roar, his feet pounding the ground as he leaped over 3 meters high. Using his right foot to push against the pit's wall, propelling himself another 2 meters upward, and sprang from the depths of the 5-meter pit. He landed heavily at the edge of the pit, and after a moment of dazed wonder, he joyfully shouted, strength. He could run so swiftly, leap so high. This was indeed power. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a stone approximately the height of his calf, about 10 meters away. Striding over, he set his spear aside and grasped the 2-foot square stone with both hands, lifting it with determination. It was somewhat strenuous, but Wu Tai resolutely raised the stone above his head. He held it aloft for a good quarter of an hour before bellowing and hurling it 4 to 5 meters away. Elated, he gazed at his hands. This was power. In the past, he could never have moved such a large stone. Yet after consuming a foundational elixir and practicing the foundational technique, he had gained such strength. Father, brother, I will avenge you. It won't be long before I do. Wu Tai clenched his fists tightly, bowed his head to retrieve his spear. When suddenly a hissing sound erupted from behind him. A massive force surged forward as a gray lizard, nearly his height, lunged at him, its forepaws striking fiercely against his back. This juvenile gray lizard, while not yet fully grown, was still formidable compared to Wu Tai's size. Its sharp claws tore into his shoulders, ripping away chunks of muscle, and Wu Tai howled in agony, crashing face first to the ground. The lizard clawed at his thighs and calves, leaving a trail of shredded flesh and exposing white bone beneath. The juvenile lizard's hunting skills were abysmal. Had it been an adult with sufficient hunting prowess, a successful pounce would have resulted in a deadly bite to Wu Tai's neck. Its weight easily SN Chapter 12. Lessons Kid, you have died once. As Wu Tai awakened, the cold voice of Lao Tai resonated at the opportune moment. Wu Tai found himself completely bare, suspended within a massive crystal sphere, enveloped by a milky, translucent liquid. The wounds on his back and legs were excruciatingly itchy as they began to heal. Not far from him, another suspended crystal sphere contained the young deity Yangjian. Wu Tai merely glanced at him before hastily averting his gaze. The lifeless Yangjian floated silently, his gaping chest wound ominously directed at Wu Tai. The palpable aura of death sending chills through Wu Tai, causing his heart to convulse. On the ground, four metallic spiders supported Lao Tai, who gazed upward at Wu Tai. If it weren't for the few miscellaneous energy puppets still lingering in this ancient divine armory, you would already be dead. It seems I have overestimated you. You lack far too much compared to other fledgling warriors. You are not yet qualified to hunt alone. You must first attain a modicum of self-preservation before venturing out. Wu Tai attempted to speak, but his mouth and lungs were filled with liquid. He expelled a few bubbles, but managed no sound. Lao Tai's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he muttered to himself, "Do not think that I am deliberately making things difficult for you, or that I am unwilling to assist you in establishing your foundation. One must be well fed to have the strength to fight. Is that not the case? Without nourishment, there is no strength. It is arduous. You see, I am left with nothing but my head. Throughout this journey, I've expended tremendous energy assisting you in eliminating those chaotic entities, drawing on what little resources I have painstakingly accumulated over the years. All I have left is my head. This head, barely able to gather a modicum of strength while surviving on nothing but air. I once thought this ancient divine armory would allow me to recuperate. Yet who could have imagined it would be so barren as to starve a mouse? A skilled craftsman. No, even a true man cannot brew porridge without rice. So everything now depends on you." Wu Tai nodded vigorously, comprehending Lao Tai's predicament. He bore no resentment towards Lao Tai. The mere opportunity to cultivate had been an immense gift bestowed upon him. What reason did he have to harbor grievances? Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lao Tai chuckled thrice. Then his tone turned icy and severe. "Well then, let us commence your genuine and formal training. Beginning your true cultivation with a taste of death is quite fitting. You will not forget this death, will you?" Wu Tai's face twitched as he hastily nodded. How could he possibly forget? The heavy blow from the juvenile lizard, the intense agony, and the chilling fear of death that came from losing too much blood were etched into his memory. For the first time, he had faced death directly, and he would never forget the cold sensation of the lizard's sharp fangs pressed against his neck. Excellent. You remember the fear of death. Henceforth, you must exercise greater caution. Vigilance and prudence are essential for survival in this treacherous realm. Now, behold. This is my comprehensive analysis of all the creatures I have encountered in this basin. Blue electric currents danced across the ceiling, and vast screens descended, illuminating the entire hall. Lush clusters of mushrooms and ferns emerged, and several gray rock lizards crawled forth from a thicket of ferns. Lao Tai's voice echoed from the screens. Gray rock lizard, a reptilian species. The standard adult measures approximately 5 meters in length, while mutated specimens can exceed 15 meters. The striking force of a standard adult is around 10 tons, with a movement speed of. The standard hardness of a gray rock lizard's claws is. The armor-piercing capability of its claws is. The standard hardness of its teeth is. The armor-piercing capability of its teeth is. The average thickness of its skin is. The standard defensive capability of its skin is. Wu Tai fixated on the translucent silhouette of a standard gray rock lizard that suddenly appeared on the screen. Lines of text and data continuously emerged alongside the semi-transparent lizard, meticulously detailing its various attributes. The Gray Master had previously imparted knowledge about gray rock lizards to Wu Tai, but his teachings merely covered their dietary preferences, mating cycles, egg-laying capacities, and their ability to withstand a few family warriors in battle. The Gray Master lacked the capacity for such systematic and thorough analysis of the gray rock lizard's complete profile, including its most fatal weaknesses, movement patterns, and the critical vulnerabilities that accompanied its locomotion. Lao Tai's knowledge was far more comprehensive and detailed. If compiled into a tome, it could serve as a treasured heirloom for various families, passed down through generations. Wu Tai widened his eyes, fully engrossed in the explanations emanating from the screen, committing every word to memory. Half an hour later, the entirety of the gray rock lizard's knowledge was conveyed, and the screen flickered, revealing a black-ringed snake approximately 2 meters long. This snake is the most common venomous serpent in the subterranean world. A single spray of its venom can lethally incapacitate 2 to 3 adult gray rock lizards. Thus, an ordinary person would succumb within 2 or 3 breaths after being struck by a black-ringed snake. The screen flickered, displaying the characteristics, weaknesses, and detailed data of the black-ringed snake. Following this were the profiles of mist bats and large-eared blind mice. Various bizarre creatures' information continuously flashed across the screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a translucent silhouette of a gray rock lizard appeared once more. Lao Tai's indifferent voice broke through. What is the armor-piercing capability of the standard adult gray rock lizard's teeth? Having just absorbed a plethora of information, Wu Tai's mind whirled with countless details. With a sharp crack, blue electric sparks erupted across the surface of the crystal sphere. Dozens of fine currents surged through it, penetrating the white liquid and striking Wu Tai's body with ferocity. He convulsed, pain radiating from every part of his being as he opened his mouth in a silent scream, his body writhing like a fish out of water. Continue the lesson. Maintain the utmost concentration, Lao Tai commanded coldly. Remember this lesson, at any moment. Any lapse in focus, any seemingly insignificant oversight, kid, you will face dire consequences. The screen flickered, and after a quarter of an hour of spasms, Wu Tai's body finally relaxed from the torment. He stared wide-eyed, fixated on the screen as a myriad of peculiar biological profiles flashed before him. Gray rock lizard, magma lizard, iron lizard, black-ringed snake, phosphorescent snake, small flying snake, venomous spider, giant hunting spider, black widow, large-eared blind mouse, iron-toothed venomous mouse, gray hamster, iron-eating ants, fire ants, giant mandible ants. For reasons unknown, while submerged in the crystal sphere, Wu Tai maintained an unparalleled state of mental acuity, requiring neither sleep nor rest. The screen continued to flicker with an endless stream of information, and occasionally, a particular creature would appear, prompting Lao Tai to inquire about various data related to it. After half a month of relentless electric shocks and pain, Wu Tai had memorized all the biological information regarding the myriad of creatures Lao Tai had encountered in the vast, 1,000-mile basin. The screen continued to flicker. The images of strange creatures faded away, and amidst the vast mushroom clusters and ferns, a diminutive figure emerged, bare and wielding a sleek long spear. The indistinct figure moved gracefully across the ground. With a delicate flick of the spear, its tip traced a straight line in the air. The lance pierced the tiny mouth of the miniature serpent, no thicker than a small finger. The serpent's body was rent asunder, scattering droplets of blood. Suddenly, 3 iron-toothed venom rats emerged from behind a large rock. 2 of them leaped towards the diminutive figure, while the third scurried furtively along the ground. The airborne rats emitted shrill squeaks, their black, venomous incisors bared. The figure deftly wielded the spear, unleashing a pair of precise thrusts. The 2 leaping rats were impaled through the head, their bodies narrowly missing the figure's shoulders as they flew past. With a fluid motion, the spear's shaft arced gracefully, lifting the ground-bound rat several feet into the air. Another precise thrust pierced the third rat's skull, killing it instantly. Wu Tai watched, mesmerized. The figure moved through the mushroom groves and fern glades, dispatching a variety of bizarre creatures with ease. Whether a massive gray rock lizard or a minuscule venomous spider, the figure employed only sweeping motions and direct thrusts. Perfect arcs formed a protective barrier, deflecting attacks. A single thrust invariably pierced the vital point of any attacker, regardless of size. Wu Tai trembled, his muscles twitching, his skin prickling with a sensation akin to static electricity. The spearmanship was exquisite, simple yet imbued with profound artistry. Compared to this, the sparring matches of his father and brother seemed crude and insignificant. The mushroom groves, fern glades, and strange creatures vanished, leaving only the figure in the light, practicing simple, fundamental movements, forward thrusts, lateral thrusts, rearward thrusts, and sweeping motions in all directions. Wu Tai, captivated, instinctively mirrored the figure's actions. The crystal ball shimmered, its white liquid undisturbed. Wu Tia passed through it and landed on the ground, fixating on the figure and mimicking the spear movements. He thrust forward, again and again. After countless repetitions, his arms burned, veins bulging and sweat pouring. His grip failed, and the spear clattered to the ground. Before he could rest, the crystal ball descended, enveloping him once more in the soothing white liquid. Gentle electric currents stimulated his body, and he drifted into a restful slumber. Awakening refreshed, Wu Tia saw the figure reappear in the light, endlessly practicing forward thrusts. He grabbed the spear and resumed his practice, mastering the fundamental techniques. His movements, while not as polished as the figures, possessed a certain flair. His thrust generated a faint, sharp sound as the spear cleaved the air. Old Tai and the giant white skull observed Wu Tia's progress. Old Tai muttered about his oversight and neglecting to teach Wu Tia basic combat skills. The giant skull grinned silently. "Little Tai," Old Tai exclaimed, "time to earn your keep. Aren't you hungry? That first foundation elixir is almost fully digested. Get out there and hunt, or starve." An hour later, Wu Tia stood outside the ancient divine armory. A 7-foot-long gray rock lizard, perched on a distant rock, turned to face him, its forked tongue flicking. Wu Tia gripped his spear and stepped forward, resolute. Chapter 13. Discovery within the confines of the Wu family stone fortress. Domesticated limestone lizards were raised as mounts. These gentle and loyal creatures possessed formidable combat strength. In his youth, Wu Tai often frolicked with several of these lizards, who were cherished companions of his childhood. However, ahead lay a wild limestone lizard, its murky eyes glimmering with a yellow-gray luminescence. Its rugged skin resembled gray stone, adorned with countless tiny protrusions. With its long forked tongue flicking in and out, it descended from the boulder, advancing towards Wu Tai with small, determined steps. The ground trembled slightly, resonating with a thud sound. The lizard's forelegs were as thick as Wu Tai's waist, charging directly at him. Wu Tai felt his body stiffen, his legs inexplicably weakening. A chill enveloped his heart, causing him to forget everything, including the knowledge imparted by Lao Tai, which now seemed distant and irrelevant. He could recall nothing of the lizard's hunting characteristics, its weaknesses, or its vital points. His mind was a blank slate. Suddenly, a white metallic spider leaped from behind Wu Tai, its eyes flashing with a crimson glow. Lao Tai's deep, rigid voice echoed, "Sidestep, stab." The wild lizard was still over 5 meters away when it abruptly raised its 2-meter-long body, its forelimbs crashing down towards Wu Tai. The creature lunged with such speed that its hind legs barely grazed the ground, its enormous belly fully exposed to Wu Tai. Instinctively, he raised his spear, thrusting it forward with the force of countless drills. With a thwack, the spear pierced the lizard's soft underbelly, emerging from its back. The lizard let out a cry of pain, its massive form sliding past Wu Tai, its claws striking him brutally. Wu Tai howled in agony as the spear slipped from his grasp. His left shoulder caved in. The scapula shattered, and flesh tore away from his chest, several ribs crushed and splintered, piercing deep into his lung. Blood surged up his trachea, and he spat blood violently as he collapsed to the ground. The lizard, with the spear embedded within its body, staggered towards Wu Tai, heavily pressing down upon him. Its jaws opening wide to bite at his neck. Despite its juvenile size, it exhibited considerable hunting experience. 2 metallic spiders leapt toward him, their sharp metallic limbs glimmering ominously. Wu Tai, gripping the Chi Fong in his right hand, fiercely thrusted out. What does it mean that Wu Tia is now a qualified novice? Who was it that previously deemed the unqualified Wu Tia fit for hunting? The old iron fell silent, with a flicker of bloodlust in his gaze. In the next moment, he erupted. "Do not forget, my gaze is always upon you. If you allow these insignificant pests to ambush you again, I shall make you understand the true meaning of hellish training." The old iron roared, his voice amplified several-fold. Streams of pale blue electricity erupted from his sharp teeth, striking Wu Tia's unprotected head forcefully. Wu Tia's long hair stood on end, crackling with electric sparks as he shrieked and stumbled out of the ancient divine armory. On this hunting expedition, Wu Tia successfully hunted a small rock python. However, he subsequently endured several days of a life worse than death, due to his successful ambush by the black widow spider. The old iron punished him by forcing him to run around a massive metal hall until he was utterly exhausted, unable to move even a finger. Afterwards, he was confined in a crystal sphere, where he would regain a fraction of his stamina before practicing basic shooting techniques in sync with the shadowy figures on the screen. Stab, sweep, sweep, stab. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until he collapsed from exhaustion, drained of his last ounce of strength. After enduring this rigorous punishment for 7 days, Wu Tia once again departed from the ancient divine armory. He soon encountered a 4-meter-long gray rock lizard, nearing maturity. Clearly, there must be a considerable population of gray rock lizards in the vicinity of the ancient divine armory. 2 metallic spiders leaped behind Wutie, and the old iron's stern reprimands echoed from within them. Amidst the old iron's frenzied shouts, Wutie managed to regain some composure. He wielded his spear, deftly maneuvering around the massive gray rock lizard, repeatedly targeting its weaknesses. After half an hour of combat, the lizard, having lost too much blood, was pierced through the heart by Wutie's spear. Elated, Wutie let out a triumphant shout, but the convulsing gray rock lizard suddenly leaped up and struck him, sending him flying several meters. The tight armor provided formidable defense, yet the lizard's claws sparked against it, leaving no mark whatsoever. Unfortunately for Wutie, he crashed into a large stone, fracturing his cervical vertebrae and creating a significant dent in his skull. In the aftermath, Wutie faced 2 weeks of relentless training, coupled with daily electrical shocks for a quarter of an hour. After this grueling period, Wutie, now possessing a much sharper aura, once again left the ancient divine armory. After a month and a half at the ancient divine armory, Wutie finally gathered 1,000 pounds of hunted flesh and blood. Eagerly, he stuffed it into the alchemical apparatus. And after a brief wait, he obtained his second foundational elixir. Removing his tight armor, he swallowed the elixir whole, and the screen illuminated as a gentle, melodic feminine voice guided him through the foundational techniques. For the past month and a half, Wutie had diligently practiced these techniques daily. However, without the aid of the foundational elixir, his self-training yielded minimal results, and he had only managed to master one additional technique. Upon consuming the foundational elixir, Wutie felt as if he were being roasted in a furnace. He easily broke through the previous bottleneck, effortlessly advancing to the 149th technique. Sweat poured from him, and his breath carried a faint metallic scent. The potency of the second foundational elixir was significantly greater than the first. The first elixir merely restored Wutie's innate weakness to a normal state, while the second, in conjunction with the foundational techniques, propelled him toward an extraordinary realm. With a series of cracking sounds, Wutie's serene expression suddenly twisted. The essence extracted from the 1,000 pounds of flesh and blood saturated his entire being. Combined with the foundational techniques, he continuously absorbed a peculiar energy from the air, refining and transforming his body. With abundant nourishment as his foundation, his physique rapidly grew stronger. A hazy light descended from the ceiling, illuminating Wutie. A flicker of bloodlust flashed in the old iron's eyes as he glanced at the ancient divine armory beside him, where ethereal lights flickered in response. The screen lit up, revealing Wutie's transparent figure, enveloped in a layer of indistinct, balanced white light, while a blinding golden light flickered at his head. The brilliance of the golden light was at least 100 times that of the white light enveloping his entire body. Talent, divine abilities? The old iron's mouth gaped, his metallic teeth shimmering with a faint glow. Am I, the old man, truly this fortunate? Chapter 14. Awakening 9 months after entering the ancient divine soldier camp, 2 metallic spiders perched on large stones, trembling as the ground quaked violently, accompanied by distant, furious roars of beasts. The once diminutive figure of Wutie had grown more than a foot taller, his taut armor now accentuated by bulging muscles as he sprinted swiftly, occasionally picking up stones from the ground and hurling them back with force. Each stone found its mark, striking the nose of a fearsome creature behind him. This beast, immense in stature, measured 8 to 9 meters in length and over 5 meters in height, weighed several tons, and it roared, blood oozing from its massive nostrils. Resembling a hippopotamus, it hailed from a river several miles away, typically residing in the depths of the river. This creature would occasionally venture ashore with its kin to graze on ferns. After 2 months of preparation, Wutie had finally summoned the courage to provoke the smallest of these colossal beasts. The ground trembled beneath its frantic movements as Wutie continued to hurl stones, drawing blood from its nose, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Come here, big fellow. Ha, daddy loves you. Wutie laughed heartily, his bright eyes betraying no trace of fear, only uncontainable excitement and fervor. 9 months of life and death hunting. 9 months of relentless scolding from Lao Tai, shaping him into a being who exuded a sharp yet slick aura, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. Come on, big guy. Haha. Daddy has something tasty for you, right here? Wutie bellowed, leaping between the rocks where the metallic spiders lay. The water beast bellowed in response, charging after him, its massive foot crashing down, causing the ground to suddenly sink as one of its legs became ensnared in a deep pit. The sound of cracking bones echoed far and wide as its left foreleg twisted and shattered, leaving the colossal creature wedged helplessly between the stones. Writhing in agony and spraying white froth from its mouth, Wu Tai swiftly pivoted and charged at the water beast, brandishing a spear that sliced through the air with a piercing trajectory, driving into the creature's skull. The spear, crafted by the ancient divine soldier camp, was extraordinarily sharp, penetrating the beast's thick skull with ease. Wu Tai twisted his wrist, and the massive body convulsed violently before falling still. "Time to get to work, brothers," Wu Tai exclaimed excitedly, gesturing to the tone of the old iron grew exceptionally grave. "Fortunately, there exists something that can serve as a catalyst, though I, the grandfather, am rather reluctant." Wu Tai and his companions arrived at the grand hall. Yang Jian floated silently within the crystal sphere, his vertical eye at the center of his forehead emanating a faint golden light, resembling a deity or demon, exuding an overwhelming and formidable presence that filled the entire hall. Despite Wu Tai having shared proximity with Yang Jian within the crystal sphere on numerous occasions, each sighting of Yang Jian left him with a soul-shattering tremor, rendering him utterly limp, instinctively averting his gaze, unable to meet Yang Jian's eyes. This was an absolute suppression on the level of existence. Even after countless years since Yang Jian's demise, he still exerted an undeniable dominance over Wu Tai. The old iron gazed at Yang Jian for a prolonged period. Wu Tai, restless, shifted his massive form, the gargantuan skull gently bumping against the old iron. "Get on with it." The old iron spoke indifferently, though reluctant. "Resources are scarce." 4. The old iron fell silent, and after a considerable duration, he softly continued. 4. Wu Tai emitted a low grunt. The crystal sphere housing Yang Jian rippled silently with blue electric light, sliding open as Yang Jian's form emerged. A metallic spider, the size of a fist, descended from the ceiling, landing squarely on Yang Jian's face, its sharp legs raised, then gently piercing into the vertical eye at his forehead. With a hiss, a small slit appeared on the spider's abdomen, and a slender needle emerged, precisely penetrating the pupil of the vertical eye. Through the transparent syringe, golden liquid was seen being drawn out continuously. The old iron observed this scene in silence, the bloodlight in his eyes flickering rapidly, evoking a sense of profound disarray. Wu Tai dared not utter a word. The intense sorrow and despair radiating from the old iron weighed heavily on his heart, enveloping him in a similar gloom. He glanced at the old iron, then at Yang Jian, sensing an unspoken bond between them, profound and deep. The golden light in Yang Jian's vertical eye dimmed, until not a trace of its brilliance remained. A bolt of lightning erupted from the crystal sphere, and Yang Jian's body was once again drawn back within. Suspended in dark red liquid, the fist-sized metallic spider transformed entirely into a golden hue, an intense golden radiance bursting from its being, dazzling to the eye. "Let us commence," the old iron bellowed. The golden spider leaped fiercely, launching itself at Wu Tai's nape, a thin needle plunging deeply into his neck, a torrent of scorching, potent energy surging within him. The heat spiraled violently through his body, racing towards his head. Wu Tai let out a muffled groan, his body succumbing to weakness as if all vitality had been siphoned away. His eyes rolled back, convulsing as he exhaled copious amounts of heated air, collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The residual power of Yang Jian's divine eye was a force far mightier than any awakening elixir. The old iron gazed at the convulsing Wu Tai, murmuring softly, "Administer the foundation-building elixir to him. 56 vials should suffice." As the elixir entered his system, Wu Tai's muscles writhed violently, the heat escaping his body coalescing into a milky mist. It felt as if he were being scorched in a furnace. Not only his body, but his Chapter 15, the outsider a fissure, tens of miles in length, was visible on the distant rock face, even from hundreds of miles away. Molten lava cascaded ceaselessly from the chasm, forming rivers that coursed through the basin before plunging into the abyss, where they collided violently with the depths below. A fierce gale swept across the land, carrying with it intense heat and dense moisture. Wu Tai stood atop a small hillock, gazing at the dazzling crimson glow with a spear in hand. Behind him, a minuscule, lethally venomous funnel web spider descended delicately from the sky. A gossamer thread trailed from its swollen abdomen as it drifted towards Wu Tai's nape. Wu Tai narrowed his eyes, an invisible force field enveloping the space within 100 meters. When the spider was still a dozen meters away, he abruptly clenched his left fist, and the tiny arachnid detonated into dust with a pop. Mastery of the Cosmos. This was the name old Tai bestowed upon Wu Tai's innate divine power. It was an exceptionally potent and potentially formidable gift. Initially, it manifested as Wu Tai's acute awareness of every rustle and tremor within a 100-meter radius. allowing him to directly influence objects within a dozen meters. As Wu Tie grew stronger, mastery of the cosmos would enable him to genuinely manipulate all tangible and intangible forces in the external world. A gray rock lizard suddenly darted from a cluster of mushrooms, charging mindlessly towards Wu Tie, its jaws slavering with viscous, foul-smelling saliva. Wu Tie turned to face the mature gray rock lizard, which was approximately 5 meters in length. As the lizard approached within a dozen meters, Wu Tie waved his left hand, and a boulder the size of a human head soared into the air with a piercing shriek before crashing down upon the lizard's skull. With a dull thud, the lizard stumbled and tumbled to the ground. Before it could rise, Wu Tie repeatedly gestured with his left hand, sending stones hurtling skyward and then plummeting down, each blow landing squarely on the lizard's head. In mere moments, the gray rock lizard's skull was shattered, its body convulsing uncontrollably. With a hearty laugh, Wu Tie strode forward, then leaped into the air, propelled by the momentum. An invisible force field enveloped his body, allowing him to glide from the hillock, soaring effortlessly for over 100 meters. Landing heavily, Wu Tie staggered back a couple of steps, gasping for breath. He grinned with exhilaration, raising his spear and thrusting it skyward in a series of rapid strikes. This gliding was akin to flight. With further amplification of his innate divine power, achieving short-distance flight would be within reach. After a few more laughs, Wu Tie whistled, and a metallic spider scurried over. Its carapace split open, and a globule of gray metallic fluid emerged, swiftly solidifying into a meter-long blade. Having awakened his innate divine power, Wu Tie's hunting and survival capabilities had skyrocketed. He could now monitor every movement within a 100-meter radius, rendering any ambush impossible. Venomous spiders and small lizards would be crushed before they could approach within a dozen meters. Even the largest of black-ringed snakes, several meters in length, could only approach within a few meters before being frozen in midair by the invisible force field and having their vital spots pulverized. Wu Tie's hunting efficiency soared, and within 2 months, he had consumed dozens more foundation establishment elixirs. On this day, within the ancient divine armory, Wu Tie finally broke through to the 360th form of the foundation establishment style. As Old Tai had predicted, it was an invisible barrier. As he correctly executed the 360th form, Wu Tie distinctly heard a series of crisp cracks emanating from within his body. Obstructed meridians opened, invisible valves unlocked, and countless hotspots all over his body simultaneously emitted plumes of white vapor. Foundation establishment elixirs were swiftly consumed as streams of heat coursed through his body. Instinctively, he began repeating the foundation establishment style, cycling through the 360 forms again and again. The heat surging within him grew stronger with each repetition, flowing through his body with joyous abandon. Wu Tie could feel his strength increasing exponentially. With a series of crack sounds, Wu Tie's height increased by half a foot as he completed his 20th cycle from the first to the 360th form. His streamlined muscles rippled, and sweat poured from his pores, which were all expelling heat. Above, an electrical vortex materialized, and a massive metal ingot plummeted down. Wu Tie ceased his movements and strode over, embracing the ingot. With a slight exertion, he easily lifted it above his head. Perfect foundation establishment, physical strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. Old Tai hummed contentedly. Not bad. All thanks to your grandpa. Old Tai suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha, all thanks to your grandpa. Who says your grandpa is just a butcher who knows how to hack and slash? Your grandpa is doing a pretty good job as a mentor too, isn't he? Big Tai shuffled around Old Tai, grunting incoherently. Old Tai's voice dropped several notches. True, a few minor mistakes. The kid almost died a few times. But it's your grandpa's first time as a mentor. Who doesn't have a first time? What's there to be afraid of mistakes? Old Tai's voice dropped several notches again. Didn't the kid not die? Okay, you have some credit too. But first, learn to speak human language. I'm the only one who can understand your grunts. Wu Tie slammed the metal ingot heavily on the ground with a resounding crash. He flexed his arms, looking at them in disbelief and ecstasy. He remembered clearly that Wu Zhan had said when Wu Jin, Wu Yin, and Wudong broke through the first level of the foundation establishment realm, that the family's heaven-piercing fist could give people more than 1,000 pounds of physical strength when condensing yuan energy. And he, who practiced the foundation establishment style, had achieved a perfect foundation establishment, possessing more than 10,000 pounds of physical strength. The metal ingot was labeled as 10,000 pounds, but Wu Tie lifted it effortlessly, feeling relaxed. His physical strength definitely exceeded 10,000 pounds, and according to Wu Tie's own estimate, it was probably between 20,000 and 30,000. Old Tai. Big Tai. Wu Tie turned around, staring intently at Old Tai and Big Tai. Far from it. Little newbie. Old Tai laughed nonchalantly. Now, you can be considered a qualified little newbie. But even the strongest newbie is still a newbie. A little newbie who will be eaten as a snack by the enemy. Continue hunting. Continue cultivating. Old Tai's eyes suddenly blazed with bloodlust, forcing Wu Tia to turn away. Unable to look directly into his eyes, Wu Tia, don't be complacent with a little bit of insignificant achievement, with your little bit of strength. Back then, you wouldn't even have been qualified to go to the battlefield. A strong wind blew along the wide river channel, and dozens of massive hippopotamuses lumbered out of the river, heading towards the luscious fern forest, where they tore at the dense, juicy foliage. Wu Tia stood on a small hillock several hundred meters away, watching the hippos with delight. After observing the behemoths for a while, Wu Tia gazed towards the molten lava fissure in the distance. Old Tai had sternly warned Wu Tia not to approach the lava fissure again until he possessed sufficient strength and had received Old Tai's permission. In that land, the temperature is elevated and the humidity is abundant. The nutrients carried by the moisture and fierce winds from the abyss are sufficient, resulting in vegetation that is far denser than that in the half of the basin where the ancient divine armory is located. The animal communities here are larger and more intricate, with colossal creatures possessing formidable strength, rendering them exceedingly perilous. In contrast, the half of the basin where the ancient divine armory resides is closer to the subterranean river waterfall, which renders the waters cold and the temperature lower, leading to sparser vegetation and animal life. Some of the larger beasts prefer to avoid this side altogether. Currently, Wu Tai's power allows him to traverse this half of the basin with relative safety. Should he dare to approach the molten lava fissures, however, one could not guarantee what fate might befall him. Hunting, acquiring more foundational elixirs, relentless training, and thus, the path to greater strength continues. Wu Tai raised his spear and strode boldly toward a herd of giant hippos. An invisible force field flowed around him, enabling him to leap several meters with each stride. At times, he would spring into the air, lightly pushing off from the ferns and mushrooms beneath him, gliding effortlessly over distances of several meters. Within just a few breaths, he covered 300 to 400 meters. With a swift motion of his left hand, a stone the size of a fist soared into the air, tracing an arc before crashing down upon the snout of a 12-meter-long hippo 100 meters away. The impact was substantial, breaking the skin and drawing blood. The hippo, which had been gnawing on a large clump of ferns, let out a pained roar, its eyes bulging with fury as it charged toward Wu Tai. Wu Tai shouted defiantly, propelling himself forward. With several dozen meters still separating him from the hippo, he hurled his spear with great force. The spear spun violently through the air, piercing through the hippo's back and embedding itself deep within its massive body, accurately striking its heart. The hippo stumbled forward for several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground, letting out a feeble groan of agony. Wu Tai approached the fallen beast, brandishing the Qiyu Fong, which shattered its thick skull and ended its suffering. This 12-meter-long hippo weighed nearly 100,000 pounds. The distance from here to the ancient divine armory exceeded the range of the metallic spiders. Wu Tai withdrew his spear, slinging it across his back, and grasped the exposed tusks of the hippo, channeling all his strength. With a surge of raw physical power, his inner warmth intensified, and under the enhancement of his elemental energy, his strength multiplied significantly. The ground beneath him was rich and moss-laden, rendering it exceedingly slippery. He strained as he dragged the massive beast backward, the earth trembling slightly under the weight. The hippo was gradually being pulled, and Wu Tai's skin flushed with exertion as heat radiated from him. Only when he had dragged the hippo into the territory of the metallic spiders did he exhale heavily, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. This colossal creature, captured with great effort, would yield enough resources to produce hundreds of foundational elixirs. Wu Tai gained a deeper understanding of Lao Tai's teachings. Intelligent beings are, in essence, not so different from wild beasts. The possession of greater strength allows one to claim larger territories and become a more formidable lord. A powerful lord holds dominion over everything within their realm, wielding life and death as they see fit, provided they possess sufficient strength. Lord. As he swung his blade to carve into the hippo, Wu Tai glanced toward the distant lava fissures. In this basin, roughly 1,000 miles in diameter, he could be considered the lord of half the territory, with the other half awaiting his conquest. A month later, Wu Tai stood atop a small hill, gazing at the nearby riverbank. Once you lay your eggs, you shall be mine, he chuckled at the sight of two large creatures. Lao Tai had admonished him that while hunting was a vital path to power, it must be approached with moderation to avoid depleting resources. Just like these two large water pythons, should they reproduce before he hunted them, It would ensure a continuous supply of prey for Wu Tai's sustenance. The initial stages of foundational cultivation were not particularly arduous, but as one progressed, the resource consumption became increasingly substantial, necessitating sustainable development. Fixating intently on the two writhing pythons, Wu Tai suddenly tensed, every hair on his body standing on end. A shuttle-shaped black object abruptly emerged from the river several miles away. It opened several cracks, and a few tall bovine warriors emerged, gasping for breath as they paddled frantically toward Wu Tai's riverbank with wooden paddles. Within just over half an hour, the bovine warriors had maneuvered the 10-meter-long black object to the shore. No sooner had they landed than another identical object surfaced. From its opening, a bloodied youth emerged. Screaming across the 20-meter-wide river, "You cannot escape. You will all die. I will personally kill you." Two more youths leaned out, grasping paddles as they too paddled toward the shore. Wu Tai stared blankly at these intruders. It appeared that they had also arrived in this foreign realm via the massive waterfall, and the two groups were evidently enemies. Gripping his spear tightly, Wu Tai instinctively felt a surge of unease and anger. This basin belonged to him, Wu Tai. These outsiders had encroached upon his domain. More importantly, there were the ancient divine armory, as well as Lao Tai and De Tai. Chapter 16. The Lord of Fierce Wind swept across the river, raising towering waves several meters high. Beneath the surface lurked gigantic shadows, intermittently accompanied by deep, rumbling growls. Aside from the formidable river hippopotamus, this vast river, which traverses the basin for 1,000 miles, concealed many terrifying beasts. No one knew what lay beneath the water. The unknown breeds a primal fear in the hearts of men. In a slender, canoe-like vessel, 3 young men paddled with all their might, quickly approaching the riverbank. Suddenly, a long wake appeared behind them, accompanied by a low growl. The water surged upward in a radius of several meters, and a monstrous, gaping maw emerged, snapping violently at the canoe. The 3 youths shouted in alarm, leaping awkwardly into the shallows, scrambling to reach dry land. With a resounding crack, the canoe was shattered in a single bite. The creature below vanished, leaving no trace of its true form. Only fragments of the vessel drifting momentarily before being engulfed by the waves. On the shore, figures began to emerge from the wreckage of the canoe. 4 bull warriors wielded massive axes, flanked by 8 rugged human men brandishing weapons, who quickly surrounded a girl in black as they fled. The 3 youths, armed with straight blades, pursued them with menacing determination. The lead youth, his voice hoarse from exertion, shouted, "I told you, you will all die. You cannot escape." Thanks to their early arrival on land, the group led by the girl in black had already gained a significant lead, having sprinted 7 or 8 miles. The terrain was fertile and soft, with moss and vines covering the ground, leaving ample traces of their passage for the 3 youths to follow. The vegetation was sparse, with clusters of mushrooms and ferns not particularly dense, making it easy for the towering bull warriors, standing around 2 meters tall, to be seen even from a distance. Several dozen miles away, metallic spiders concealed themselves among the mushrooms, their crimson eyes glinting with a sinister light as they observed the 2 parties. Though they could only operate around the ancient divine weapon camp, this area far exceeded their usual range, yet it did not hinder their surveillance of these intruders. Before the metallic spiders, Wu Tai was carefully concealed, wrapped in broad fern leaves, crouched within a thicket. "This armor is excellent, but the pale color makes it too conspicuous," he muttered under his breath. Though the skin-tight armor provided strong protection and comfort akin to a second skin, its glaring whiteness made it impossible for Wu Tai to obscure himself with mud. He could only resort to the method taught by Lao Tai, wrapping himself in fern branches for cover. As the 2 groups drew closer, the girl in black and her companions were about to pass Wu Tai's diagonal front, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her appearance. She wore an exquisite black gown made from a fabric he had never seen before, smooth and glossy. It exuded an air of opulence. Adorned with emerald jewels on her neck and wrists, the delicate green light accentuated her porcelain-like complexion. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her delicate features were striking. Her lips painted a soft lavender hue that emanated an indescribable allure. Wu Tai felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat. It was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful member of his kin. No, it was the first time he had truly seen someone of his kind. Strangely, his heart raced, blood coursed through his veins more rapidly, and a flush crept across his face, while cold sweat beaded on his palms and soles. As they ran swiftly, the presence of the girl in black caused her group to slow their pace, while the 3 youths, wielding their blades, moved with the agility of monkeys through the thickets of mushrooms and ferns. Several times, venomous insects and snakes attempted to strike at the trio, but with a flash of their blades, the danger was swiftly dispatched. Wu Tai's pupils narrowed in fear. The youth's swordsmanship was formidable. He instinctively assessed that, with his current skills, he would struggle to even withstand a single strike from them. Suddenly, the girl in black stumbled and fell, crushing a cluster of small mushrooms under her. The luminous juices from the shattered fungi splattered across her, leaving her in disarray. The fleeing group halted abruptly, neglecting to assist the fallen girl. At the command of a bull warrior adorned with a golden ring in his nose, 12 individuals swiftly formed a small defensive formation, shielding the girl in black behind them. Seeing her fall, the 3 pursuing youths erupted in excitement, quickening their pace, each step covering several meters as they surged forward like a tempest. In mere moments, they closed the distance of 7 or 8 miles, their breaths coming in heavy gasps as they approached within 200 meters of the girl and her companions. "You will all die," the lead youth shouted, raising his blade, a weapon nearly as tall as he was, and with a swift motion. He shattered 3 venomous funnel web spiders that had descended from above. The girl in black struggled to her feet, her face contorted as she surveyed the mess on her body, then glanced at her muddy hands, trembling with filth. "You have already killed so many. You." The youth brandished his blade, adopting a peculiar stance. His bloodshot eye, a lance shot forth from the rear, as a stalwart warrior beside Shi Lingqing thrust a spear forward. A glint of light flashed on the spearhead, and the rapidly spinning tip emitted a burst of flames, projecting a fiery plume 7 or 8 feet ahead. The youth cried out, his body recoiling and veering sharply backward. Just as he moved, an arrow whistled past his shoulder with a piercing shriek. The sound of shattering bone echoed as a bovine warrior, narrowly escaping a blade, groaned as a thumphic arrow pierced his right breast. The arrow's formidable force staggered him, compelling him to retreat several steps. Of the 2 youths who had remained behind, one plunged his long saber into the earth, gripping a bow he had carried on his back, its strings still vibrating violently. Shi Lingqing gritted her teeth, her voice sharp as she glared at the youth. "What is your grievance? Speak your name, so that even in death, I may know the reason." "Luo Lin," the youth declared bluntly. "Of course, you likely haven't heard my name." The crimson in Luo Lin's eyes intensified as he clenched his teeth, forcing the words out. "The reason? You murdered my younger sister. It's as simple as that." "Younger sister?" Shi Lingqing's face paled, evidently recalling something. "Remember now?" Luo Lin raised his straight blade once more. Shi Lingqing's guards tightened their grips on their weapons, while the wounded bovine warrior swayed, struggling to stand tall. The thick shaft of the arrow was embedded in his chest, a trickle of blood incessantly flowing down the shaft, soon staining the ground beneath him crimson. "You have already slain so many of my kin," Shi Lingqing exclaimed, her lilac-tinted lips trembling involuntarily. "Is it not enough?" Luo Lin shook his head slightly, his blade pointed directly at Shi Lingqing. "Vengeance has its course, and debts must be paid. I have heard that you orchestrated this personally. Your kin are merely incidental. It is you I truly seek to kill." Before he could finish, Luo Lin and another companion wielding a long saber lunged forward simultaneously. Luo Lin transformed into 3 fleeting afterimages as he surged ahead, his comrade close behind. Suddenly, the comrade's saber flashed, and 6 short blades, each a foot long, silently carved eerie arcs, hurtling toward the 4 bovine warriors blocking their path. The 4 bovine warriors simultaneously raised their massive battle axes to shield their chests as the short blades struck the axe heads, producing a grating clang. Luo Lin swooped in, his long blade shimmering with a frigid light. A lean man in a long robe abruptly stepped forward, brandishing his right hand. 3 slender wooden staffs, each 6 feet long, shot from his sleeve and slammed into the ground. Lightning crackled at the staff tips, and a deafening thunderclap echoed as the staffs unleashed a torrent of electricity, engulfing the area ahead for dozens of feet. Silvery white lightning bolts danced wildly, crisscrossing and colliding, as violent electrical currents swirled and clashed within a radius of several dozen feet. The ground, scorched by the electrical onslaught, bore deep scars, constantly emitting wisps of azure smoke. Luo Lin and his companion retreated rapidly, having already withdrawn dozens of feet by the time the 3 staffs emerged from the lean man's sleeve. The rampaging electricity failed to strike them. Luo Lin roared with laughter. "We knew there was a hidden master by your side. Did you think we would fall for that?" Amid the laughter, Shi Lingqing emitted a shriek of mingled shock and fury. The lean man staggered, reeling backward several steps in disarray. While the electrical storm commanded the attention of most, the youth wielding the longbow at the rear struck. Under the cover of the electrical discharge, a long arrow pierced the air, striking the lean man. Unlike the heavily armored, stout-boned bovine warriors, the lean man wore a long robe, and his physique was frail. while a similar arrow had merely lodged deeply in the chest of the bovine warrior. It pierced through the lean man's right breast, leaving a fist-sized, gaping hole in his chest. Blood splattered, drenching Shi Lingqing, who stood behind the lean man. Shi Lingqing shrieked, hastily producing a black stone jar from her sleeve, pouring out a dark medicinal liquid to smear on the lean man's wound. Then forcing several mouthfuls of the liquid down his throat. The lean man's wound immediately closed, with no further blood flowing. However, the injury remained severe, and he slumped to the ground, devoid of strength and unable to speak. You deserve to die? Shi Lingqing hissed, slamming the empty black stone jar onto the ground. Luo Lin brandished his straight blade, its tip aimed at Shi Lingqing. The one who deserves to die is you. I will sever your head and use it to appease my younger sister. Wu Tai could no longer restrain himself. He leaped to his feet, soaring dozens of feet into the air before gliding effortlessly forward, as though in flight. The 100-meter distance vanished in an instant, and Wu Tai leaped again, gliding forward like a great bird. Shi Lingqing and Luo Lin's factions were both startled by Wu Tai's actions, turning to face him warily. Wu Tai landed on a small hillock a little over a mile from both parties, his long spear pointed at Luo Lin as he thundered, "This is my territory. Regardless of your grievances, no fighting is permitted here. Anyone who moves against this will be my enemy." With a wave of his hand, dozens of fist-sized stones shot from behind him, obliterating a fern thicket several dozen meters away. Chapter 17, The Sudden Incident in the Heart of the Fern Thicket. Spanning several dozen square meters, stood the most robust fern, its trunk as thick as a man's waist and towering 7 to 8 meters high. Stones, propelled with a piercing whistling sound, struck the ferns with tremendous force. The mighty fern was effortlessly pierced by 2 stones, sending a cloud of debris flying several meters away, while numerous lush fronds were severed at the waist. The stones fell to the ground only to rise again, like a frenzied swarm of hornets, relentlessly assaulting the remaining ferns. The thicket was mercilessly battered, with broken branches strewn over a 100-meter radius. "This is my territory. Fighting is not permitted," Wu Tai declared, releasing his left fist and pointing forcefully at Roland and his companions. Strangely, Wu Tai felt a protective inclination towards Shi Lingqing and her group. Perhaps due to the shared tragedy of her family's slaughter, or perhaps the aggressive demeanor of Roland and his companions displeased him. There could be other reasons as well, who knows? Shi Lingqing smiled, her dislocated foot gently tapping the ground as she beamed radiantly at Wu Tai. As she witnessed the barrage of stones soaring and crashing down, demolishing the sturdy ferns, her smile blossomed like spring flowers, enchanting all who beheld it. In stark contrast, Roland's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a fierce shout. A young man beside him, armed with a longbow, advanced menacingly towards Wu Tai, each stride covering 7 or 8 meters, quickly closing the distance by over 100 meters. With a taut bowstring, a muffled thud echoed as an arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Wu Tai's heart. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tai clenched his left fist. An invisible force field rippled violently within a 100-meter radius. Waves of intangible energy surged towards the arrow. Its speed abruptly diminished, visibly slowing as it approached Wu Tai. With a soft hissing sound, a milky white aura began to emanate from the arrow's tip, and as it hovered 3 feet from Wu Tai's chest, it came to a complete standstill. Wu Tai glared at the young archer. The archer retaliated with a roar, unleashing a barrage of arrows that soared towards Wu Tai with thunderous reverberations. In a frenzy, Wu Tai activated his force field to intercept the onslaught. Unprepared for such a fierce assault, 2 arrows, hidden behind the first, arced gracefully and collided with the rear of the leading arrow. The first arrow, now only 3 feet away from Wu Tai, suddenly accelerated with a piercing explosion, tearing through the force field and striking Wu Tai's chest. A spark ignited on his pale, fitted armor as the pure steel arrowhead shattered, yet the armor remained unscathed. Roland and his companions' pupils constricted in shock, and they simultaneously emitted sharp cries before retreating in silence. They vanished into a grove of towering mushrooms, leaving no trace behind. Wu Tai, drenched in cold sweat, exhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as he too turned to flee. He sensed the grim fate that awaited him. Had he not been wearing armor, he would have been pierced through the heart. Who knows how old iron would deal with him this time? Shi Lingqing's gentle voice called from behind, "My dear sir, this gentleman." Glancing back, the undulating mounds and ferns obscured his view, preventing him from seeing what lay beyond. Wu Tai sighed, his expression darkening as he made his way towards the ancient divine armament camp. Upon nearing the entrance, he was astonished to find a neatly constructed wooden shed where there had once been a deep pit. With a frame made of giant fern branches and walls coated in a thick layer of mud, the The structure appeared remarkably sturdy, enhanced by a roof of dense fern foliage. When had the shed appeared? Wu Tai had only been gone for a short while, yet here stood this wooden shelter. A dozen metallic spiders emerged from the surroundings, silently gathering around Wu Tai before scuttling into the shed. Stunned, Wu Tai hurriedly followed them inside. He discovered that the original pit was now covered with a thick layer of ferns and mud, topped with an additional layer of hippo hide, creating a surprisingly comfortable appearance. The metallic spiders hastened to a corner of the shed, deftly lifting a small cover. From beneath, Old Iron's voice resonated. Intruders have arrived. Neither side is friendly. I can't be bothered to deal with them, so I quickly built the shed to conceal the entrance. What do you think of my construction skills? Wu Tai sighed in relief and approached the entrance to the ancient divine armament camp, glancing down at Old Iron, who was being supported by 4 metallic spiders. He scoffed. You didn't do this yourself, did you? You have no arms or legs. How could you build a shed? Old Iron fell silent, and a blinding spark flickered from his large teeth. Wu Tai quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. This shed is truly well made. Old Iron, you are indeed astute and exceptional. Before Old Iron could respond, Wu Tai proactively confessed his mistakes. I should have dodged those arrows instead of trying to block them. I never anticipated that fellows' arrows could curve. Not just swords, people can curve too. Haven't you seen? Old Iron retorted, his electric glare fading. You have plenty of foundational elixirs stashed away. You need not come down for the next few days. Focus on your own training. His tone shifted peculiarly. Also, engage with them properly. Some experiences must be lived to be understood, especially regarding the nuances between men and women. Ha, ha, ha. A flash of electricity coursed through the passage to the ancient divine armament camp as the silver metal cover writhed. And Old Iron, along with the metallic spiders, descended into the depths. Wu Tai's face flushed crimson as he muttered to himself. What nuances between men and women? What could that possibly mean? Old Iron's words stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Wu Tai: anxiety, excitement, yearning. He instinctively recalled the hushed conversations shared by Wu Jin and Wu Yin in the night at the Wu family stone fortress. They had been cautious, whispering furtively. Yet Wu Tai had successfully eavesdropped on snippets of their discussion. What are you saying, Old Iron? Wu Tai felt his cheeks warm, his heart racing inexplicably. He couldn't help but picture Shiling Qing's exquisite features, especially her delicately tinted lavender lips. Wu Tai felt his own lips dry out. 2 vigilant figures stealthily approached the wooden shed, halting 200 meters away, concealed behind a small mound as they peered curiously towards Wu Tai's direction. The solitary wooden shed appeared strikingly out of place, prompting the 2 guards loyal to Shiling Qing to exchange bewildered glances. Check the surroundings for traces, one murmured. Just one person? One is sufficient. He seems capable of withstanding Roland and his companions. The other inhaled deeply. Despite his youth, his strength is impressive. Just one. Splendid. The 2 figures retreated quietly, exercising utmost caution. Unbeknownst to them, hidden within the distant mushroom grove, 2 metallic spiders with crimson eyes fixed their gaze upon them, their countless invisible red beams sweeping over the intruders. In a wooden shed, Wu Tai sat in a daze, uncertain of what to do next. The aroma of delectable snake meat lingered in the air as he savored it, his robust physique swiftly digesting the meal. A sensation known as contentment radiated throughout his body, causing him to shudder with pleasure. My lord, came the gentle voice of Shiling Qing from afar. In contrast to her pale lavender lips, she appeared ethereal and demure, reminiscent of a night blooming cereus, exuding an intoxicating beauty. Standing beneath a cluster of ferns several dozen meters away, her large, glistening eyes looked timidly at Wu Tai, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak but lacked the courage. My lord, I am Shiling Qing, and I thank you for saving my life. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, collapsing to her knees like a flower branch swayed by the wind. Wu Tai was taken aback. Old Tai had taught him the art of hunting, stealth, and survival, yet he had never been instructed on how to respond when a beautiful, fragile girl, only slightly older than him, suddenly knelt before him. His expression froze, every muscle tensed. Though anxiety coursed through him, his taut features betrayed an unyielding calmness, an iron resolve, as if the heavens themselves could not disturb him. With the first level of foundation established, Wu Tai's physical capabilities were formidable. His powerful jaws crushed the snake bones with a sound like grinding stones, the remnants swallowed effortlessly. Shiling Qing's complexion shifted slightly, stealing glances at Wu Tai's cold, impassive face and listening to the crunching of bones. She found herself at a loss regarding his thoughts. This unforeseen situation left her unprepared. How could Wu Tai remain indifferent to her plight? Her delicate hands trembled as she gritted her teeth, pressing them into the slick, moss-covered earth. Instantly, her slender fingers sank 3 inches deep into the dark, fertile mud, which seeped through her fingers, engulfing her fair hands completely. As she shivered, her pale visage and fragile form evoked a poignant sense of empathy. "My lord, I, Shi Lingqing, have fallen into misfortune, and I beseech you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quavering. Wu Tai was wholly captivated by Shi Lingqing, oblivious to the world around him. Thus, he failed to notice the sinister presence lurking behind her, an all-black blood-marked venomous snake, stealthily inching closer, ready to strike at the vulnerable girl kneeling before him. The venomous creature, known for leaving behind its barbed fangs and its prey, opened its mouth wide, poised to bite into Shi Lingqing's elevated form. Wu Tai's throat felt parched, as if filled with sand, and he longed to urge her to rise, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Old Tai had imparted many lessons on survival and combat, but had never taught him how to navigate human relationships, especially with enchanting young women. It was unfortunate that neither Wu Zhan, Wu Jin, Wu Yin, Wu Tong, nor even the lifelong bachelor, the Grey Master, had ever bestowed such wisdom upon him. Wu Zhan was solely focused on expanding the family's territory, employing force against unruly neighbors. The others had yet to engage with young women their age. As for the Grey Master, aside from reciting poetry, he had never encountered the true essence of spring rain. Wu Tai gazed at Shi Lingqing, his mind consumed by the image of her delicate, lovely face. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the moment. The blood-marked venomous snake struck fiercely at Shi Lingqing's backside, its fangs snapping off, leaving behind a potent neurotoxin within her. Shi Lingqing leapt as if her backside were aflame, dancing and screaming in agony. Yet, after a few cries, the paralyzing toxin took hold, and she collapsed, frothing at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. A dozen figures rushed in like a whirlwind from the distance, hastily lifting Shi Lingqing and retreating in disarray. Wu Tai remained, rooted in shock, while the snake, equally astonished, blinked in disbelief at the sudden disappearance of its prey. Chapter 18. The strike. The severed fangs of the blood-stained rattlesnake sizzled over the campfire, dripping with oil. Wu Tai sat atop a small mound, roasting the snake meat while gazing towards another hill a few miles away. Several subordinates of Shi Lingqing had chopped numerous fern branches to construct a rickety wooden shelter atop the hill. They had temporarily hunted a large gray rock lizard, skinned it, and laid its flesh over a thick pile of branches to dry. Shi Lingqing lay on the lizard's skin, her body twitching, her pale face appearing notably fragile and pitiable. She had already ingested an antidote, and the broken fangs had been extracted from her body, perhaps out of modesty. Shi Lingqing did not allow her 8 human subordinates to assist her. Instead, she chose a burly, clumsy ox warrior to help with the extraction. As Wu Tai roasted the snake meat, he distinctly heard a scream emanating from the direction of the shelter. The cry was high-pitched and piercing, echoing across the miles. The ox people were simple, loyal, and honest, yet their lack of finesse rendered them incapable of delicate tasks. Wu Tai imagined the scene of a robust ox warrior yanking out the broken fang with all his might, sending a shiver down his spine. It was quite pitiful indeed. Wu Tai sighed, tearing off a piece of snake meat to chew slowly. 2 metallic spiders lurked among the mushrooms behind him, and upon hearing his words, the rigid voice of the old iron spider echoed, "Pitiful? Bah, spare me the nonsense. If a man truly cares for her, he should seize the moment. Now, while she is vulnerable and utterly alone, is the perfect time to strike with the utmost fervor, to claim her body and soul completely." Wu Tai listened, somewhat bewildered. Through his recent insights into the old iron's character, he knew this was hardly commendable advice. The blood-red eyes of the metallic spider flickered ominously as the old iron chuckled. "No courage? Then just watch from a distance." In the distance, a campfire ignited, wisps of blue smoke curling upwards. Wu Tai rose to his feet and spotted that Lauren and his 2 companions had also kindled a fire. They had caught a large white fish, about 2 meters long, chopped it into pieces, and skewered it over the flames to roast. They busied themselves while vigilantly scanning their surroundings, akin to 3 sentinels. After a while, Shi Lingqing's subordinates had successfully roasted the unfortunate gray rock lizard. A man clad in a black robe, capable of conjuring electrical sparks from his staff, approached the shelter, respectfully presenting a piece of roasted meat. The 4 ox warriors and several human guards each took their share of the meat, sitting around the fire and devouring it in silence, occasionally glancing towards Lauren and his companions. About 15 minutes later, the man in the black robe emerged from the shelter, chewing on a piece of beast bone. After cleaning his hands, he strode confidently towards Wu Tai, staff in hand. A visible azure wind circle swirled beneath his feet, and he moved with such swiftness that it rivaled Wu Jin and Wu Yin at full speed. Wu Tai stood up, gripping his spear, watching him warily. The man halted at the base of the mound and looked up at Wu Tai, bowing deeply. "Honored Lord, we did not intend to intrude upon your territory. We are fleeing from merciless pursuers. We mean no offense. I ask for your understanding, for due to unforeseen circumstances, my lady cannot personally express her apologies." Wu Tai remained silent, fixated on the man. The man straightened, glanced at Wu Tai, and said solemnly, "I am Shi Dian, deputy guard of Qinyu City. We are well aware that we should not exert force within your domain." Wu Tai nodded, appreciating Shi Dian's words. The sensation of being respected and revered was gratifying. However, he added, "Our enemies have also entered this place." Shi Dian gazed earnestly at Wu Tai. "What if they resort to violence against us?" Wu Tai turned his gaze towards the shelter, where he discerned Shi Lingqing lying on the gray rock lizard's skin. He pondered seriously for a moment, then struck the ground with his spear. "If Lauren and his companions dare to harm you, I shall teach them a lesson and protect you." Shi Dian received the answer he sought and bowed deeply to Wu Tai, then produced a small leather pouch from his sleeve, placing it at his feet. "Though it is but a trifle, it represents our humble gratitude. Please accept this contribution from those in dire straits to their lord." Despite having been pierced by an arrow previously, Shi Dian spoke while walking, occasionally coughing violently. Watching him depart, Wu Tai waved his left hand, sending the small pouch flying into his grasp with a gentle clink as it landed. Untying the delicate leather string, he poured out several exquisitely crafted coins, each the size of a thumb. The edges bore fine serrations, and one side displayed a flowing, robust character for stone, while the northern side was engraved with two frolicking fish. The craftsmanship was superb, with a faint reddish hue, indicating high purity. Weighing the coins in his palm, they felt surprisingly heavy. These were indeed treasures. Although the Wu family possessed gold mines and slaves to refine gold, their output was often of inferior quality, greenish-yellow, and unappealing due to the molds and techniques used. The pouch contained 20 coins, all finely crafted and of high purity, suggesting that Shi Dian's family, the Shi clan of Qinyu City, was far more powerful, affluent, and prosperous than the Wu family. Wu Tai stowed the coins back into the pouch and tossed it into the mushrooms. A metallic spider deftly extended a limb to attach the pouch to itself, and the old iron's voice softly echoed, "Gold coins? Shiny, tempting gold. But what use do they have in this desolate place?" The old iron scoffed. "Trust me, kid, they bear no sincerity. Instead of giving you coins, they might as well hand over that energy staff to you." Wu Tai remained silent, as Lauren and his companions had finished their meal and were now swiftly advancing towards Shi Lingqing's shelter, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters. Before Wu Tai could decide whether to intervene, Lauren dashed towards the wooden shelter, leaving a blur in his wake. With a loud shout, two ox warriors brandishing large axes charged at him. Behind Lauren, a young man with a longbow swiftly drew his weapon, releasing an arrow that whistled towards the ox warriors. Shi Dian snorted, gripping his staff tightly and driving it into the ground. A fierce gust of wind erupted, forming a towering wall of air that surged forward, colliding with the arrow mid-flight. Amidst the sharp sound of shattering, the wind wall was pierced by the arrow. However, the arrow was deflected, grazing one of the ox warriors' necks, leaving a shallow cut. The clash of weapons echoed as the two ox warriors engaged Lauren in fierce combat, their axes and blades colliding violently, causing both combatants to shudder with each impact. Evidently, the bovine warriors possessed an innate advantage in physical prowess, while Roland surpassed them in cultivation. Two more bovine warriors lunged forward, encircling Roland. With a sudden roar, Roland generated violent air vibrations around him. The thick leather pouch at his waist emitted a tearing sound as two black blades darted out, snaking towards the bovine warrior's hips. The warriors grunted, their darkened skin turning coal-black with a metallic sheen. The blades, short and hiltless, sliced through their armor, striking their flesh. Sparks flew as the blades rebounded off their skin. Taken aback, Roland was struck in the chest by a warrior's axe. A youth who had been observing from a distance suddenly cried out, manipulating the air to form a shimmering, 2-foot square azure shield before Roland's chest. The axe struck the shield, causing it to crack. Roland retreated, startled. "You!" he exclaimed, eyeing the warriors warily. Panting, the warriors' muscles bulged, their height increasing to around 5 meters as their skin showed bulging veins. "Shi Lingqing," Roland bellowed. "Do you watch your people die with such powerful guards?" He glanced towards Wu Tai's location. Shi Lingqing replied weakly, "Roland, would I have allowed you to kill my people if they hadn't been away? Furthermore, You shamelessly poisoned the castle's water supply. If Jin San and Jin Qi hadn't been poisoned, how could you have succeeded? Shi Lingqing and Roland faced off. Wu Tai, positioned on a mound, noticed figures approaching from the riverbank where Shi Lingqing and Roland had landed. They were youths, similarly dressed and armed with blades, rushing towards them, their cries echoing. Roland and his companions rejoiced, returning the cries and retreating. Shi Lingqing's expression changed, and she ordered, "Surround and kill them before their comrades arrive." The bovine warriors charged after Roland, while the human guards hesitated. The youth with the longbow dashed to the side, prompting Shi Dian to halt the guards. The pursuers retreated as 5 more youths, clad in black armor and wielding blades, joined Roland. The warriors confronted them briefly before retreating. Shi Dian launched 3 wooden staves, unleashing a torrent of electricity. Roland's group retreated, while the archer fired 3 arrows. 2 were shattered by the electricity, but 1, made of metal, pierced a guard's abdomen. Shi Lingqing's face grew grim. "Miss, be careful. Protect her at all costs. She is the soul heir." Shi Dian cried, conjuring wind and electricity. One of the newcomers, a bald youth with a scorpion tattoo, sneered, "Soul heir? She's the last of the Shi family. We killed the others who tried to escape." Shi Lingqing staggered, shrieking, and gestured. The ferns writhed, lashing out like whips. The youths leaped back, avoiding the attack, and charged towards Shi Lingqing under Roland's lead. The electricity from Shi Dian's staves waned, and as Roland's group neared Shi Lingqing, Wu Tai, unable to contain himself, drew his spear and sword towards her. From a distance, Wu Tai hurled stones at Roland's group, declaring, "This is my territory. You will not fight here." Chapter 19. Unbroken as the large stones fell like raindrops. Wu Tai soared into the air, a smile of delight playing at the corners of Shi Lingqing's mouth. Luo Lin, on the other hand, let out a low growl, his straight blade slashing through the air and emitting a silver light that shattered several descending stones. Behind him, a newcomer wielded both hands simultaneously, sending dozens of glimmering triangular nails flying forth. The nails gleamed with a faint cold light, striking the falling stones with precision. Each triangular nail, the size of a pinky finger, was heavy and sharp. With a dull thud, the stones were reduced to fragments the size of beans, landing harmlessly around Luo Lin and his companions. "Go, kill!" Luo Lin bellowed, advancing toward Wu Tai. "Nail, coordinate with me." The other 6 youths charged toward Shi Lingqing's group, with the youth referred to as Nail closely following Luo Lin. As Luo Lin moved, Nail flicked his right hand, sending 3 triangular nails arcing towards Wu Tai. Wu Tai, gliding through the air, failed to evade in time. The nails struck swiftly, embedding themselves in Wu Tai's left and right chest and abdomen. Nail's eyes lit up with excitement. "Good armor." Wu Tai landed heavily, right in front of Luo Lin, thrusting his spear directly at him. Luo Lin swung his straight blade down hard onto the spear. With a deafening crash, Shi Lingqing and her companions, along with the 6 charging youths, turned their attention toward the clash. Wu Tai's arms trembled slightly. The force from Luo Lin's blade was less than he anticipated. In contrast, Wu Tai's strength overwhelmed Luo Lin, causing the spear to break through the blade and aimed directly at Luo Lin's chest. With a startled cry, Luo Lin retreated swiftly, 2 small daggers flying from his waist pouch, transforming into streaks of cold light that struck fiercely at Wu Tai. Wu Tai swung his spear in a circular motion, deflecting 1 dagger, but the other came too fast, grazing his waist with a sharp strike. "Good." Wu Tai couldn't help but exclaim in exhilaration. He pressed on a slightly raised diamond-shaped section of his tight armor, causing the cuffs and collar to glow faintly. The armor writhed, pale metallic liquid oozing out and swiftly enveloping his hands and head. The liquid solidified, encasing Wu Tai entirely in the tight armor. His eyes, now 2 thin crimson shards flashing with a fierce light, combined with the pallid armor, gave him a fearsome appearance. "I told you, this is my territory. You are not permitted to fight here." With his head fully encased in armor, Wu Tai's voice turned low and rigid, resonating with a metallic timbre. Luo Lin roared, swinging his straight blade, while 2 daggers whirled rapidly around him, creating a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. His body exploded into 3 afterimages. Charging toward Wu Tai, Luo Lin's speed caught Wu Tai off guard, and the technique of his afterimages left Wu Tai flustered and struggling to respond. All he could hear was the rush of wind as the shadows danced around him. Before he could discern where his opponent truly stood, the blade flashed, striking him dozens of times, while the 2 daggers screeched as they slashed at him repeatedly. Wu Tai stood unmoving, his immaculate pale armor reflecting the attacks, leaving not a single mark. Nail shouted from behind Luo Lin, slapping his waist pouch, unleashing dozens of triangular nails that sparkled with cold light. Flying toward Wu Tai, a tremendous crash echoed as countless clumps of mud soared into the air, and Roland fell heavily into the mud pit. Four rocky arms suddenly sprouted from beneath Wu Tai's feet, gripping his thighs and waist. A yellowish stone pillar shot upwards, hurtling down towards Wu Tai's head. In a low growl, Wu Tai's body trembled violently as he unleashed all his strength, the rocky arms cracking with a piercing sound. He struggled fiercely. And with a resounding break, all the rocky arms shattered. He swept his spear horizontally, striking the stone pillar with great force. Surprisingly, the seemingly lightweight pillar weighed several thousand pounds. Yet, to Wu Tai, this weight was of little consequence, with a sweeping motion of his spear. A thunderous sound erupted as the pillar was sent flying dozens of meters, shattering a distant boulder into fragments. I have proclaimed this my domain. You shall not lay a hand here. In the mud pit, Roland, who had just staggered to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth, found Wu Tai looming beside him. With a sudden grip, Wu Tai seized his head. Strangely, memories of the skulls he had cleansed at the Wu family fortress flooded back to him. Roland's neck felt fragile. Wu Tai could distinctly sense that with a mere twist, he could easily sever Roland's head from his body. Veins bulged on Roland's forehead as he gasped for breath. His body rigid. Wu Tai could feel the raw anger and despair radiating from Roland, yet there was no trace of fear. Anger and despair, devoid of fear. Wu Tai tightened his grip, and the sound of Roland's hair snapping echoed ominously. Just a few meters away, Ding shouted in desperation, suddenly kneeling before Wu Tai. Please. Release Roland. We. With an appearance still bearing traces of youth, Ding was evidently not adept with words. He pressed his hands to the ground, knocking his head 3 times with a resounding thud, his forehead meeting a sharp stone, causing flesh to split and blood to flow freely. Wu Tai's heart convulsed violently. In that moment, Ding's figure overlapped with that of Wu Jin. The flames of anger and murderous intent receded like a receding tide, and Wu Tai gradually released his left hand, lifting Roland and tossing him in front of Ding. This is my territory, Wu Tai reiterated his stance. Shi Lingqing and her followers swiftly approached him, maintaining a distance as she called out in a sweet yet firm voice. My lord, we implore you to intercede for us. The youth commanding the yellowish stone pillar stepped forward, solemnly declaring, we shall heed this esteemed one's decree. We shall not engage in conflict on his territory again. Wu Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Lingqing cast a glance at Roland and his companions, gritting her teeth, and strode toward Wu Tai. He ignored her, leaping away with the grace of a bird, utilizing the ferns for momentum, and with several bounds, he distanced himself. The two groups faced each other from over 200 meters apart, locking eyes in a tense standoff. After a moment of silent scrutiny, the youth wielding the stone pillar sneered, Shi Lingqing, I wonder where this vile woman thinks she can escape. We will keep our eyes on you. The moment you step out of this esteemed one's domain. Unfazed, Shi Lingqing retorted with a chilling laugh. I have a fair inkling of your origins. I can afford to linger in this esteemed lord's territory. Do you dare to waste time with me? Holding her head high, she chuckled triumphantly before turning back to her wooden cabin, her movements betraying a newfound clumsiness due to the lingering numbness in her thigh. 4 bull tribe warriors and 8 human guards followed her, gradually retreating while facing Roland and his companions. Once they had put over a mile between themselves, they turned to follow Shi Lingqing. The 7 youths observed the injured Roland, and the youth with a longbow voiced his frustration with a low growl. The others glanced at the youth wielding the stone pillar. He clenched his teeth, alternating his gaze between the direction Wu Tai had departed and Shi Lingqing's group. After a long silence, he coldly stated, she claims we cannot afford to wait? Then let us engage her in this contest of endurance. I shall bear the consequences. Regardless, we must avenge our 3rd comrade, utterly and completely. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. For every life taken, we shall slaughter their kin. The youth's voice was frigid, laced with a chilling intensity that sent shivers through the bones. Roland, cradled in Ding's arms, opened his eyes, trembling as he weakly uttered, Wu. Was that boy's armor an ancient treasure? Why was it so impenetrable? Roland's complexion was pale, his voice faint. Wu, bewildered, gazed towards the direction Wu Tai had vanished, then suddenly chuckled. Indeed, that lad is a formidable opponent. His armor is likely an ancient artifact, prohibiting our actions? But what are we? We are the Mist Blades, we are assassins, we are the reapers who tread in darkness. Who says we must confront our foes directly? As tendrils of smoke curled around him, Wu Tai crouched atop a small hill, observing Shi Lingqing's group while roasting meat. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed from a distant bull tribesman. Chapter 20. The unfortunate warrior of the Cow clan found himself under attack while foraging for edible mushrooms in a thicket. As a black-ringed snake spat venom directly into his face. Reacting swiftly, he managed to dodge somewhat, yet the venom still splashed onto his left eye. His eyeball was soon corroded into a pool of blood, and the toxin rapidly spread throughout his skull. Fortunately, Shi Lingqing, equipped with an effective antidote, rushed to his aid upon hearing his cries. She administered the antidote, ensuring his life was spared, though he lost an eye, reducing his combat effectiveness by at least 30%. The lingering effects of the toxin within his skull rendered the unfortunate warrior incoherent and disoriented, further diminishing his capabilities by over 10%. Wu Tai stood silently atop a small hill, observing the frantic efforts of Shi Lingqing and her companions. In the distance, 7 or 8 li away, Lauren and his group gazed toward this scene. All 8 members were present, a testament to the Cow clan's misfortune. Clumsy and oblivious. Did he not know that black-ringed snakes favor ambushing prey from among mushrooms or ferns? Wu Tai sighed, relieved it was merely a black-ringed snake. Had it been a black-maned snake, the warrior would have perished. Clearly, the attack on this Cow clan member had no ties to Lauren and his companions. As Wu Tai discerned no connections, several miles away, Ding carried Lauren and hurried toward Wu Tai. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Tai tapped a diamond-shaped protrusion on his chest with his left hand. His tight armor shifted, enveloping his hands and head. Ding set Lauren down a few dozen meters away. Despite having sustained numerous fractures from Wu Tai's earlier assault, Lauren slowly made his way to Wu Tai. Relying solely on his strength, he bore no weapons and notably patted his waist, revealing the absence of the beastskin pouch that typically held 2 deadly short blades capable of flight and lethal strikes. Wu Tai slightly relaxed his grip on the spear. As his head armor shifted, the faceplate sliding open to reveal his youthful visage. An old fellow once told me that a warrior never allows his weapon to stray far from him. Lauren, seated 10 meters away on a stone, shook his head. We are not warriors. We are mist blades. Have you heard of us? Wu Tai shook his head, unfamiliar with the term. Mist blades? He had never encountered such a notion. Lauren exhaled, glancing at Shi Lingqing and her group, where the injured Cow clan warrior continued to wail in agony. Quite unfortunate, isn't it? Lauren smiled, then turned to Wu Tai, speaking in a solemn tone. Mist blades, we are assassins, killers, bloodthirsty beings traversing the shadows. To clarify further, we kill for whoever pays. Wu Tai regarded Lauren, pointing towards Shi Lingqing in the distance. Did someone pay you to kill her? Lauren shook his head, meeting Wu Tai's gaze with calm resolve. This is a matter of personal revenge, devoid of monetary motives. What do you think of Shi Lingqing? Wu Tai felt a pang of anxiety at the question, his heart racing as he stammered. What kind of person is she? How should I know? Lauren's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Wu Tai. Big Wu mentioned that there are few traces of human activity in this vicinity. Are you the only one here? Lauren continued. Clad in impenetrable ancient armor, wielding an exceptionally sharp spear, likely an ancient relic. Your cultivation level is probably at the initial stage of blood condensation. Just breaking through the foundational realm? You haven't even condensed the vital energy yet? Yet your strength manages to fully overpower me. I practice the Mist Blade's secret technique, Mist Shadow Blood Slaughter, a top-tier foundational method. I am nearly at the threshold of comprehending the profound, almost condensing my magical energy. Yet, I find myself suppressed by your physical strength. Your foundational technique surpasses Mist Shadow Blood Slaughter entirely. Alone, youthful, possessing ancient treasures, and extraordinary skills. You must be a fortunate soul who stumbled into this perilous realm, blessed with ancient heritage. Wu Tai stood stunned by Lauren's words, retreating a few steps in bewilderment. Anxiously regarding Lauren. How did they know so much? It was as if they had witnessed every detail of his arrival here. Lauren's eyes were fixed on Wu Tai. Do you see the one among my brothers who wields a chain blade? Wu Tai glanced over. The chain blade was a peculiar weapon. A sickle with a foot-long handle and a blade about 2 feet long, connected by several meters of fine iron chain. He had taken particular note of this unusual weapon during their previous encounter. The wielder was a pale, somewhat handsome youth, exuding an air of subtle femininity. Had he deduced this? Lauren closed his faceplate once more, enveloping himself entirely in his armor. We spent the night scouring every inch within a 200 li radius. The traces were scant, yet the clues were evident. Xiao is our team's strategist. He has always been clever and cunning, skilled in such matters. Thus, I made a special visit to see you. Wu Tai interrupted. What do you intend to convey? You are many, and you believe you can suppress me? Revenge. Wu Tai's eyes blazed with fervor as he declared loudly. I am seeking vengeance. Lauren's gaze turned icy as he regarded Wu Tai. Shiling Qing is the root cause of my sister's death. Why do you seek to obstruct me? Is it because of her beauty? Wu Tai's heart raced, struggling to articulate a response. Deep down, he felt an unspoken agreement with Lauren's sentiment. When a family member is slain, vengeance is imperative. Furthermore, Lao Tai had instilled in him the belief that revenge must be thorough, cutting off the roots of the enemy. Lao Tai was never a benevolent soul. He had imparted many radical and perilous ideas of slaughter to Wu Tai. Yet, in his heart, regarding Shiling Qing, Wu Tai's voice trembled. She is the culprit behind your sister's death? Perhaps you are mistaken? His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Gripping his spear, he stepped forward sharply. But Lauren merely spread his hands, smiling at him. What? Do you wish to slay an unarmed foe? Wu Tai's steps faltered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he gazed at Lauren, unsure of how to proceed. Once Lauren and Ding had departed, a metallic spider scuttled gracefully out from a patch of ferns, accompanied by Lao Tai's rigid voice. Young novice, with just a few words, they have uncovered your background. However, this is not your fault. These youngsters are far more professional than you. What should I do? Wu Tai gazed at the metallic spider, aware that Lao Tai was monitoring him through its methods. Consider your own judgment, Lao Tai advised. Question your heart. Do you believe Lauren's words? Or will you choose to assist Shiling Qing? Humans, as social intelligent beings, must learn to interact with their kind. Lao Tai chuckled. I can teach you many things. But there are aspects you cannot learn from me. After all, I am merely an ancient divine weapon, not a human. The tone of the old iron was imbued with a hint of mischievous delight. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity for trial. Those pitiful giant hippos and limestone lizards can no longer pose any threat to you. From this day forth, you should sleep with one eye open. Learn well how to interact with people. The old iron chuckled. Throughout this process, I shall neither remind you nor assist you. Use your wit to resolve this matter. Though, I must admit, I have little faith in the wisdom contained within that small head of yours. Wu Tian, slightly irked, kicked a stone in frustration. Did the old iron imply that he was foolish? Gritting his teeth, Wu Tian suddenly soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the direction of Roland and his companions. He alighted upon a small mound of earth 100 meters away, sternly issuing another warning to Roland's group. I care not who you are or what reasons you have. In any case, this is my territory, and you are forbidden from making a move here. With a threatening gesture, Wu Tian sent a stone, the size of a fist, soaring into the air, producing a sharp whistling sound as it hurtled forward. With a swift whoosh, the stone barely grazed Roland's cheek, crashing heavily against a stone pillar behind him. The pillar, as thick as an embrace, was left with a foot-wide dent, scattering fragments and a terrifying display. If you dare to act, do not blame me for being ruthless. Wu Tian brandished his spear, elegantly retreating a considerable distance. Roland, Wu and the others gazed grimly at the shattered pillar. Although Wu Tian's barrage of stones had created a tremendous spectacle, the actual lethality was limited. However, when he utilized the full force of controlling the universe to manipulate a single stone, its destructive potential became exceedingly formidable. At the very least, Wu and the others believed that should Wu Tian launch a surprise attack, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. A troublesome little fellow, yet if he stands alone, he is of little concern. With the chain knife resting on his shoulder, Qiao, pale and with an ethereal demeanor, chuckled softly. As long as we devise a sound plan, eliminating the stone spirit Qing shouldn't be difficult. Especially considering my growing interest in the ancient legacy this little one possesses. He glanced at Wu and Roland, then surveyed the other youths. Just look at his appearance. He appears to be merely 11 or 12 years old. With the first level of foundation building, he can overpower someone about to break through the foundation stage. Huh. What do you think of this legacy? Wu, Roland, and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. Just recently, Roland had made a special visit to Wu Tian to ascertain his background. Now they were convinced that in this strange realm, Wu Tian stood alone as the sole fortunate one, without any kin to support him. Given this information, subduing Wu Tian would be child's play. Let us proceed with this plan. Qiao, you must strategize meticulously, Wu said with a soft, cheerful laugh. In the ensuing days, Stone Spirit Qing and her entourage faced relentless troubles. Various bizarre and venomous creatures attacked her guards, and odd accidents occurred repeatedly. 2 of her human guards were bitten by poisonous spiders, despite promptly taking antidotes. They still lost a significant portion of their combat ability within a short span. Stone Spirit Qing and her group became increasingly despondent, realizing that if this continued, they would inevitably perish here. After quietly observing for several days, Wu Tian began to sense that something was amiss. One day, having eaten his fill, He finally approached the wooden shelter of stone spirit Qin, gazing at the unfortunate guard who had just been bitten on the toe by a small flying snake. "You have been rather unfortunate these past few days," Wu Tian remarked dryly, looking at stone spirit Qin. Her delicate face appeared quite pallid, likely due to the lingering effects of the blood-marked broken-tooth snake's ambush from days prior. As she walked, her steps seemed somewhat peculiar. She gazed at Wu Tian with a pitiful expression and whispered, "Young master, this is no accident. It is clearly the work of those ruthless fiends." Wu Tian swallowed hard, contemplating the sheer might of the thousands of warriors from the Shi family of Qianyu City. At the height of the Wat family's power, they barely had 50 competent warriors. He wished to say something, yet lacked the experience to comfort a young lady. He stood there like a wooden post, when suddenly, everyone heard the distant sound of heavy footsteps. Among Roland's group, a youth bearing a longbow rushed in like a whirlwind, shouting frantically, "Monsters!" He dashed past Wu Tian without a moment's hesitation. Before Wu Tian could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a massive green egg, the size of a wash basin, crashed heavily upon him, shattering with a resounding pop. Wu Tian, unprotected by a helmet, found himself drenched in egg yolk, his head and face utterly covered. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibrations intensified. Chapter 21. Behemoth within the ancient god-weapon barracks, a crimson luminescence permeated the surroundings, casting an otherworldly glow. "Extraordinary," the elder exclaimed with a hollow laugh, devoid of genuine mirth. The colossal automaton turned, its gaze lingering upon the elder before gently nudging him. "She arrived as an innocent," the elder continued with a sardonic chuckle, "but now, this woman is captivating our fledgling. Can you fathom the transformation from maiden to matron?" The automaton remained suspended, its crimson eyes fixed and unwavering. "There's no common ground with a being devoid of sentience," the elder declared, his laughter echoing through the metallic hall. "Therefore, intrigue, and an egg. A precise strike." The elder erupted into another bout of laughter, the crimson in his eyes intensifying, illuminating the chamber. "Indeed, a precise strike. Such dutiful lackeys. Our fledgling requires a lesson." Wu Tai, in disarray, wiped the viscous, reeking fluid from his face. The scalding egg yolk burned his skin, leaving it flushed and blistered. The earth trembled violently as an enraged roar reverberated through the air. Towering ferns were pulverized as a monstrous head emerged from the shattered foliage. Resembling a gargantuan gray rock lizard, the creature's head was several meters in size, dwarfing even a hippopotamus. Adorning its head were numerous sharp horns, and as it roared, a scarlet, umbrella-like frill unfurled from its neck, spanning several meters and speckled with violet markings. This was a truly fearsome sight. The behemoth charged forth, its immense body following. Though similar in form to a gray rock lizard, it was far larger, and its vestigial wings flapped uselessly. Its small, bloodshot eyes locked onto Wu Tai. Shattered eggshells lay at Wu Tai's feet, his face smeared with yolk. A bovine warrior seized Shirling Qin, fleeing in terror. "Young master, beware," she cried out, her voice laden with concern. "It's gone berserk." Instinctively, Wu Tai dove to the ground, an invisible force enveloping him, allowing him to glide across the terrain. A thick stream of crimson fire, akin to molten lava, grazed his scalp, singeing his hair and leaving his skin scorched and blistered. The fire seared a crater into the ground, where a pool of lava bubbled ominously. Wu Tai yelped, activating his armor, encased in protective metal. He leaped to his feet and fled. The monster, eyes ablaze, roared and pursued him with astonishing speed. It was upon him in moments. The behemoth reared up, its massive forepaw descending upon Wu Tai. The force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into a stalagmite. Despite the armor, the impact left him gasping for breath, his innards reeling. He dared not take to the air again. Instead, he fled through the treacherous landscape, weaving through rocks, fungi, and ferns. He realized he had been a pawn in the schemes of Luo Lin and his cohorts. Luo Lin had confirmed Wu Tai's isolation, his lack of allies or powerful backing. They had provoked the beast to eliminate him. The egg, he surmised, was the monster's offspring, as the elder had taught him. Creatures in their reproductive phase were driven to madness. Any harm to their offspring would trigger a relentless fury. "Luo Lin," Wu Tai roared as he fled. "I will not forget this. You will pay." The monster responded with a deafening roar, smashing a boulder into Wu Tai's back. He cried out, sent sprawling. Before he could rise, a stream of fire engulfed him. The armor blazed white-hot, capable of melting stone. Wu Tai felt as if he were being boiled alive. He scrambled to his feet, leaping and bounding toward the distant river. He would use the water against the fire-breathing beast. As the behemoth pursued him, Wu Tai neared Shi Lingqing's wooden shelter and cried out, "Shi Lingqing, beware. They've used the beast to distract me. They intend to kill you." In the ancient god weapon barracks, the elder cackled. "Is our fledgling valiant and righteous, or simply foolish?" He mused. "It seems the latter. What do you think?" The automaton's eyes flickered as it rotated its massive head. Wu Tai sprinted, leaping over a cluster of stalagmites. He glanced toward Shi Lingqing's shelter. The structure was destroyed, and blood stained the ground. A young man lay motionless, clad in black and clutching a straight blade. His lifeblood seeped into the earth, forming a crimson pool. One was dead. As Wu Tai considered the youth's demise, the behemoth closed in. With a roar, Wu Tai spun around and thrust his spear at the monster's head. The beast swatted the weapon aside, sending Wu Tai flying. He crashed to the ground, tumbling. Struggling to rise from the ground, Wu Tai gasped for breath, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his violently shaking insides as he continued to flee towards the distance. The colossal beast pursued him relentlessly, crushing the lifeless body of a young man beneath its foot, scattering flesh and blood in a gruesome display. Wu Tai fled with all his might, feeling utterly powerless against such a formidable creature. His only option was to run at full speed, haphazardly choosing a direction to escape. Even though he harbored an inexplicable fondness for Shi Lingqing, he was unwilling to reveal the existence of the ancient divine weapon camp to her. The beast roared madly, bounding after Wu Tai, its immense bulk causing the ground to tremble with each leap, sending countless shards of stone flying in every direction. It occasionally unleashed a terrifying column of fire towards him, and each time Wu Tai was scorched, he would yelp and flail wildly, hastening his escape. They chased and fled for what felt like an eternity until a chillingly resonant roar echoed from afar. The beast, which had been pursuing him for some time and was now somewhat winded, suddenly reared its upper body and emitted a piercing, mournful roar. Wu Tai shuddered in terror, instinctively glancing towards the source of the sound, and his scalp prickled with fear upon seeing a creature larger than the one on his tail, its length at least 20 meters, rushing towards him with the speed of a tempest. This was disastrous. Wu Tai shouted, instinctively accelerating his pace. He dashed through clusters of mushrooms and ferns, navigating through the jagged stone formations, the beast hot on his heels. Before long, one beast became two, and the newcomer was even larger and faster. More alarmingly, its fiery breath was significantly more potent. The initial beast emitted a crimson flame, while the second's fire bore a hint of bluish-green, undoubtedly a more formidable flame. Columns of fire as thick as 2 water barrels struck the ground, spreading fiercely and viscously, turning the earth within a 10-meter radius into molten lava. The searing flames rampaged indiscriminately, incinerating vast swathes of mushrooms and ferns, igniting them in a ferocious blaze. As Wu Tai fled, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. Gradually, Wu Tai felt his stamina waning. Despite having achieved the first level of foundation establishment and his blood pulsating with powerful primordial energy, his physical endurance had its limits. After running several hundred miles, he was drenched in sweat, his internal organs ablaze with pain, especially his lungs, which felt as though they were being pierced by countless needles, threatening to explode at any moment. His primordial energy was nearly depleted, and his legs felt as though they were weighed down with mercury, each step becoming increasingly labored. The smaller beast slowed significantly, having pursued him for hundreds of miles. Its stamina, though far greater than Wu Tai's, was nonetheless exhausted. However, the larger beast was still brimming with energy, roaring ferociously as it chased Wu Tai, nearly catching him several times, its jaws poised to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the terrain was complex, filled with towering stone formations. Wu Tai glanced around and felt a jolt of fear. Unbeknownst to him, he had strayed beyond the safety zone described by Lao Tai, venturing into a more perilous half-basin near a lava fissure, where the terrain grew even more treacherous, the vegetation denser, and the wildlife more diverse and dangerous. Amidst the vast array of towering stone pillars, Wu Tai squeezed through the narrow gaps, and the beast, caught off guard, slammed its head against a massive column, causing it to tilt precariously. The column emitted a terrifying cracking sound before collapsing swiftly. It crashed into a neighboring pillar, and with a resounding echo, the two began a domino effect, causing a chain reaction of crumbling stone. Wu Tai let out a sharp cry, leaping into the air as columns fell around him, a cacophony of rock raining down. Utilizing the falling debris, he propelled himself upward, enveloped in an invisible force that lifted him skyward like a bird in flight. A piercing shriek emanated from the top of the columns, and a foul wind carrying a metallic scent rushed down. Dozens of ghastly green lights flickered atop the columns, accompanied by a continuous wailing. The beast, unwilling to relent, raised its head and unleashed a barrage of fire columns into the sky. Wu Tai dodged swiftly, and from the tops of the columns, enormous spiders of unnatural size descended like meteors, extending their long, sharp limbs towards the beast. Chapter 22. Brothers and Betrayal. An instinctive warning sent shivers down Wu Tai's spine. It was the culmination of countless years of evolution and mutation, a primal intuition that arose when creatures faced insurmountable apex predators. Wu Tai opened his mouth and let out a frantic roar, unleashing his fears through wild screams, while desperately leaping between falling boulders, narrowly evading the 4 enormous spiders descending from above. These horrifying creatures were grotesquely massive, their limbs stretching nearly 100 meters, with bodies exceeding 20 meters in size. As the 4 giant spiders plummeted from the stone pillars, they resembled 4 heavy clouds crashing down. With a series of hisses, the spiders' grotesque abdomens writhed violently, expelling thick, milky white fluid that rapidly transformed into vast webs, covering the ground for hundreds of meters. The 2 colossal beasts, preoccupied with pursuing Wu Tai, found themselves ensnared in the sticky, remarkably resilient webs. Despite their frantic struggles and roars of fury, they remained firmly bound. Wu Tai soared past one of the giant spider's limbs, his diminutive form unnoticed by the creature. The 4 spiders relentlessly spewed webs, entangling the 2 titanic beasts further. Wu Tai burst forth from the collapsing forest of stone pillars, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Suddenly, the larger beast raised its head and let out a frenzied roar, spewing a torrent of azure flames that swiftly engulfed the surrounding area. The milky webs dissipated into smoke, and the 2 beasts, ignoring Wu Tai's flight, charged angrily at the 4 giant spiders. Dozens of immense stone pillars crumbled in an instant as the monsters became embroiled in a chaotic struggle, blood and colorful bodily fluid splattering like a torrential downpour. Having narrowly evaded a distance of 3 to 5 miles, the smaller beast was abruptly pierced by 3 long and sharp limbs. The 2 giant spiders shrieked skyward, hoisting the beast several dozen meters off the ground. Hot blood gushed forth like flames, coating the ground for hundreds of meters, as a fierce fire blazed, illuminating the nearby forest of stone pillars. The other beast unleashed a jet of flame, piercing the corpulent abdomen of one spider. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, it caught sight of its companion being slain by the enemy and let out a mournful cry in its dying throes. The severely wounded spider, and I wish to understand his motivations. Despite having lost his arm to his own brother and witnessing the devastating casualties among his companions, Boss Wu maintained his composure. Xiao, we grew up together, faced life and death together. We are as close as blood brothers. Xiao responded with a cold smile. What significance does this hold now? Boss Wu swiftly shifted the topic. Aren't you afraid of Wu Dao's retaliation? Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he gazed at Boss Wu. Wu Dao is indeed formidable, I concede. However, here, who would know it was I who killed you? Who would realize I betrayed Wu Dao's code? Boss Wu opened his mouth, fell silent for a moment, and finally managed to utter 2 words with great difficulty. Reason? The stone spear whistled through the air, soaring like an arrow towards Luolin. Standing beside Shi Lingqing, Shi Dian let out a strange laugh, waving his wooden staff as a tempest arose from the ground. Accelerating towards Qiao at a speed several times that of the stone spear, quickly forming a circular wind shield about 1 meter in diameter. The stone spear collided with the wind shield, which spun rapidly like a vortex, generating countless wind blades the size of thumbs that rubbed against the shield. Taking advantage of the wind shield's protection, Qiao seized Fengyu by the neck and retreated a few steps to Shi Lingqing's side, handing Fengyu over to a bull warrior who bore a deep gash on his face, with a sinister laugh. The Bull Warrior. Chapter 23. The canine form in the vast river. A colossal water python ensnared a gigantic hippopotamus. The sturdy serpent exerted all its might to constrict, while the immense creature emitted agonizing cries, thrashing violently in the water. Beneath the surface, indistinct shadows darted swiftly, and the python's menacing head emerged from the depths, its mouth agape in a silent roar, tightening its formidable body around its prey. Blood flowed from the hippopotamus's orifices, staining the water a deep crimson. On the riverbank, Wu Laoda, Luo Lin, and Ding lay sprawled upon the ground. Wu Laoda's left shoulder was torn, blood gushing forth. Both Luo Lin and Ding coughed up blood, expelling dark, viscous liquid. The poison had corroded their tracheas, producing a wheezing sound with each labored breath. Wu Tai stood a few meters away, observing them with a heavy heart. The 3 men gazed at Wu Tai, their expressions grim, devoid of fear, yet tinged with a sense of shame, unable to meet his eyes. After a moment of silence, Wu Tai produced a small leather pouch and tossed it before Luo Lin, stating, "White liquid, suitable for both external and internal use. Why not give it a try? Wu Laoda, you have lost quite a bit of blood." Inside the pouch were 3 vials containing a milky substance, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in treating wounds and counteracting various toxins. Many times, Wu Tai had relied on this miraculous elixir to escape peril. Gritting his teeth, Luo Lin replied slowly, "We have medicine." Wu Laoda offered a bitter smile. "Old 3, there's no need for pride. We've been careful with our supplies. Where do you think we could find any potions now?" After casting a deep glance at Wu Tai, he continued solemnly, "Thank you. I'm embarrassed for you to witness this." Wu Tai's mask lifted, revealing a scalp blistered and burnt. He took a vial and applied the white liquid to his head, gritting his teeth against the stinging pain. "Embarrassed? Why would I think that? It's just unfortunate." The blisters on his scalp quickly dried and fell away, revealing fresh skin beneath, the transformation evident as his scalp turned a mottled white and red, clearly demonstrating the potency of the remedy. Luo Lin picked up the leather pouch, uncorked a vial, and swallowed half of the liquid in one gulp, inhaling deeply thereafter. A sharp sting coursed down his throat to his abdomen, quickly replaced by a soothing coolness and relief. The efficacy of the white rolling and Ding occasionally wielded their straight blades to cleave through the thickets of mushrooms and ferns, the air resonating with the faint sound of snapping branches. At times, feeble projectiles such as arrows and flying daggers would emerge from the underbrush. Along their path, intricate ambushes had been meticulously laid out, as if someone had anticipated their arrival from this very direction. Rolling and Ding appeared to be remarkably familiar with these techniques, effortlessly dismantling the traps that lined their journey. Such familiarity could only arise between those who knew each other intimately. Wu Tian trailed quietly behind them, undecided on whose side to take, yet eager to witness the unfolding of events. As they advanced, Wu Tian was astonished to find themselves at the site where 4 colossal spiders and 2 monstrous beasts had perished in a cataclysmic confrontation. The self-detonation of one beast had caused the entire area, spanning dozens of miles, to sink dramatically. Beneath this forest of stone pillars lay a vast subterranean space, approximately 10 meters thick, destabilized by the explosion, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the ground above. A chilling wind perpetually emanated from the depression, and peering into its depths revealed a chasm approximately 200 to 300 meters deep, littered with shattered stone pillars and stalagmites, presenting a scene of utter disarray. The trio searched the periphery of the pit for a while until they soon discovered a robust vine that dangled down into the abyss. They resolved to descend from this point. Observing the marks left near the vine, Rolling confidently remarked, "It is clever. Their current numbers cannot withstand our assassination amidst open ground." Wu, the leader, chuckled coldly. "So, he chose this place to confront us?" Ding joined in the laughter. "This pit is too profound. Otherwise, as he once considered, we could lure a massive creature here to overwhelm them." Wu Tian stood 100 meters away, clearly hearing their conversation. Recalling the harrowing days when he was pursued by 2 colossal beasts over hundreds of miles, he cast them a fierce glare. With a disdainful snort, he leaped into the chasm. An invisible force enveloped his body, allowing him to glide gracefully downwards, reaching the bottom after a few breaths. "What a prodigy," Ding muttered enviously. "What extraordinary talent does he possess?" Wu patted Ding's shoulder, admonishing him in a low voice. "Why envy others? Be cautious. We must eliminate Shilinking and Qiao." Rolling solemnly added, "I owe it to my brothers." Wu laughed, responding gravely, "Enough chatter. They're our kin. Hey, brother." The 3 of them descended along the vine. Wu Tian, disregarding them, was enveloped in an invisible force field, allowing him to move swiftly and silently. As he walked, his fingers traced the raised diamond pattern on his chest. The stark white armor subtly shifted hues, transforming from an easily detectable pale shade to an impenetrable pitch black, devoid of any reflection, seamlessly merging him into the darkness of the pit's depths. The area of the sinkhole formed a rough rectangle, extending over 20 miles in length and 10 miles in width. After 2 days of searching the pit's floor, Wu Tian found no trace of Shilinking and his companions. It was evident they had concealed themselves well. Growing increasingly cautious, he levitated himself with the invisible force field, his movements becoming eerily silent. The ground lay in ruins, with howling winds continuously escaping from cracks of varying sizes in the pit walls. After 2 days, Wu Tian had scoured the area, leaving only the fissures in the walls unexplored. As he meticulously examined the walls, he suddenly halted. Ahead, a crack over 100 meters high and several meters wide was exhaling cold air. His invisible force field sensed signs of recent activity. However, What captured Wu Tian's attention was not the subordinates of Shilinking hidden among the rubble, but rather an extraordinary creature lurking 30 meters within the fissure. This creature, entirely alabaster, was evidently crafted from the same metallic material as Lao Tai. Its form bore a resemblance to the wolf described by the old teacher, possessing a head identical to that of the wolf warriors from the Wujia clan. However, this creature's head was marred by a transparent wound, surrounded by glistening, congealed fluids that emitted a faint glow. Clearly, this cavity had inflicted a fatal injury. What is this? How could this creature be here? Suddenly, Lao Tai's voice echoed beside Wu Tian, startling him to the brink of a scream. This wretched thing, how did it end up here? Lao Tai's voice emanated from within the metallic spider's abdomen. Dog? Wu Tian recalled the old teacher mentioning a creature called a dog, which ancient humans had once bred in large numbers. Chapter 24. Howling Heaven. A diminutive metallic spider leapt with astonishing agility, swiftly maneuvering to the rear of a subordinate of Shi Lingqing. The man, crouched among the jagged stones, was craning his neck to peer outwards, utterly oblivious to the rapid descent of the tiny metallic creature. 6 slender metallic legs suddenly clamped onto the sinew at the back of his neck. A brilliant spark of electricity erupted, accompanied by a series of sharp cracks as 6 electric bolts surged from the spider's body, completely invading the man's form. His body convulsed violently for a moment, eyes rolling back, as he fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Wu Tai gasped in shock, donning his helmet and hastily plunging into the crevice. An invisible force field expanded outward. Within the vicinity of this fissure, only the man lay hidden, while Shi Lingqing and her companions were absent from this locale. Strangely, Wu Tai sensed several gazes directed toward him from a distance. He abruptly turned, peering into the distance. A few miles away, amidst the dim glow of night-blooming vines, several shadowy figures stood silently. Upon realizing they were being observed, the eerie light extinguished, and the figures melted into the darkness. Wu Tai's keen eyes discerned Shi Lingqing's curvaceous silhouette, and standing beside her were clearly Shao and Shi Dian. An ambush? Wu Tai glanced at the man lying on the ground, his fingers still twitching faintly. The crevice, the guards concealed at the entrance, the dog thing lurking 30 meters within. In the deep, narrow passage inside, suddenly, Wu Tai grasped Shi Lingqing's intentions. They aimed to lure Luolin and the others into the crevice, utilizing the confined terrain to restrict their movements. The diminutive metallic spider leapt onto Wu Tai's shoulder. He nodded and strode into the fissure, intently examining the dog thing on the ground. This creature measured approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, standing about 3 meters tall, its entire form a ghastly white, exhibiting a sleek, streamlined shape that radiated an unsettling beauty. This was indeed a formidable beast. Wu Tai grasped the dog thing by its head and tugged forcefully. The ground around it emitted a dull cracking sound as several rocks clinging to the dog thing shattered. Wu Tai felt his hands lighten, staggering backwards several paces. How foolish of me, he cursed inwardly. The dog thing appeared to be forged from the same material as Lao Tai, whose weight was surprisingly light. The dog thing weighed merely a few thousand pounds, a negligible burden considering Wu Tai's current strength. Instead, he had exerted too much force, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Hoisting the dog thing on his shoulders, Wu Tai trudged out of the fissure. An invisible force field enveloped him as he leaped upward, his feet nimbly tapping against the rock wall, propelling him swiftly out of the sunken pit. Sprinting at full speed, he covered several hundred miles in no time. The floor of the wooden shed had been uprooted, revealing the entrance to the ancient divine armory. Wu Tai descended with the dog thing, and a quarter of an hour later, he met Lao Tai in the metallic hall, dropping the dog thing onto the ground. Wu Tai gasped for breath, hands on his hips. Looking at Lao Tai, didn't you say these mundane energy puppets could only operate within 10 miles of the ancient divine armory? Lao Tai promptly retorted, it's because this fellow is too foolish. I taught him a couple of tricks. So these small energy puppets can function over 1,000 miles away. Isn't that quite normal? Wu Tai stared blankly at Lao Tai. Lao Tai returned the gaze with equal intensity. They maintained eye contact for a considerable time until Wu Tai, with weary eyes, turned away. Wiping away tears, I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving me. The Tai emitted a couple of low grunts. He still could not communicate as smoothly as Lao Tai, only managing to emit vague sounds while swiftly spinning in place. Lao Tai snorted coldly, directing 4 metallic spiders to lift him toward the dog thing, his eyes emitting dozens of fine red beams that swept repeatedly over the creature's body. With a series of crackling sounds, several transparent tubes coiled like serpents from Lao Tai's neck, gradually extending toward the transparent wound at the center of the dog thing's forehead. Wu Tai's eyes widened in horror as he murmured, Lao Tai, what are you doing? Who is he? The transparent tubes from Lao Tai's neck flickered with electric light as they slowly penetrated the wound on the dog thing's forehead. This creature was none other than the Howling Heaven Dog. I had even considered cooking him into a spice stew once he grew flesh. It seems that opportunity has slipped away. Lao Tai's voice was filled with an inexplicable emotion. However, it's not all bad, wherever Yang Jian is. The Howling Heaven Dog will surely be nearby. This is not a crude imitation. Indeed, it is the true essence of the Howling Heaven Dog. Lao Tai spoke gravely. This fellow is most audacious, relying on strength to intimidate the weak. Who would have thought he would fight to the death? Here, Wu Tai had already seated himself on the ground, staring blankly at the Howling Heaven Dog. Howling Heaven Dog? That name. With a series of crackling sounds, searing bolts of lightning danced rapidly around the neck of the Elder, with a cold snort, muttered, what a bunch of scoundrels. Killing the mutt is one thing, but to desecrate its corpse afterward? Do they not realize that I have taken control of this body? The sacrifice of several metallic spiders proved effective, as within approximately 2 hours, he had become capable of swiftly traversing the metallic hall, his speed evidently surpassing even that of Wu Tai. Old Tai? You can move, Wu Tai exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy illuminating his features. I can move, but, he replied, it's strange to use a body that isn't my own. The elder bared his teeth, sparks flying from his large fangs. Nevertheless, after being a living corpse for so long, being able to move is a relief. Suddenly, Old Tai dashed towards Wu Tai, his massive head leaning in with a loud laugh. Isn't it rare? A new breed, human-headed dog. No, a sphinx. Ah, what a fine name. Human-headed dog. Radiating with electric energy, he gritted his teeth, murmuring curses as he galloped wildly through the metallic hall. As he ran, Old Tai leapt into the air, racing swiftly up a vertical wall. Like a fleeting shadow, he circled the hall dozens of times before abruptly halting. Big Tai, give me a target, he bellowed. As the ceiling flickered with electric light, a 1-meter square metal plate, a foot thick, crashed down heavily. Old Tai opened his mouth wide, and a fist-sized ball of ethereal blue electricity silently shot forth, striking the metal plate squarely. With a thunderous crack, the ball exploded, sending arcs of electricity as thick as arms, shooting out for several meters, causing sharp cracking sounds upon impact with the ground. Old Tai laughed heartily 3 times, but then suddenly his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This mutt, it's only been a short while. His forehead rested on the ground for what felt like an eternity before he slowly lifted his head and stood upright, reflecting, indeed. One must not forget their place in pride, or misfortune will surely follow. Still, being able to move is a blessing. Wu Tai, with concern, observed Old Tai. Is there something wrong with your body? Old Tai grumbled, it's quite problematic, but not insurmountable. I now have a rather intriguing question. Why did Yang Jian perish here, while this mutt did not follow its dying master, but instead fell in battle hundreds of miles away? In a low voice, Old Tai mused to himself, that stone crevice. Come, little one, what lies beyond that stone crevice? With a swift and agile gait, he raced towards the exit of the ancient divine soldier camp. Wu Tai, gripping his spear, hurriedly followed behind. Old Tai, do you have any idea what has transpired here? As Old Tai sped along, he muttered, I am merely the 9th-generation medical ancient divine soldier of Bien Quebec. How could I possibly know the affairs of these brutish killers? Big Tai trailed behind Old Tai and Wu Tai, but once they exited the ancient divine soldier camp, he could only grumble helplessly, left behind within the camp. Wu Tai closely followed Old Tai towards the gaping pit. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Tai propelled himself upward, tracing a graceful arc as he descended rapidly towards the pit's bottom. Wu Tai stared, astonished. Old Tai, can you fly? Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tai crashed down heavily, shattering a stalagmite into fragments. He rebounded several times before rolling to a stop over 100 meters away. Clearly, this was merely an oversight. Old Tai's muffled voice echoed from a distance, an oversight. This fellow is too severely injured. He unsteadily rose, emitting a sharp whistle to Wu Tai. In response, Wu Tai leapt gracefully, landing lightly beside Old Tai. The elder then dashed towards the previously mentioned stone crevice, with Wu Tai closely in tow. They were only a few miles from the crevice, and soon they arrived at its entrance. Within the crevice, the muffled sound of explosions resonated, accompanied by the sharp clashing of weapons. A chilling wind howled from the crevice, carrying with it tendrils of black smoke and a faint scent of blood. They have engaged in battle, Old Tai stated solemnly. Let us investigate. Perhaps there is something of great significance here. Wu Tai nodded in agreement. Following old Tai into the crevice, they sprinted down the narrow passageway for several miles, descending deeper, where the ground began to pool with blood. Chapter 25. The Path of Destiny. On the rocky walls of the corridor, a thick layer of moss emitted a faint glow, sufficient for Wu Tai to discern everything around him. After advancing several miles further, the corridor continued its descent. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, prompting Wu Tai and Lao Tai to halt abruptly. Before them leaned a bull warrior against a large stone, his body cold and devoid of life. The warrior's limbs bore deep gashes, exposing bone, and his once dark skin had turned deathly pale, his blood nearly drained away. The ground within a 100-meter radius was soaked with fresh blood. A massive axe lay shattered nearby, the warrior clutching a handle over a meter long in his left hand, while his right gripped a broken axe head. The walls bore deep marks, and Wu Tai could envision the warrior's fierce struggle as he wielded his broken weapon in a furious battle. A shattered dagger was embedded deep into the back of the warrior's skull, clearly the fatal blow that had claimed his life. The Bull tribe, known for their loyalty and reliability, had fallen here. Wu Tai approached the fallen warrior, placing his hand gently over the warrior's wide-open eyes, helping him find peace and eternal rest. Gazing at the lifeless form, he was inexplicably reminded of the honest, steadfast, and loyal members of his own family from the Wu clan. Lao Tai, do you think? Roland and Shiling Qing, who is right and who is wrong? Wu Tai continued to run forward, his pace relentless as he posed the question to Lao Tai. In just half a month, he had witnessed countless lives extinguished. The alliance between Shiling Qing and Xiao had particularly shaken Wu Tai's understanding, leaving his youthful heart in turmoil. Lao Tai's form was heavy, yet curiously. He moved with a ghostly silence. Wu Tai fell into silence, instinctively tightening his grip on his spear. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. After a prolonged silence, Lao Tai spoke gravely. It is merely a matter of differing stances in the struggle for interests. You once mentioned that your family had slaughtered several neighboring clans. What if survivors from those clans sought revenge? Wu Tai opened his mouth to respond, but words escaped him. Thus, do not dwell on the notions of right and wrong. Overthinking can lead to madness. Do you think you are someone who comprehends the laws of heaven and humanity? A sage? Lao Tai mocked with a sardonic smile. Even a sage harbors selfishness. There is no right or wrong. Follow your heart. As for enemies, they must be eliminated. Trust in my words, surviving to this day. There must be some merit in my wisdom, at least more so than your naive musings. Wu Tai pressed on, running shoulder to shoulder with Lao Tai. Ahead, the sounds of conflict echoed through the narrow corridor, amplified by its acoustics. Cries of battle and shouts of anger carried on the chilling wind, clear even from afar. Gradually, they approached a scene of devastation. Wu Dazhang lay in dire straits, both thighs severed. He clung to a rope, fastening it to Ding's shoulder, who staggered alongside Roland, bearing Wu Dazhang's weight. Ding's right leg was grotesquely swollen, the fabric of his trousers torn, his entire leg an ominous shade of black, glistening ominously as if it might burst at any moment. Dark blood oozed from the pores of his leg, dripping onto the ground. Before them, Shiling Qing and her companions appeared equally disheveled. Her exquisite face was marred, with 3 triangular nails embedded deep into her left cheek, grotesquely disfiguring her countenance. Only Shi Jian remained by her side, his left shoulder completely gone, blood and flesh a gruesome sight as he limped beside her. A wooden staff clutched tightly in his right hand, blood seeping from his lips with every step. In stark contrast, Qiao appeared unscathed, gliding effortlessly beside Shiling Qing, his chain knife dancing lightly in his hands, emitting soft whispers as it cut through the air. Enough, Wu Dazhang, Lao San, and Ding. Enough. Xiao cried out vehemently. So many have perished. Do you truly wish to perish together? Lao San, for the sake of your sister, is it worth it? His voice rang out, urging them to reconsider. We should discuss this calmly. It is truly not worth it. Lao San, Wu Dazhang, Ding. It is not worth it. Ling Qing has promised sufficient compensation. Bah. Wu Dazhang, Roland, and Ding spat on the ground in unison. Wu Tai and Lao Da hastened toward the 2 groups. Wu Dazhang, Roland, and Ding quickly pivoted, retreating several dozen meters, their eyes warily fixed on Wu Tai and the oddly shaped Lao Tai. Upon seeing Wu Tai, the tension in Roland's group eased slightly. Yet they stiffened at the sight of Lao Tai, clearly wary of his menacing appearance. Shiling Qing momentarily froze, glancing swiftly at Lao Tai before breaking into a smile. No, a smile akin to a ghost, as she waved to Wu Tai, calling out, Young master. Young master, please, help Ling Qing. This is your territory, yet they have audaciously slain Ling Qing's guards. Roland's group remained silent, their expressions cold as they regarded Wu Tai and Lao Tai. Suddenly, Xiao chuckled, approaching Wu Tai with caution. "May I inquire, young master, who might this be?" "I am your elder," Lao Tai retorted, his eyes flashing ominously as he glared at Xiao. "You wretched coward who stabs your own kin in the back. If you were in my time, you wouldn't survive half a day." Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, his delicate, pale face twitching in agitation. Impatiently, he slammed his forepaw onto the ground, creating a sizable crater with a resounding thud. "I have no time for your petty grievances," Lao Tai declared, striding toward the corridor's end. "There seems to be something ahead." A chilling wind swept from the corridor's exit, revealing a cascade of luminescent vines cascading from the rocky ceiling. The walls towered nearly 1,000 meters high, with green, blue, and purple luminescent vines flowing down like waterfalls, adorned with delicate flowers resembling tiny lanterns. The cold breeze set the vines into motion, resembling a roiling waterfall. Lao Tai's eyes glinted with thin red lights as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at the vines, causing countless tendrils to snap and fall, unveiling a massive opening several hundred meters wide. A mesmerizing light poured forth from the cavern, illuminating the stone chamber where everyone stood. Lao Tai advanced toward the cave without uttering a word, and Wu Tai followed closely, his gaze cautiously fixed on Shi Lingqing, Qiao, and Shi Dian. Compared to Roland's group, he felt somewhat reassured. However, Shi Lingqing, once a source of admiration, now seemed as threatening as a black widow spider, stirring a sense of unease within him. Neither Shi Lingqing nor Roland spoke, their eyes flickering as they regarded the cavernous opening. They had fought fiercely to reach this point, none having the leisure to explore their surroundings, utterly unprepared for the vast cave that lay before them. Was the young master drawn here by this cave? Shi Lingqing inquired, her smile unfazed by Lao Tai's earlier rebuke. Might the young master enlighten Lingqing about what lies within? Wu Tai paid her no heed, and Lao Tai was equally dismissive of Shi Lingqing. The two ventured into the cave entrance, navigating two sharp turns and covering several miles, until the space ahead suddenly opened up. They found themselves in a cavern the size of 100 miles, illuminated by a brilliance that was astonishing, with a scenery that left one utterly awestruck. The ground was remarkably flat, dotted with clusters of crystals that towered from several feet to over 10 meters in height, radiating a dazzling array of colors: red, purple, blue, green, yellow. Each vibrant cluster exuded a captivating light, while the air shimmered with an inexplicable formidable force. The cavern walls and ceiling were similarly adorned with an abundance of translucent, multicolored crystals. Countless clusters intertwined, with some resembling long spears or swords, extending straight for hundreds of meters. The ethereal glow coalesced, rendering the entire cavern so bright that it almost became blinding. At the very center of this expansive cavern, which soared thousands of meters high, stood a colossal figure, its imposing presence unmistakable even from several dozen miles away. This figure towered around 1,000 meters, its body bare and covered in thick black fur, muscles bulging like massive serpents coiling around its form, exuding an overwhelming sense of power that was almost suffocating. Even at a distance, Wu Tai felt as if this figure was a mountain, pressing heavily on his chest and making it difficult to breathe. With a bull's head and a human body, its enormous horns curled like two scimitars, seemingly aiming to pierce the cavern's ceiling. Its arms were raised high, as if supporting some immense weight or warding off an assault from above. Dozens of crystal spears pierced its body, glowing brilliantly as they remained embedded within. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the bull warriors Wu Tai was familiar with, yet while ordinary bull warriors stood just over 2 meters tall, this being's height exceeded 1,000 meters, not counting the formidable horns atop its head. A torrent of power surged from this terrifyingly robust figure, causing the air within the cavern to stir violently, transforming into a relentless cold wind that swept outward. Who could this be? How could he be so gigantic? Wu Tai stared in disbelief at this extraordinary figure. What does he consume to attain such size? One meal from him could likely devour the entirety of my family's harvest for a year. 1,000 meters tall, so immensely powerful, even after countless years of death. An immense tide of power emanated from within, stirring the air into a continuous flow of chilly winds that cascaded outward. Such overwhelming might send shivers down Wu Tai's spine. This incredible being, so powerful and astonishing, had actually been slain. The murderous intent radiating from the crystal spears was palpable, solid as reality. And even from dozens of miles away, Wu Tai found it impossible to meet its gaze. It was him. Lao Tai's voice took on an oddly peculiar tone. With the presence of the minor celestial sage Yang Jian, it was only natural that the great sage of heaven, the bull hero, would also appear. Lao Tai spoke dryly. This fellow, claiming to be a unique hero throughout history, even went so far as to rename himself the Bull Hero. Lao Tai turned to Wu Tia. His eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce light, casting a profound glance. Little Iron, do not emulate those two shameless beings. One outright steals another's name. The other has lost all sense of shame. With a strange, dry chuckle, Lao Tai murmured, what does it matter to be a towering hero? He is still dead. Isn't. The bloodlust in his eyes flickered rapidly, and Lao Tai's tone grew increasingly urgent. Wait, why has Yang Jian come here? How could that wretched creature be fighting to the death in this place? If I recall correctly, the Bull Hero shouldn't be here. Lao Tai suddenly sprinted towards the Bull Hero, shouting, Little one, keep up, watch those two groups. Anyone who dares approach, kill without mercy. Lao Tai's impression had always been that of a slightly unhinged old veteran. Yet at this moment, his voice was infused with a decisive ruthlessness that was alien to Wu Tia. A ferocious atmosphere of bloodshed that sent a chill down his spine. With a swift motion, he pointed his spear at Shilinking, and in an instant, Wu Tia leaped into the air, unleashing an invisible force field to propel himself forward, creating a whirlwind as he pursued Lao Tai. Shilinking's gaze flickered as she exchanged a quick look with Qiao. They both nodded slightly and stepped toward the Bull Hero. 100 meters away, Luo Lin had already begun to laugh menacingly. Our business is far from over. Qiao, and you, Shilinking, what do you intend to do? Luo Lin approached Shilinking and her companions, wielding a straight blade, step by step. Shilinking's face twitched, and Xiao whispered urgently. Fool, Wu Laoda, Lao San, don't you understand? That fellow, that enormous fellow, he could very well be the legendary ancient sage. A warrior who perished countless years ago, yet whose body remains uncorrupted. Just think of the treasures he might possess. Do you comprehend? Qiao exclaimed in a hushed tone. If we could. Luo Lin remained silent, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp gleam, roaring toward Qiao with lethal intent. Lao Tai and Wu Tia had now reached the feet of the Bull Hero, and they both noticed, behind him and surrounded by countless crystals, a nearly obliterated architectural remnant. Within the sprawling ruins, only one grand hall remained intact, its exterior shimmering with a faint white light. Observing the stance of the Bull Hero, it appeared he was valiantly resisting an attack from above, exerting all his strength to protect this hall. Chapter 26. Fractured bones in the basin. The mighty river surged with a flickering current, where an electric eel, nearly 30 meters in length, unleashed a frenzy of electricity. On the riverbank, a colossal hippopotamus emitted a heart-wrenching cry before convulsing and collapsing into the water. Too dark. Elongated objects were obstructed by the skeletal remains of the fallen beast, awkwardly resting on the riverbank. In the distance, amidst the crevices of stone, a waterfall cascaded down, and through the dense mist, something unusual seemed to surge forth. A large fish, shrouded in swirling black smoke, displayed eyes dull and lifeless, its movements disturbingly rigid. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and several figures burst forth from its maw. One individual swiftly grasped the air, causing the enormous fish to shrink dramatically, transforming into a wisp of black light that vanished into his palm. Dressed in tight-fitting black leather armor, with a fully enclosed hood and a dagger sheathed at his back, these individuals bore a striking resemblance to Roland and his companions. However, in comparison, the 7 figures emerging from the fish exuded an aura of power several times stronger. Upon their arrival, a chilling malevolence enveloped the surroundings, prompting even the electric eel, in instinctual fear, to withdraw its energy and swiftly plunge into the depths of the river. The 9 Palms Order. A secret message left by Ding, cradling a branch etched with dozens of peculiar patterns. One man presented it to a towering figure whose presence overshadowed the others. The leader of the 9 Palms received the branch, squinting to scrutinize the markings before shaking his head and chuckling. A group of self-assured fledglings. What nonsense is this? Have the rules of the Mist Blade been disregarded? Acting recklessly and failing to return in time. Humph, he murmured, his voice low. To act without permission is one thing, but to leave such a mess behind, allowing a mere girl to escape, if this were to spread, how would the other leaders of the Mist Blade view me? Am I merely a figurehead? Wisps of dark energy surged from his fingertips, rapidly coiling around the delicate branch. The branch withered and shriveled, disintegrating into black ash that scattered upon the breeze. In silence, the group transformed into shadows, seamlessly merging with the wind. The river churned as a pitch-black wooden ship, over 20 meters long, emerged, its center dominated by a towering mast. On the dark sail, inscribed in blood-red luminescent paint, were the ominous words Eternal Life. A woman clad in a blood-red robe, her youthful visage framed by silver hair and exuding a healthy glow, stood erect at the ship's bow. She squinted and surveyed her surroundings with delight. Lingqing has chosen a splendid location. This secret realm is perfect for establishing a hidden branch. Excellent, excellent. Suddenly, the elderly woman erupted into a strange laugh. I am curious to see what kind of heroes dare to slaughter my eternal life sect's branch. Behind her stood a dozen young men and women, all clad in black robes with crimson sashes. The men were strikingly handsome, while the women radiated youthful beauty, each brimming with vitality that surpassed that of ordinary folk. They resembled over-fertilized sprouts, their life force nearly bursting forth. Upon hearing the elderly woman's words, the youths chuckled softly in unison. The elderly lady, with a joyful stomp, caused the dark ship to rise from the water, propelled by a fierce wind toward the distant pit. Given this speed, the ship surpassed the leader's group significantly. All around were crystalline formations of varying heights, emitting an unsettling aura that made Wutai uneasy, akin to being submerged in water or a fish pulled ashore. These crystals dominated the vast cavern, rendering the environment inhospitable to human life. While the entrance felt tolerable, proximity to the bovine hero intensified the heat and humidity, weighing down Wutai's body as if it had multiplied tenfold, while the air pressed heavily upon him. With high temperatures, immense pressure, and elevated gravity, coupled with the scarcity of oxygen, Wutai gazed around in confusion. How could such a drastic change occur over a mere span of a few dozen miles? Lao Tai stood at the feet of the bovine hero, gazing up in a daze before mumbling incoherently as he navigated around the imposing figure toward the ruins behind him. Do you know the origin of the title Pingtian Dashing? Lao Tai asked as he walked alongside Wutai. Wutai, bewildered, shook his head. You ought to read more. Pingtian Dashing, the Bull Demon King. He is a character from mythology, Lao Tai explained. This fellow, the bovine hero, likely doesn't he even possess 1/10 of the Bull Demon King's prowess. Yet he has the audacity to adopt such a moniker. And if he lacks even that much ability, how formidable must the Bull Demon King truly be? Wutai pondered. Who is the Bull Demon King? He inquired earnestly. When I have the time and am in a good mood, I shall tell you, Lao Tai teased, leaving the question hanging. However, it is quite an intriguing tale, involving a monkey. Wutai felt a surge of frustration. A monkey? What was a monkey? He had never seen one. Why did this story involve a monkey? Strangely, amidst the vast expanse of crystalline dominance, the ruins stood pristine, devoid of any crystalline traces. The ground was exceptionally clean, with neatly arranged azure tiles. Following the path of azure bricks, Wutai soon encountered a large pond spanning 100 meters. To his astonishment, the pond contained clear water, adorned with clusters of large leaves that swayed of their own accord, with long flower stems lifting large white blossoms the size of basins. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, a scent Wutai had never encountered before. Neither the mushrooms he had long been accustomed to nor the luminescent wisteria possessed any fragrance. This aroma was intoxicating, filling Wutai with an unprecedented sense of beauty that left him momentarily paralyzed. He gazed at the flowers and leaves, marveling at a beauty unbefitting this dark and dismal world. What are you dawdling for? Just a few worthless lotus flowers. Lao Tai's dry remark shattered Wutai's reverie. Such commonplace things. They are not rare at all. What is there to be lost and thought about? Wutai opened his mouth, glaring at Lao Tai in annoyance. He suddenly comprehended some of the exasperation felt by Master Hui in the past. The crimson walls, scarlet pillars, and golden tiles shimmered with a faint glow, the entire hall enveloped in a soft white light. Though modest in scale, it exuded an ancient, profound aura that fostered a sense of serene contemplation. In the air, it seemed as if someone was softly chanting something. In the distance, the sound of a bell reverberated, solemn and austere, resonating with the surrounding ruins of dilapidated structures. A profound sadness welled up within Wutai, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his face inexplicably. Lao Tai let out a low hum, raising his front paw to strike the tightly shut palace door. With a gentle sound, the door swung open, and the white light enveloping the hall shattered like a soap bubble, dispersing into countless points of white luminescence. A thick aroma of incense surged forth from the opened entrance, illuminating the hall with brilliance. Several large ornate lanterns, resembling gold and jade, flickered with hundreds of flames, bathing the entire chamber in daylight brightness. Behind the offering table directly opposite the entrance, 3 dim shadows erupted silently the moment the door opened, showering golden dust that cascaded down like a gentle snow. These minuscule gold particles, upon touching the ground, emitted a crisp dinging sound. On the floor of the hall lay 18 meditation cushions, each occupied by an individual seated in a lotus position, facing the grand entrance. Concurrently with the explosion of the three shadows, 18 figures burst forth, scattering crimson sparks that softly landed and produced a similar delicate dinging sound. As the flesh of these figures disintegrated, 18 resplendent golden skeletons remained seated on the cushions, adorned with faint patterns reminiscent of the lotus flowers in the nearby pond. The gleaming bones shone without a trace of flesh, yet exuded a sense of tranquility and serenity. As the myriad golden and crimson lights settled, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and the 18 golden skeletons simultaneously developed various fissures across their frames. Each skeleton bore cracks, some of them extensively fractured, reducing parts of them to fragments smaller than mung beans. Despite this fragmentation, a resilient force enveloped the skeletons, preserving their overall form. Wutai gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the hall. At the moment the three dim shadows exploded, he discerned that they were three statues towering several meters high. The statues, with their peculiar forms, bore dignified and gentle visages, radiating an inexplicable warmth and benevolence. As for the 18 figures, just before their flesh erupted and vanished, Wutai similarly recognized their faces, which mirrored the statues' expressions, composed, gentle, and imbued with warmth and kindness. Lao Tai, who are they? And what about that imposing presence amidst the three shadows? Wutai inquired, patting Lao Tai's hind leg. A group that professes neutrality yet cannot resist intervening, Lao Tai replied, his tone laden with complexity. Among them are our allies, but some harbor ill will towards us. However, these matters are far beyond your comprehension, little one. A novice is not privy to such knowledge. With a disdainful snort, Lao Tai's eyes suddenly blazed with crimson light. Focusing intently on an object that lay at the center of the 18 seated golden skeletons. It was a lotus flower, over a meter in diameter. Entirely golden yet marred by cracks. Faint golden glimmers continuously emanated from its petals, barely forming a delicate veil of light around the flower. At the center of this light floated a thumb-sized fragment of bone, gray and rough, appearing as though it had been violently torn from a larger bone. Lao Tai's body quivered. Vio Chapter 27. Eternal Youth. As Wutai and Lao Tai rushed towards Niuingxiong, Shi also wished to follow. However, Luo Lin offered her no opportunity, and his clever words could not sway him. With a swift motion, he executed a clean strike that infuriated Xiao, who scolded him vehemently, leaving Shi pale with shock. Shi Dian let out a muffled grunt as he swung his wooden staff, causing 3 short rods to shoot out from his sleeve, transforming the dim electric light into a net that crashed down upon Luo Lin. Before the electric net could land, Ding had already carried Wu Laodao over. Wu Laodao propelled the stone column with one arm, causing several short stone spears to erupt from the ground, directly aimed at Shi Dian. With no choice left, Shi Dian abandoned his attack on Luo Lin and met the stone spears with the electric net. The dim electric net and the short stone spears collided lightly, resulting in a shattering of the net and the breaking of the spears. Both Shi Dian and Wu Laodao exhaled deeply. Shi Dian staggering back several steps while Wu Laodao stifled a dry heave, blood suddenly pouring from his mouth. Both were utterly exhausted, merely exchanging glances. Too drained to strike again. Xiao's chain knife emitted a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, the long iron chain whipping around menacingly. The lethal sickle cleaving towards Luo Lin with a glint of danger. Luo Lin swung his knife with one arm, disregarding the chain knife descending upon him, relentlessly hacking towards Xiao's vital points. Xiao, filled with rage, scolded him, and amidst all present, even Shi Lingqing was struck by 3 triangular nails, suffering from an inexplicable corrosive poison. Only Xiao remained unscathed, his clothes untouched by dust or injury. Yet, he was gripped by fear. Luo Lin adopted a desperate stance, and Xiao dared not confront him directly. Faced with Luo Lin's fierce blade, he could only retreat step by step, persistently urging Luo Lin to put down the grudge and join forces for treasure. Your sister is dead, Xiao scolded angrily. For a dead person, you have already led so many brothers to their doom. Luo Lin, wake up, do not remain obstinate. How many more brothers do you wish to endanger? Have you seen the corpse of that ancient saint? Surely it holds treasures. No, the body of the ancient saint itself is the supreme treasure. Xiao, filled with frustration, roared at Luo Lin. Perhaps this is our opportunity. This is a chance for all of us. Luo Lin, you may not cherish your life, but do you wish to drag Wu Laodao and Ding down with you to die here? Xiao admonished, you are too selfish. Luo Lin, you are far too selfish. Ding coughed lightly, his right leg swollen and shiny, black blood seeping from his pores. Licking his parched lips, Ding muttered to himself. Xiao's words seem quite reasonable. I find myself at a loss for words. Wu Laodao, gripping the stone column tightly, struck Ding's head forcefully. So, you wish to reconcile with him? Ding shook his head, sighing. Lao San intended to take revenge alone. It was we brothers who chose to help him. The brothers who fell cannot be blamed on Lao San. If blame must be assigned, it should be to Qiao. Qiao swung his chain knife, dodging one of Luo Lin's heavy strikes, the chain knife arcing dangerously as it left a deep gash on Luo Lin's face. Hearing Ding's words, Qiao erupted in fury. Blame me? Blame me? Is this my fault? This cannot be blamed on me. I only wish for a better future. Qiao shouted. Moreover, Ling Qing and I are truly in love. At this, Luo Lin, Wu Laoda, and Ding spat simultaneously. Luo Lin let out a hoarse howl, his body swaying as two afterimages darted towards Qiao. Qiao narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. A peculiar smile crept across his lips as he slapped his belt. Qiao's belt was half a foot wide, crafted from half-an-inch thick animal hide, featuring a palm-sized black metal component at its center. With a single strike, the metal component, adorned with a beast's head, erupted into dozens of slender beams of cold light aimed at Luo Lin. Luo Lin, Lao San, may your demise be swift. Qiao laughed with satisfaction. A figure abruptly appeared before Luo Lin, issuing a low reprimand, causing the air around him to ripple violently as if disturbed by waves. The dozens of slender beams, just 3 feet away from the figure, crashed into an invisible barrier, shattering into fragments. Qiao let out a terrified shriek, discarding his chain knife and kneeling with a thud, striking his forehead against the ground. The figure retaliated with a punch aimed at one of Luo Lin's afterimages, which was in fact his true self. The powerful blow struck Luo Lin's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward for several meters, crashing into Ding. The three of them tumbled into a chaotic heap, still kneeling and banging his head against the ground. Qiao had yet to raise his head when the figure seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Speak. The figure sneered. Before he could finish, Qiao emitted a strangled cry, launching a flurry of kicks at the figure's abdomen. His boots revealed 2 half-foot-long daggers, the dark blades evidently coated with poison. With 2 clinks, the daggers snapped just inches from the figure, as an invisible barrier enveloped him. The violent backlash shattering Qiao's boots and leaving his feet twisted and crushed, the bones reduced to fragments. Spare me. Qiao, the elderly woman, with a youthful face and white hair, stood at the bow of the boat. Upon catching sight of the stone spirit, she wasted no time, and with a swift motion of her hand, a crimson ribbon shot forth from the voluminous sleeves of her blood-red robe, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it aimed directly at the back of Jiao Zhongling. With a cold snort, Jiao Zhongling discarded the stone spirit and drew the straight sword from his back, countering with a decisive slash. I am Jiao Zhongling of the Tsongyin domain, the 9th altar of the mist blade, he declared. Turning to face the elderly woman, he smirked slowly. Old woman, are you a member of the Chongqing sect? A sect with someone of your caliber? The woman responded with a charming smile and a respectful gesture. Jiao Zhongling, your understanding of the Chongqing sect is rather limited. She paused, her gaze suddenly shifting to a figure several dozen miles away, Nuwa Xiong. Red Granny. Stone spirit interjected. That is the ancient corpse of a holy being. There is one, and another, anomalous entity that has long since passed. Red Granny exchanged glances with Jiao Zhongling. With a slight flick of her sleeve, Jiao Zhongling's sword emitted a resonant clang, and they both nodded in unison before shaking their heads. Red Granny then cast a glance at Stone Spirit, who merely smiled lightly. It is merely a tool for self-preservation. There is little utility in keeping it now that the matter has passed. Qiao's body trembled violently as he lifted his head in disbelief, letting out a hoarse scream. Ling Qing. Fool. With a cold chuckle, Jiao Zhongling shot a glance at Qiao and suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a gust of wind as he sped towards Nuwa Xiong. How intriguing, Red Granny mused with a smile, her crimson ribbon ensnaring Stone Spirit's waist and pulling her onto the wooden boat. She gently patted the girl's head. Ling Qing, I am already aware of the events that transpired. Hiki, you have made quite an accomplishment this time. You must continue to strive hard in the future. Stone Spirit offered a reserved smile, standing respectfully behind Red Granny. The wooden boat surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Jiao Zhongling. The shattered bones, having siphoned half of Wu Tai's blood, gracefully ascended into the air, preparing to exit the grand hall when Jiao Zhongling arrived at the entrance just before Red Granny's group. Chapter 28. The carnage as the visage of the Red Grandmother shifted, a crimson ribbon flew from her sleeve, entwining itself around the shattered bones. The commander, instinctively following the ribbon's path, realized its preciousness, even with his prowess and the quality of the straight blade in his hand. He could not inflict a single mark upon such a treasure. The shattered bones, lazily spiraling through the air, made contact with the ribbon, producing a sharp crack as the remarkably resilient fabric was pierced, creating a thumb-sized hole. The shattered bones drifted toward the great hall's entrance, seemingly on the verge of escaping into the open air. The commander let out a piercing roar, leaping into the air with a blade raised to intercept the approaching bones. As the ribbon tore, the Red Grandmother's expression changed slightly. Upon witnessing the commander's attempt to block the bones, she let out a delicate laugh, her expansive red robe billowing like a crimson cloud as she pursued him. The blood mist from her 3 attendants exploded, transforming into a surging force within her, with a faint crimson glow emanating from every pore. Wrapped in an aura resembling a blood-colored crystal, the Red Grandmother chuckled softly and, from several dozen meters away, unleashed her palms in a powerful strike. With an eerie shriek, 2 blood-red handprints, each the size of a rice bowl, shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, aimed at the commander's back. The commander's straight blade met the shattered bones with a crisp sound. The bones remained unscathed while the tip of his blade shattered into countless sparks. A pang of anguish surged through him, prompting a furious retaliatory slash. The blade, now damaged, flickered erratically, its length reduced to 3 or 5 meters, as the thin blade light collided with the 2 handprints, resulting in a resounding explosion. The blood-red handprint struck the commander's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying over 100 meters, crashing into a towering crystal cluster. The Red Grandmother, filled with smug delight, laughed as ribbons of crimson continued to burst forth from her sleeves, swirling like a rainbow as they encircled the shattered bones. With a malicious grin directed at the spitting blood commander, she taunted, "You rustic killer. How could you possibly understand the resounding reputation of our eternal life sect beyond the Zhang domain?" Before her words could settle, King, standing at the bow of the ship, and a group of young men and women gasped in astonishment. Behind the Red Grandmother, another figure of the commander materialized out of thin air, a straight blade silently piercing toward her, venomous and fierce, akin to a striking serpent that effortlessly sank into her waist. With a scream of agony, the ribbon spiraling from her sleeves emitted a piercing shriek, wrapping around her body while several ribbons surged toward the commander's back. In the distance, the commander, having been struck by the Red Grandmother, shattered into a cloud of smoke. The commander behind her swung his blade, colliding forcefully with the Red Grandmother. Blade light and rainbow shadows clashed, sending innumerable sparks flying. The commander and the Red Grandmother danced in the air, creating dozens of afterimages as they engaged in countless exchanges in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, both emitted muffled groans, their figures separating and landing upon the blue brick pathway before the Grand Hall. The blade light and rainbow shadows surged, crashing fiercely into the slowly drifting shattered bones. The Red Grandmother's crimson robe was torn to shreds, revealing a fitted red garment beneath. Having absorbed the blood mist from 3 youthful attendants, she appeared rejuvenated. Her figure tall and curvaceous, a breathtaking sight amid the chaos, despite the numerous deep, bone-deep wounds adorning her exquisite form. The commander's headgear shattered, revealing a rugged, square face with a prominent beard, a visage that exuded valor and grandeur, embodying the essence of a heroic figure. Who could imagine he was one of the commanders of the Mist Blade Assassins? Having been struck by the ribbon, half of the commander's cheek was torn away, revealing dozens of fine silver needles embedded within, glimmering with a faint blue light, evidently laced with potent poison. The flesh of his cheek was rapidly turning a sickly blue. Without hesitation, the commander slashed at his own face, severing a large portion of flesh, as the skin parted, exposing a ghastly expanse of white bone. The sight was so horrifying that many of the Eternal Life sect's youths aboard the wooden boat gasped in horror. Only King clapped lightly, laughing, "The commander is indeed decisive. A true hero. How about we invite you to sit down and converse amiably with my grandmother, rather than indulging in such destructive antics?" King, with a gentle smile, added, "Rest assured, my Eternal Life sect offers not only beauty but also wealth and power. Should you desire beauty, our sisters aboard this vessel, even the Red Grandmother herself, are at your disposal. As for wealth, we have countless hidden disciples, including affluent lords of city-states. With your status and power, how much wealth could you not acquire? And for power, if you were to ally with us, with your position in the Mistblade, should you assist our sect in dominating the Zhang domain, you could become the master of our Zhang Hall, with even greater power awaiting you." The commander snorted coldly, quickly consuming several pills. The Red Grandmother inhaled deeply, and with each breath, the numerous grievous wounds on her body visibly writhed, healing at an astonishing rate. Having absorbed the blood mist of 3 youths, she now brimmed with vitality, her regenerative abilities extraordinarily potent. While gasping, the Red Grandmother remarked, "Indeed. The clever and capable Shilinking is commendable. She has outshone those useless ones raised within our sect. Hee, I am tempted to adopt you as my goddaughter." Shilinking smiled demurely in response. The Red Grandmother, swaying her hips, cast a flirtatious glance at the commander. "Commander, did you grasp the essence of my darling Shilinking's words? Hee. As long as you submit to our eternal life sect, I have many goddaughters at your service." With a sinister laugh, the Red Grandmother gestured toward the wooden boat. "Even my sons, should you take a liking to them, are yours to indulge." Having lost half his blood, Wutia trembled as he rose, feeling as if he had been force-fed a chunk of stale, greasy pork, about to retch. "Shameless!" he exclaimed, gripping his spear and finally steadying himself. The Red Grandmother, smiling at the commander, dismissed Wutia from her thoughts. In her eyes, he was a mere trifling matter. Shilinking, however, smiled at Wutia, gesturing toward two handsome young men beside her. "Please, brothers, lend a hand. This fellow possesses some peculiarities. Capturing him would be ideal, but if that fails, killing him will suffice." Wutia tightened his grip on the spear, stepping back slightly, directing it toward the wooden boat. As Wutia was hurled toward the shattered bones, his fitted armor slipped away. Preparing for battle, the armor transformed into a flowing stream of white metal, swiftly enveloping him once more, encasing him in a tight fit. The pallid armor, devoid of reflection, appeared quite ominous. The two young men from the Eternal Life sect exchanged indifferent smiles, their eyes gleaming with greed as they scanned Shilinking, then leapt gracefully to the ground before her, drawing their blades and advancing toward Wutia step by step. "Young man, if you lay down your weapons and surrender, perhaps you might escape unscathed. My Eternal Life sect has much to offer. You may have already tasted the benefits, making it hard for you to leave," one young man declared. "But should you dare resist, do not blame us for the consequences." Another youth regarded Wutai with a jovial air, his sanguine essence surging within him, causing a flush to creep across his countenance. Wutai inhaled deeply, then stamped his foot forcefully, thrusting his spear forward. The two youths, evidently startled, hastily retreated, brandishing their sabers to parry Wutai's feigned spear thrust. Unbeknownst to them, Wutai's spear merely served as a diversion, for behind them, two fragments of brick abruptly ascended, hurtling towards their occipits with a menacing whoosh. The bricks utilized in this dilapidated edifice were bespoke creations, each a formidable 3 feet square and 1.5 feet thick. As these substantial projectiles hurtled through the air, the two youths shuddered, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed forward, their bodies convulsing faintly as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The bricks landed with a resounding thud, crushing the youth's sword-wielding hands, rendering them incapable of grasping their sabers any longer. As the bricks took flight, the Red Matron and Ninth Palm Envoy, who had been warily eyeing each other, launched their assault simultaneously. Their figures blurred into streaks as they ascended towards the heavens, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters in an instant. Blades flashed, iridescent shadows danced, and thunderous roars echoed through the air, accompanied by bursts of kinetic energy scattering in all directions. Suddenly, a stentorian bellow erupted as the Ninth Palm Envoy's form solidified in the sky. The flesh on his shoulders writhed, and 4 new arms sprouted from his back. From an unknown source, he produced 5 more straight blades, his 6 arms wielding them in a frenzied barrage of strikes, transforming into a sphere of light as he assaulted the Red Matron. The Red Matron responded with an eerie cackle, her crimson undergarments dissolving into ash as crimson flames erupted from every pore. Her legs transformed into a swirling vortex of fiery clouds, propelling her torso through the air with incredible velocity. Dozens of whips formed from solidified flames lashed out erratically, clashing with the Ninth Palm Envoy's blade light in a chaotic melee. As Wutai incapacitated the two Chongqing sect youths, Shilingqing uttered a disparaging remark, "Useless," and was about to beckon others to intervene when the 6 subordinates of the Ninth Palm Envoy arrived, escorting Old Wu, Luo Lin, and Ding, while also dragging the gravely wounded Xiao. With the Ninth Palm Envoy and the Red Matron locked in a desperate struggle, the 6 Mist Blade experts silently drew their straight blades and charged towards the Chongqing sect's wooden vessel. Their figures flickered, leaving trails of afterimages as they boarded the vessel. Resembling tigers entering a flock of sheep, they brandished their blades with abandon. Upon the wooden vessel, the Chongqing sect's assembly of handsome and comely youths proved to be as delicate as hothouse flowers, seemingly devoid of any combat experience. They succumbed with pitiful cries as the Mist Blades made their assault, their necks and hearts pierced, leaving none alive. Only Shi Lingqing prostrated herself upon the ground, assuming a posture of abject surrender. The 6 mist blade experts refrained from immediately dispatching her, and after all the Chongqing sect disciples had been slain, one of them seized Shi Lingqing by the hair, hoisting her roughly into the air. "Envoy," the mist blade expert bellowed, addressing his superior. In the heavens above, the 9th palm envoy, spinning like a top, unleashed a blade light that swept across 100 meters. He laughed uproariously, taunting, "Red Matron, is this the extent of your Chongqing sect's capabilities? These weaklings, are these your disciples?" With 2 swift sounds, the blade light cleaved through the Red Matron's body. The Red Matron's form had become something other than flesh and blood, her skin and muscles saturated with intense flames. As the blade light struck, her body split open, and molten ichor gushed forth, transforming into rolling flames that cascaded from the sky. The Red Matron cackled in response. "You misunderstand the Chongqing sect. These adopted sons and daughters were never intended for battle." A streak of fire descended from the heavens, and the Red Matron, now a being of pure flame, plummeted towards the wooden vessel. The bodies of the slain youths exploded, their blood transforming into a seething mist that converged upon the Red Matron. Like a colossal vortex, she devoured the blood mist of the 20-odd youths in an instant. Heat radiated outwards, and a terrifying aura surged skyward as the Red Matron's form swelled to a height of 30 meters. Her entire being radiating fiery light that engulfed the surrounding hundreds of meters. The 2 youths who had been incapacitated by Wu Tai's bricks were consumed by the flames, their bodies detonating and transforming into streams of blood that merged with the Red Matron. The colossal Red Matron roared with laughter. "These adopted sons and daughters are expendable resources for battle, and, on occasion, to bribe valuable targets. Our Chongqing sect has never relied on them for combat." With a wave of her hands, the Red Matron unleashed a torrent of heat, and the 6 mist blade experts screamed in agony, resembling fish tossed into a volcano. Their armor ignited and melted, their clothing turned to ash, and their flesh evaporated in an instant. A fiery sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter soared into the sky. Above, the 9th palm envoy shrieked, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation, his lower half morphing into that of a colossal insect. His 6 arms fused into 2 slender limbs, which clasped his long blade as he plunged downwards. Blade light clashed with fire, and the heavens were filled with blinding radiance. Combined with the light reflected from the countless crystalline clusters, all present were forced to shield their eyes, unable to discern the events unfolding around them. The sound of impacts reached their ears. Wu Tai opened his eyes to see the 9th palm envoy and the Red Matron sprawled upon the ground, their bodies mangled and incomplete, their wounds so grievous that death seemed imminent. Chapter 29. Outside the Grand Hall, waves of scorching heat surged. Just as the flames were about to invade the hall, 18 golden skeletal frames suddenly emitted a faint golden light, enveloping the entire chamber in a delicate halo. Upon contact with the golden light, the flames extinguished completely, and the temperature within several feet outside the hall remained unchanged. A low, melancholic sigh echoed through the air. Among the 18 golden skeletons, 17 appeared to have exhausted their final vestiges of strength, their bones crumbling into countless fine golden specks that gently fell to the ground. These minute golden particles, although exceedingly small, bore significant weight, producing a series of ding-ding sounds as they landed. From the disintegrating skeletons, hundreds of thumb-sized granules and shades of gold, silver, and jade cascaded forth, bouncing on the ground with a clattering sound. These particles emitted a soft glow. The larger ones were thumb-sized while the smaller ones were merely the size of beans, all disintegrating in unison. Rich beams of light slowly emanated from the fragmented particles, quietly merging into the surrounding hall. The hall, which originally bore a somewhat dilapidated appearance, now appeared significantly more vibrant, and some fissures in the walls began to heal imperceptibly. With a final crack, the last golden skeleton fractured into numerous cracks, its golden light gradually dimming until it vanished entirely. Wu Tai, filled with reverence, cast a glance at the lone remaining skeleton, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him, and he solemnly bowed to it. These skeletons evidently harbored an unwavering conviction. Even in their disintegration, even in their complete dissolution, the remnants of their power continued to safeguard this hall. I do not know who you are, but soon, Old Tai will reveal it to me. Wu Tai straightened his posture and turned to gaze upward. The nearly shattered golden lotus in the center of the hall absorbed the streams of light emanating from the particles, and several cracks on its surface began to mend. Tendrils of golden light ascended from some of the petals, as if ropes were binding the shattered bones. The fragments floated in midair, gently trembling as though they were birds ensnared by silken threads, yearning to escape the golden light's grasp. The surface of the golden lotus shimmered, with the delicate and faint golden light contracting, gradually pulling the shattered bones down to just over a foot above the lotus. Stay put. I shall tend to you shortly. Wu Tai glared at the fragments with irritation. Having absorbed so much of his blood, he now felt dizzy, his vision blurring, his body weak and cold cold sweat continuously beading on his skin. It was all the fault of those shattered bones, as old Tai would say. This rascal, once sated, seeks to flee. Truly a despicable fiend. Turning around, he grasped his spear and stepped towards the entrance of the hall, peering outside. What a tragic sight. Truly tragic. The 6 misknife masters brought by the Nine Palms Order had been reduced to black smoke, and the Nine Palms Order itself was charred beyond recognition. However, even before being burned, the Nine Palms Order had already lost its human form. Whether in its previous 6-armed state or its later grotesque insect form with elongated blades for arms, it had never appeared human. But now, the condition of the Nine Palms Order was even in an instant. The originally striking Shi Lingqing radiated an even more captivating allure. Roland swayed slightly. His gaze fixated on Shi Lingqing's enchanting visage, which seemed to emanate a luminous glow. His eyes became momentarily unfocused, and his steps halted abruptly. The red granny beamed with delight as she watched Shi Lingqing rush past her, exclaiming, "Well done, my dear," before her words could fully escape her lips. Shi Lingqing pivoted with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, lunging at the red granny with unrelenting force. Without hesitation, her dagger plunged mercilessly into the granny's heart. With a swift motion, she sank her teeth into the granny's neck. Amidst the sound of tearing flesh, it was as if Shi Lingqing had a siphon in her mouth, voraciously draining the granny's rich blood and life energy. The red granny shrieked in agony, her body writhing violently. Yet the grievous injuries inflicted by the Nine Palm command rendered her immobile. Not to mention, the dagger embedded in her heart unleashed streams of eerie red light that permeated her being, causing her strength to dissipate instantaneously. Roland abruptly regained his senses. The Nine Palm command let out a furious cry, and with a sudden motion, sent forth hundreds of poisoned triangular nails that flew silently through the air, striking Roland from less than 3 meters away. The speed and force of the nails were astonishing, propelling Roland into the air. "Old 3, do not blame me. It is Qiao who taught me this," the nail exclaimed as he retreated a few steps, hurling a weighted triangular nail that struck Roland squarely on the temple. The sound of splintering bone echoed, blood spraying forth, and this blow extinguished all possibility of life for Roland. "Go." The nail laughed triumphantly, gesturing as 36 nails, shimmering with a faint black glow, erupted from his beastskin pouch, racing like lightning towards the fallen Nine Palm command. In a fit of rage, the Nine Palm command clapped his hands against the ground, attempting to leverage himself upward. The 36 nails found their mark, piercing his remaining eye and burrowing through his ears, nostrils, and mouth. A muffled groan escaped him as black blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Thus it is said, only the astute can survive until the end. Nine Palm command, you insist that only the strong possess the right to live. Qiao's voice resonated from behind the crystalline cluster, hundreds of meters away. With his legs shattered by the Nine Palm command's assault, Qiao supported himself with one hand, laboriously crawling towards them, a severed head of Wu Laodao dangling from his other hand. Wu Laodao's eyes bulged in disbelief, his face contorted in a spasm of horror. "When I killed him, he could hardly believe I would truly act against him," Qiao proclaimed with a triumphant smile. "Lingqing, look at this face. He never believed I would go through with it." Wu Tai stood rigid at the door of the grand hall, his eyes wide in shock at the unfolding scene, entirely beyond his comprehension. Why had it come to this? How could this be the outcome? It was Shi Lingqing and Qiao, along with the nail. It was indeed the 3 of them. The red granny convulsed violently on the ground, her once fair skin now resembling the pockmarked surface of an orange, marred with unsightly wrinkles. She screamed hoarsely, directing her anguished cries at the increasingly potent Shi Lingqing. "Lingqing, how could you possess the essence-snatching secret technique? As an outer disciple, how could you possibly learn such a technique?" Shi Lingqing disregarded the red granny's words, instead greedily feasting on the life essence pouring forth from her. Qiao and the nail shared a gleeful, cruel gaze as they observed Shi Lingqing's actions. Wu Tai trembled with a surge of inexplicable rage, his chest nearly bursting with indignation. "Enough. You cannot be so shameless." He charged towards Shi Lingqing, spear in hand. "What do you 3 intend to accomplish?" "Shi Lingqing, cease this at once." The spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at Shi Lingqing. "Wu Tai, would you truly harm me?" Shi Lingqing chuckled. "Or would you strike a defenseless woman?" Wu Tai hesitated, momentarily taken aback by her radiant smile. He abruptly halted his advance. "Fool, Shi Lingqing scoffed, a faint crimson flame igniting upon her skin. In an instant, she transformed into 9 afterimages, propelled by a gust of wind as she surged towards Wu Tai. With a resounding crash, Shi Lingqing's palm struck fiercely against Wu Tai's chest. The explosion of blood-red flames sent him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, his body rebounding before he collided with the steps at the entrance of the hall, creating a deep indentation in the stone. Shi Lingqing wiped the blood from her lips, softly declaring, "I have reached my limit. Without over a year of arduous training, I cannot assimilate the life force within me. This old hag's life energy must not go to waste." With a seductive glance towards Qiao and the nail, she urged, "Brother Qiao and nail, let us absorb as much as we can quickly." Raising her gaze to the imposing figure of Nuwa Valley, Shi Lingqing trembled with excitement. There are countless treasures awaiting us here. Chapter 30. Confession with rapacious fervor. Qiao and Ding lunged at the immobilized Red Granny. Shi Lingqing surveyed her surroundings with a smile, then gazed up at Nuwa Valley's colossal form before striking out with a backhanded blow. A palm imprint formed of crimson flames detached and slammed into Jiao Zhongling's frame. The force of the impact sent Jiao Zhongling's shattered body hurtling through the air. Shi Lingqing uttered a soft cry as her slender fingers danced with the rapid dexterity of a pianist. Countless thumb-sized fireballs whistled forth, raining down upon Jiao Zhongling like a tempest. The thick, black carapace protecting Jiao Zhongling's body was pulverized, flames erupted, armor shattered, and gore splattered. His body twitched and writhed in the air for what felt like an eternity before it was reduced to dust. Remarkably resilient, Shi Lingqing remarked, ceasing her assault with a smile, her gaze fixed upon her own alabaster hands, which shimmered with an alluring, ethereal radiance. But what is strength without wisdom? She spun in place, reveling in her triumph, and inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. True power lies in intellect, and assassination is best left to others. Wu Tai, battling waves of weakness, steadied himself on his spear and rose to his feet. Shi Lingqing's devastating blow had been formidable, but his armor had proven its worth. The impact had merely rattled his organs, whereas the blood-draining fragments had inflicted greater harm. He widened his eyes and shook his head, attempting to dispel the encroaching darkness, and fixed his gaze upon Shi Lingqing. "So, you swayed Qiao and Ding long ago?" he questioned, voicing his deepest suspicion. "Jiao Zhongling, Red Granny, were they all lured here by your design?" Wu Tai's mind reeled. Everything appeared to be a product of Shi Lingqing's machinations. The thought that someone so young could possess such cunning filled him with dread. Shi Lingqing extended her arms, flaunting her captivating figure. She twirled once more, then, with a radiant smile, gestured towards Wu Tai. "Indeed, the outcome you see before you is the result of my orchestration." Approaching him with a smile, she pointed at Wu Tai. "As for Red Granny, I have long desired to eliminate her, but I dared not act openly. The Long Life sect is governed by strict laws, and if I were discovered harming a senior, even with my connections, I would surely face death. Moreover, my strength was insufficient. Although I acquired the soul-stealing art through unconventional means, I could never hope to defeat Red Granny. But here, in this hidden realm, so concealed," she paused, "had I not been pursued by Luo Lin and his men, forced to flee through the subterranean river near Thousand Fish City, I would never have discovered this place. Such a clandestine sanctuary is perfect for executing clandestine schemes. And most fortuitously, Luo Lin and his ilk are assassins of the Mist Blades. To lure the Mist Blades elite here, and have them clash with Red Granny, I assessed the probability of success at 60%. 60% was a gamble worth taking." Shi Lingqing drew closer to Wu Tai, gently caressing the pristine armor that encased his chest. Her tongue darted out, moistening her lips, and she gazed at him with a smile, her body trembling with barely suppressed excitement. To seize Red Granny's cultivation with a 60% chance, it was a risk I was willing to embrace. But the secrets you harbor, young master, are even more enticing. Armor that whispers of antiquity, a spear that hints at ancient power, a legacy that speaks of bygone deities. And the greatest prize of all, the body of a nascent sage and the treasures within that grand hall. Verily, Shi Lingqing is blessed by fate. All of this shall be mine." Shi Lingqing's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. "My dear master, would you be so kind as to remove your armor so that I may admire it more closely?" In response, Wu Tai lunged at Shi Lingqing with his spear. Her speed was remarkable. Her explosive power, fueled by flames, was astonishing, each strike carrying the force of tens of thousands of pounds. Her cultivation had clearly surpassed the foundation establishment stage, reaching a higher realm. The force of her blow sent Wu Tai flying. He soared over 100 meters into the air, then halted his ascent with a shake of his head. He activated his invisible force field, halting his momentum. Shi Lingqing sighed in admiration. A bloodline talent, perhaps? How fortunate to possess a divine ability while still in the foundation establishment stage. It fills me with envy and admiration. After a brief chuckle, Shi Lingqing spoke softly. Young master, perhaps we can forego this conflict. Like Qiao and Ding, why not yield to me? Everything I possess shall be yours to enjoy. After all, as I ascend within the long life sect, I will require loyal confidants. Qiao and Ding, currently engrossed in their crude attempt to plunder Red Granny's life force, glanced up, their expressions a mixture of resentment and apprehension. The wounds on Qiao's shattered legs were rapidly regenerating, new flesh knitting together the severed limbs. The sheer volume of life energy within Red Granny was overwhelming, and even a fraction of it was sufficient to accelerate Qiao's recovery. Qiao promptly fell silent, obediently lowering his head and resuming his task. Shi Lingqing regarded Wu Tai with a smile, her voice laced with seductive allure. Young master, you may not yet comprehend the pleasures a woman can offer. Why not descend and indulge with me? Perhaps then you will understand why Qiao and Ding willingly betrayed the mist blades, why they so eagerly serve me. The invisible force field buckled and twisted as Wu Tai plummeted from the sky, his spear aimed directly at Shi Lingqing. She sneered and muttered a curse under her breath, her hands blurring as she unleashed a series of blows. Palm imprints formed of crimson flames slammed into Wu Tai's spear, the raw force of the impact sending him hurtling upwards. Yet, each time, he dove again, unleashing a flurry of strikes, having absorbed a portion of Red Granny's life force. Shi Lingqing's strength now surpassed Wu Tai's. In a direct confrontation, Wu Tai was no match for her. However, his armor was remarkably resilient, deflecting her attacks with ease. Crimson flames billowed, raising the ambient temperature, but Wu Tai felt only a mild warmth within his armor. The monotonous assault continued for what felt like an eternity, neither combatant gaining an advantage. Suddenly, old Tai's voice echoed through the hall. So, young one, now you understand what a fearsome creature a woman can be? Wu Tai thrust his spear forward, but Shi Lingqing seized the weapon and slammed him into the ground. The impact shattered the flagstones, creating a crater in the earth. Wu Tai lay sprawled within, gasping for air. After a moment, he surged to his feet and retreated, taking refuge beside old Tai. Old Tai, unscathed by Jiu Zhongling's earlier attack, emerged from the hall, shaking his head as he scrutinized Shi Lingqing. Are all the young women of today as terrifying as you? In the depths of old Tai's gaze, a flicker of bloodlust shimmered, enveloping Shi Lingqing in unseen rays. I recall those young ladies from years past, he said. Though some were indeed spoiled and willful, none approached your level of. After a moment's silence, old Tai continued. I see no trace of the innocence and beauty typical of young girls in you. Shi Lingqing clapped her hands, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she chuckled. Ah, I think I understand the kind of delightful young lady you have in mind. It must be that sister of Roland's. Is she not the type you fancy? A peculiar smile crept onto her lips, but her expression soured abruptly. When I commanded her death, she was still pleading for the others. Truly, it was a foolishness beyond words. The beauty you speak of, is it merely that so-called kindness and purity? Old Tai remained silent, standing at the entrance of the grand hall, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Shi Lingqing. She observed him with keen interest. I am fortunate indeed, but what are you? A severed head? A wolf's body? Old Tai hastily replied, a severed head, a dog's body. This is a dog's form, do not mistake it. Otherwise, the beast shall be displeased. He holds great disdain for his distant relatives. Shi Lingqing nodded. Regardless of your nature, a curiosity such as yourself could fetch a handsome price. The esteemed figure behind me has a penchant for collecting oddities like you. Presenting you to her would surely delight her further. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood were about to seep from her pores. With Red Granny deceased, and you offered to her, my contributions are indeed substantial. Without uttering a word, old Tai lunged forward, presenting himself as a battering ram aimed squarely at Shi Lingqing. She laughed lightly, waving her hand, flames soaring and heat radiating, with a swift strike. She struck old Tai on the forehead, sending him flying far away, crashing into a cluster of crystals. The light in his eyes dimmed abruptly, and he lay motionless on the ground. Old Tai, Wu Tai shouted, concern flooding his heart as there was no response. Old Tai lay still, as if lifeless. Panic surged within Wu Tai as he leaped into action, thrusting his spear toward Shi Lingqing. Inexplicably, Wu Tai recalled a phrase once cherished by the esteemed Master Hui and shouted at Shi Lingqing, you were once a beautiful maiden, yet why resort to thievery? Shi Lingqing, who had been smiling, suddenly stiffened at his words. Her features contorted, and her arms erupted with fiery blood, her garments reduced to ash, revealing her body as translucent as blood jade. Why resort to thievery? I wish to live. Her eyes blazed with fury as she charged at Wutai, deflecting his spear with a single motion, seizing his neck, and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Her palms rained down upon his chest with relentless ferocity. The sound of their impacts echoed, the ground trembling beneath them, a deep pit forming as Wutai lay powerless, subjected to Shi Lingqing's merciless assault. I merely wish to survive, to live beautifully and splendidly. Is that a fault? Shi Lingqing's foot pressed hard against Wutai's head, trampling mercilessly. I never desired to be entangled with the everlasting sect. My grandfather made the decision the very year the sect entered the Songyan domain, and I had not yet been born. Shi Lingqing's voice rose sharply. The power behind me has set its sights on me. What choice do I have? I am but a small woman longing for a simple existence. Is that wrong? The task of slaying Roland's sister was bestowed upon me by the everlasting sect. If I refuse, I face death. I am no legendary sage. Why should I sacrifice myself for women I do not know? I only wish to live. She recalled being pursued, heedless of danger, rushing into the Yin River that led her here. They relentlessly chased me, and all I desired was to survive. For that survival, I even allowed these two men I find repugnant to toy with me all day. The underground here had birthed tiny crystals, the ground hardening beneath them. Wutai's helmet scraped against the surface, producing a grating sound. Shi Lingqing continued to stomp on Wutai's head, her voice hoarse with rage. You have never granted me a true and free choice. Can I be blamed for this? You claim I am a thief? When I sought your help against Roland and his ilk, you had truly protected me, I would not have been forced into such decisions. Shi Lingqing cried out in bitter resentment. Do you think it brings me joy to strip myself bare before a man to entice him? I am hardly older than you. Her anguished cries echoed as she fiercely stomped on Wutai's head. Meanwhile, the figure of Shi Dian, with the left shoulder entirely missing and a deep dent in his chest, slowly approached. Xiao and Ding were engrossed in devouring the life essence of Red Granny. Lost in the ecstasy and thrill the technique provided, their power rapidly surging as they reveled in their newfound strength. They were oblivious to Shi Lingqing's screams. Shi Dian, gripping his staff, advanced step by step, and from several dozen meters away, he swung it, unleashing a cloud of purple-black smoke that enveloped Xiao and Ding. Chapter 31. The Loyal Servant. Xiao and Ding gasped in horror, leaping abruptly to their feet. A dense, purplish-black smoke clung to their skin, relentlessly seeping into their bodies through their pores. The noxious fumes invaded them as they inhaled deeply, feasting upon the life essence of the Red Grandmother. Their skin rapidly transformed into a dark hue, large patches rotting and peeling away, while blood oozed from their flesh. The fresh droplets of crimson blood turned into blackened pus upon hitting the ground. Having learned the art of essence snatching from Shi Lingqing and practiced the sinister techniques of the Chongqing sect, Xiao and Ding screamed hoarsely, their powerful life energy churning within them, continuously counteracting the venomous invasion. As their skin deteriorated, fresh, tender flesh sprouted beneath the decaying layers, only to rot away once more. Enraged and humiliated, Xiao shouted in fury, struggling to move as he had only partially regenerated his thigh. Gritting his teeth, he drew forth several small throwing knives, fixating a menacing glare at Shi Dian. Ding, on the other hand, charged forward, swinging his arms as dozens of triangular nails shot through the air, tracing mysterious arcs toward Shi Dian. Shi Dian chuckled, slamming his wooden staff into the ground. Dozens of slender silver bolts of electricity erupted from the staff's tip, striking the triangular nails with precision. The power of the electric current was formidable, shattering the forged nails into fragments. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, shards of iron scattered. And Ding, who had charged ahead, suddenly emitted a strangled cry, his body flickering with tiny sparks as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. As the electric force obliterated the nails, a thick current, silent and serpentine, slithered along the ground, striking Ding's foot. The crackling sparks erupted with sharp sounds as Ding desperately tried to rise but found himself utterly unable to control his body. Xiao, still enveloped in the purplish-black smoke, muttered a curse under his breath. When Ding had rushed out, he could have pulled Xiao with him out of the toxic haze, yet he chose to flee alone, leaving Xiu behind. The poison incessantly invaded their bodies, rapidly depleting the life essence just acquired from the Red Grandmother. A pool of foul blood oozed from Xiao, with fresh waves of it continuing to flow from within, creating a grotesque scene. Shi Dian staggered toward the incapacitated Ding, who lay helpless on the ground. Xiao screamed at the top of his lungs, Lingqing, help. Shi Dian, he has gone mad. Shi Lingqing, overwhelmed with a shiver of dread, leaped gracefully from the massive pit she had violently created, landing lightly on a crystalline cluster several meters away. Witnessing Shi Dian's treacherous assault on Qiao and Ding, she saw him stride toward Ding, staff raised high, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Shi Lingqing shouted furiously, "Shi Dian, what do you intend to do?" "My lady, I have been your protector for nearly a decade," Shi Dian replied with a gentle smile, gazing at her. "Over these 10 years, you have grown from an innocent girl into a stunning woman." Ding emitted a heart-wrenching scream as he was struck down. Shi Lingqing's face contorted in agony, her fingers spasming violently. "Do you remember the seed I gifted you on your 12th birthday?" Shi Dian's voice dripped with an unsettling softness as he approached Qiao, now shrouded in the toxic smoke. "Back then, you dismissed that insignificant seed." Shi Dian smiled at Shi Lingqing. "You tossed it away carelessly. Little did you know. It was the last of my savings, purchased from a secret merchant. Beautiful, delicate, and deserving of compassion. Just like you, my lady." His smile twisted grotesquely. "So, when it blossomed, I uprooted it, cleaned it, and consumed it piece by piece." In the swirling poison, Qiao screamed in agony, pounding the ground with his fists, using the force to propel himself toward escape. Shi Lingqing let out a piercing cry, her body igniting in blood-red flames, transforming into a flurry of afterimages as she charged at Shi Dian. With a flick of his wrist, Shi Dian unleashed a cloud of purplish-black smoke, forming a wall to block her advance. Aware of the smoke's lethal nature, Shi Lingqing leaped into the air, soaring high above to evade its direct assault. Just as Qiao emerged from the toxic fumes, Shi Dian let out a piercing wail. His caved-in chest writhed violently, flickers of electric light dancing across the surface, as blood and bone fragments erupted from his wounds. The gaping injury from his vanished shoulder spewed forth countless flesh buds, and in a heartbeat, a torrent of bodily fluid sprayed forth, manifesting a new left arm from the remnants. With a swift motion, Shi Dian grasped Qiao by the throat. Qiao's eyes widened in terror. Just as he gasped out the words "spare me," Shi Dian unleashed a surge of electric energy from his palm. Qiao's body illuminated with countless fine bolts of electricity, convulsing violently before being reduced to a charred mass. Shi Dian discarded the remains on the ground, crushing them beneath his foot. Looking up, he beheld Shi Lingqing descending rapidly from above, his smile growing ever more fervent. "My lady, what I did to that sunflower is what I wish to do to you. I want to savor you, bit by bit. Of course, I do not mean to kill you and consume you. That would be far too disrespectful to you, my lady." Shi Dian's body trembled violently, his once gentle expression twisting into a mask of savagery. "You are mine. In this life, you are mine. The city of Qinyu has been destroyed, the elders slain. Only I have protected you to escape. Truly, the fish god has favored you. You are destined to be mine." Shi Dian's grin stretched unnaturally wide. "I am aware of my lowly status, merely a contemptible family guard leader. Thus, I have only been able to watch you from the shadows, thinking of you in the night." Shi Dian laughed maniacally. "But now, I can possess you. I can claim you." With fierce determination, Shi Dian crushed the ashes of what Qiao had become, declaring with a chilling voice, "Do you know? When you seduced them to betray the Mist Dagger, selling out their brothers, I was not far away. I witnessed how they treated you. I heard your moans." Shi Dian gritted his teeth, laughing. "Therefore, they had to die, they could not survive. But you, I do not disdain. Even though you have been bitten by 2 wild dogs, I do not care, for I love you so deeply." As Shi Lingqing plunged from the sky, her palms crossed, summoning fiery hands imprinted with blood-red flames, crashing down toward Shi Dian like a storm of fire. Shi Dian, gazing at the fiery imprints, suddenly bellowed, "My lady, do you not realize that my awakened powers in this life and death moment are far more useful than these 2 worthless fools? If they could have you, why can't I?" Shi Lingqing's body visibly hesitated in the air, and the multitude of blood-red fiery imprints dissipated in an instant. Revealing her exquisite form, she descended gracefully before Shi Dian, swaying as she approached him, extending her hand to gently caress his chin. Shi Dian, brimming with malice, his eyes glinting with sinister intent, resembled a dog receiving affection from its master, his fierce aura suddenly dissipating, his once rigid posture slightly bending. He slightly bent forward, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Shi Lingqing. "Mississippi, it is truly wonderful. With Qianyu City in ruins, no one can hinder our union any longer. I have gained power, I have awakened my strength, and I can protect you now. There shall be no one who dares treat you as those 2 despicable wretches did." Tears glistened at the corners of Shi Dian's eyes. He looked deeply into Shi Lingqing's charming visage and spoke each word with unwavering resolve. "I will safeguard you. No one shall harm even a single strand of your hair." Shi Lingqing let out a soft sigh, regarding Shi Dian for a long moment before gently nodding. So, you have harbored such feelings for me all along. It must have been a burden for you. With a light smile, she pointed to Wu Tai, who had just leapt out of the pit, and casually remarked, "That ancient treasure in the Grand Hall, the one that resembles shattered bones, and the ancient saint's corpse, I desire them both." A spark ignited in Shi Dian's eyes. He abruptly raised his head, glaring menacingly at Wu Tai. "Eliminate him, and present me with the treasures I seek. From now on, you shall be my most trusted confidant." Shi Lingqing beamed, casting a flirtatious glance at Shi Dian. His face flushed crimson, veins protruding from his neck, and his breath grew heavier. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Shi Lingqing's exquisite form as he strode purposefully toward Wu Tai. Wu Tai had just landed on solid ground and had clearly heard the recent events. Ironically, the two traitors, manipulated by Shi Lingqing into obtaining the Nine Palm Order and the betrayal of Hong Laolao, had met their demise at Shi Dian's hands. During this tumultuous ordeal, the treachery of human nature, the ugliness of mankind, and the cunning malice of the world struck Wu Tai like relentless thunder, shaking him to his core. It was as if ink were slowly dripping into a pond, altering its hue. After enduring Shi Lingqing's relentless assault, Wu Tai felt his internal organs quiver, and he struggled to straighten his body, taking a heavy breath. As he observed Shi Dian advancing towards him, he pondered for a moment before letting out a few chuckles. He realized his laughter sounded quite unpleasant, and though there was no mirror present, he imagined it must have looked equally unappealing. "I never expected that you two would ultimately survive," Wu Tai mused, glancing at Shi Lingqing, whose garments were singed by his fiery blood. And then Chapter 32, Disarmament. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by waves of fire and flickers of lightning. Wu Tai let out a muffled groan, sent flying several dozen meters by Shi Lingqing's ferocious impact, landing heavily at the base of the Grand Hall steps. The blood-red flames and electric light conjured by Shi Lingqing soared skyward, spiraling into the heavens before descending like a colossal drill, hurtling towards Wu Tai with a deafening roar. Dazed from the previous collision, Wu Tai had yet to regain his senses when Shi Lingqing dove down from above, crashing into him once more. The ground trembled violently, soil erupting to heights of over 10 meters as Wu Tai, despite the protective armor he wore, felt his insides jolt violently, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. A crater several meters in diameter was formed upon impact, sending shimmering splashes from the pond in front of the Grand Hall into the air, shattering lotus leaves and petals that floated far and wide. Wu Tai lay sprawled at the bottom of the deep pit, glancing sideways at Shi Lingqing. Having seized a portion of the life essence from the Red Granny and used dark sorcery to rob Shi Dian of his awakened talents, Shi Lingqing's powers surged to an astonishing level in a brief span, far surpassing Wu Tai, who had only just broken through to the first stage of foundation establishment. Observing her graceful movements in the air, Wu Tai found it impossible to gauge her current prowess. What lies beyond foundation establishment? Wu Tai's mind buzzed chaotically, unable to focus. After enduring Shi Lingqing's relentless assault, his head suffered severe trauma, and the world around him was filled with twinkling golden stars, his consciousness clouded and nausea rising. "Your tight-fitting armor is impressive," Shi Lingqing remarked, soaring several dozen meters high after a powerful strike, descending gracefully upon a wisp of fire cloud. Looking down upon Wu Tai with an air of superiority, "I believe it rightfully belongs to me." She smiled seductively. "Your armor is mine. Your spear is mine. The ancient treasures within this grand hall are mine. Even the remains of this ancient sage should also belong to me. If you so desire, you may also become mine." Shi Lingqing's smile was enchanting as she continued, "What a coincidence. Both Ding and she are dead. I had intended to treat them as confidants. But Shi Dian, eyeing his master's servants, deserved his fate. You are different. You possess the potential to acquire ancient treasures and inherit legacies. You are fortunate, and I am drawn to fortunate individuals. You are quite handsome, albeit a tad young, yet I have no objections. Will you be willing to become mine?" Wu Tai sighed as he mentally reviewed the situation. "You people are terrifying. Your affairs are overly complex." Gripping his spear, he aimed it at Shi Lingqing. "I fear I might meet the same fate as Shi Dian, suddenly slain by you from behind." Recalling the expectations of his brothers expressed by Wu Zhan, he smiled and stated, "I will seek a few virtuous women to bear children and continue our lineage." "Apologies, but you are far from virtuous." Wu Tai was unaware of the devastating impact his words would have on a girl with such high self-regard, especially since he was a few years younger than Shi Lingqing. His assertion that she was not a virtuous woman bore a weighty significance. Shi Lingqing's expression darkened. her fury erupting as she rushed to a cluster of crystalline formations over a meter thick, striking them with her palms. Amidst a cacophony of sound, the crystals erupted in dazzling light, remaining unscathed despite her efforts. Wu Tai watched her frantic actions, chuckling. Are you attempting to break one and use it against me? It seems a futile endeavor. Are there not easier treasures to obtain here? With a fierce cry, Shi Lingqing abandoned the crystalline cluster and charged toward the grand hall's entrance. Wrapping her arms around a stone pillar as thick as an embrace, shaking it with all her strength. The 10-meter pillar shattered, and Shi Lingqing raised it, cursing aloud. Delivering a tremendous blow to Wu Tai. Lying on the ground, Wu Tai barely lifted his head, murmuring with admiration, truly, my meticulously trained disciple. Your sharp tongue carries 3 parts of my strength. How audacious. As he lay there, unable to move, the intricate patterns on his armor began to shimmer, accompanied by a faint hissing sound, transforming into a flowing metallic substance that gradually peeled away from him. With a thud, the armor collapsed into a pale metallic sphere the size of a human head, gently landing on the ground. Wu Tai was left in shock. Shi Lingqing, both astonished and delighted, gazed at the pallid sphere. Huh? Without this armor, do you think you can escape my grasp? Wu Tai looked at Lao Tai in trepidation. Lao Tai lay still, resembling a heap of scrap metal. Wu Tai's call drew Shi Lingqing's attention. She turned her gaze to Lao Tai, her hands suddenly unleashing a torrent of blood-red lightning that crashed upon him. Lao Tai rolled about, surrounded by electric sparks, seemingly lifeless, without any response or sound. Is he dead? Shi Lingqing mused, observing Lao Tai intently before exhaling a sigh of relief. With a soft laugh, she approached Wu Tai, struggling to his feet. Wu Tai gripped his spear tightly, gritting his teeth as he instinctively retreated step by step. He knew he was no match for the current Shi Lingqing. Are you afraid? Shi Lingqing smiled as she drew nearer, her eyes glistening with an alluring shimmer, an indescribable enchantment radiating from her. Why fear? If you simply kneel before me now. Extending her delicate foot, she chuckled. Look at my fair and rosy toes. If you kneel and kiss my feet, promising to serve me wholeheartedly and obey my every command, I could grant you pleasures beyond your wildest imagination. Shi Lingqing's eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Our Longxing sect excels at fulfilling every desire within the hearts of all, be they men or women. Whatever your heart yearns for, we can satisfy. Submit to me and join the Longxing sect. You will not regret it. I see great potential in you, O handsome young master. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tai spoke with conviction. You are far from virtuous. One could even say you are a very wicked woman. Therefore, in an instant, Shi Lingqing willing to submit to me, then kiss my feet. Furthermore, surrender the ancient inheritance you've obtained. With a hint of avarice, Shi Lingqing gazed upon Wu Tai. Your cultivation is merely at the first level of the foundation establishment realm, yet your physical strength effortlessly suppresses Luo Lin and the others, whose cultivation surpasses yours by a significant margin. Your inheritance should belong to me. Only I, Shi Lingqing, the ultimate victor, am worthy of enjoying all of this. The ancient treasures in the hall, the remains of the ancient sage, your armor and spear, and the inheritance you've acquired. Shi Lingqing clutched Wu Tai's neck, eagerly striding towards the hall. Everything is mine. Only I, who laughs last, am entitled to relish all of this. Young master. Handsome young master, consider carefully whether you should bestow your inheritance upon me. Shi Lingqing lifted Wu Tai, gently planting a kiss on his cheek. I prefer not to resort to violence against you. Despite her words, Shi Lingqing delivered a punch to Wu Tai's lower abdomen. A surge of immense force assailed him, causing his internal organs to convulse violently. The excruciating pain brought tears streaming down Wu Tai's face. His stomach churned, and he vomited a torrent of blood mixed with gastric juices, leaving his mouth filled with a metallic and indescribable taste. Some of the gastric fluid surged into his nasal cavity, causing unbearable pain. Wu Tai's body spasmed violently, and a viscous fluid spewed from his nose and mouth. He was in such agony that he nearly lost consciousness. Standing at the hall's entrance, Shi Lingqing glanced at the 1,000-meter-tall Yuanxiang, swallowing hard. You are mine. Await me. Extending her hand, she made a grasping motion towards Yuanxiang's colossal form. Shi Lingqing chuckled softly, clutching Wu Tai's neck and dragging him, unable to move or speak, into the hall. Upon a prayer mat, the sole remaining golden skeleton sat cross-legged, with wisps of faint light continuously emanating from cracks all over its body, gradually dissolving into the air. Upon a dilapidated golden lotus, strands of faint golden mist tenaciously enveloped a fragment of bone. The thumb-sized fragment rotated slowly, seemingly like a satiated caged bird, showing no urgency to escape the golden lotus's confinement. Wu Tai strained his eyes, gazing at the fragment of bone suspended above the golden lotus. It was this peculiar fragment that had drained half of his blood. Shamelessly, it had absconded after its feeding. Lingqing tossed Wutai onto the ground, raising her foot to stomp mercilessly on his knee. Wutai convulsed violently, emitting a piercing cry of agony. Lingqing brutally shattered his knee, and his shoulders were also broken. Now, he lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Able only to lift his head slightly to observe Lingqing's next actions. Cautiously approaching the golden lotus, Lingqing crouched down, gazing excitedly at the fragment of bone. What a bizarre, ancient treasure. Although I don't understand what it is, it must be very precious, Lingqing said softly. The ancient sage outside, and this cave, the incredibly hard crystals within, and this hall, the golden skeletons within. If I'm not mistaken, they all exist for the sake of it. So what exactly are you? Lingqing looked at the fragment of bone, cautiously reaching out her hand. What benefits can you bestow upon me? Lingqing trembled with excitement. Wutai lay prostrate beside her, with her robes burned away by blood-colored flames. Lingqing's body was fully exposed. Wutai saw that Lingqing's skin was covered in goosebumps, and her hair stood on end, clearly indicating the extreme agitation of her emotions. Just as Lingqing's hand was about to touch the fragment of bone, she suddenly paused. These ancient treasures, especially those that haven't been touched by human hands, carry unpredictable risks. Lingqing turned her head, smiling, and nodded at Wutai. My Eternal Life sect has explored 3 ancient ruins in the Azure Flame region, obtaining 4 ancient treasures, but suffering thousands of casualties among our elite disciples. I don't want to die here. Lingqing's smile was radiant. I still have a wonderful life to enjoy. But if you die, it won't be a loss to me. Of course, I'll shed a few tears for you, after all. You're such a handsome young master. Lingqing grabbed Wutai's neck roughly, her sharp nails cutting open his throat without hesitation, bringing his neck wound towards the fragment of bone. The fragment of bone struggled violently. Amidst subtle cracking sounds, the faint light surrounding it, which the golden lotus had used to confine it, was torn apart. The fragment of bone then affixed itself to Wutai's wound, causing Wutai's blood to surge violently, with a massive amount of blood rushing towards the fragment. Ah! A bloodsucker. Lingqing's body trembled violently, and she exclaimed with excitement. Fortunately, I didn't touch it recklessly. Oh, young master, your blood vessels are all withered. Your blood is about to be drained, isn't it? Ah, you must hold on, before this treasure is satisfied. Nothing must happen to you. Lingqing smiled as she looked at Wutai, her eyes shimmering with a watery light. Wutai's body convulsed as his blood was continuously drawn away by the fragment of bone. Suddenly, everything went black, and he fell unconscious. The remaining blood in his body had crossed the safety threshold, reaching a life-threatening level. Chapter 33. Shattered Bones, Merging with Darkness. Desolation felt no anger. An endless abyss of darkness enveloped all, controlling everything. All was but void. Nothing had been born, nor had it ever existed. Within this infinite darkness, a foreign entity emerged. A hazy mist, shimmering with countless flickering lights. These lights pierced through the darkness, introducing an element of variability into the lifeless void. Endless possibilities erupted, and enigmatic occurrences unfolded. A searing pain throbbed within his skull, as if his entire mind had been thrust into a juicer and mercilessly pressed. Amidst this agony, a tide-like essence surged forth from the depths of his brain. Light appeared within the darkness, vibrant and extraordinarily alive. This brilliance coalesced into 2 spiraling streams of intertwining light, racing toward the indistinct, chaotic entity. Suddenly, Wutai's consciousness awakened. He found himself engulfed in boundless darkness, his awareness entwined with the 2 spiraling streams of light. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, the light collided with the nebulous foreign entity. In the next instant, Wutai merged with an exceedingly faint, nearly extinguished remnant of consciousness. This essence, perhaps not even worthy of being called awareness, was merely a projection left by a fragmented consciousness. It had become exceedingly frail, eons of time nearly obliterating it, leaving only the faintest residue to amalgamate with Wutai's consciousness. A sense of inexplicable joy and naturalness enveloped Wutai, as if he were a grain of sand, a droplet of water, returning to the harmony of mountains and rivers. Everything unfolded so seamlessly, without any rigidity or awkwardness. The elation emanating from the depths of his soul compelled Wutai to laugh heartily. In the darkness, there was no laughter. Only the boundless joy within Wutai spreading through the infinite void, leading to a thunderous sound that shattered the surrounding darkness. Winds, waters, earth, flames, hurricanes, thunder, frost, rain, and dew, a vivid and fresh world briefly flickered before Wutai's eyes. In the darkened heavens, far away, Numerous sacred, majestic, ancient, and primordial luminous orbs flickered. These orbs resembled enormous eyes, gazing intently at Wu Tai, filled with malice and insatiable greed. The shadows left by the nascent world and these colossal luminous spheres flickered and vanished, causing Wu Tai to abruptly open his in a perplexing manner. Wu Tai slowly lifted his emaciated arm, resembling a withered reed, and grasped the Chiyo tooth, pressing it firmly against the shattered bone. A crisp crack echoed as the exceptionally sturdy object, capable of effortlessly shattering steel, disintegrated unexpectedly, transforming into fine strands of white light that continuously merged into the broken bones. The halo on the surface of the shattered bone grew increasingly luminous, countless delicate points of light flickering within the radiance. The bone trembled violently as threads of exotic energy seeped into Wu Tai's body. He took a deep breath, observing the air before him writhing intensely, with visible scintillating streams of light flowing into his mouth. The cool, vibrant energy coursed through his entire being, evoking a familiar sensation reminiscent of his foundational cultivation, when such energy would persistently enter his body from the atmosphere. Previously, while cultivating, Wu Tai had only sensed it within his body, never truly confronting this bizarre energy. However, this time, due to the anomaly caused by the shattered bone, Wu Tai witnessed the entire process of this unusual energy seeping from the air. Meanwhile, Shi Lingqing screamed in distress, struggling helplessly as the pull emanating from the shattered bone intensified. Trembling, she raised her right hand, attempting to sever her fingers adhered to the bone. But as she lifted her arm, a wave of weakness washed over her, rendering her powerless and collapsed on the ground. Can anyone explain why this is happening? Shi Lingqing made several attempts, yet she remained entrapped by the bone. Wu Tai, momentarily dazed, shook his head. He had no understanding of the reason behind it. After the bone had drained him of half his blood, it had shown no interest in him as he desperately sought to escape. Who could have anticipated that Shi Lingqing would bring him closer to the bone, slicing open his artery to let him bleed, only for the bone to suddenly recognize him? A slight sting pierced Wu Tai's brow as he distinctly sensed the residual emotional projection within the shattered bone. Initially, the bone had regarded Wu Tai with disdain. However, upon being drained of all its blood, the bone acknowledged him. If one were to discern any difference, perhaps it lay in the merging of Wu Tai's consciousness with that lingering emotional projection within the darkness. I truly do not comprehend what has transpired. Wu Tai gazed earnestly at Shi Lingqing, proclaiming, "This entity is quite sinister." Tears cascaded down Shi Lingqing's cheeks as she looked at him, her previous allure and seduction vanishing abruptly, transforming from a flower of wickedness into a pure and elegant moonflower. The drastic shift in her demeanor momentarily stunned Wu Tai. With tear-filled eyes, Shi Lingqing softly spoke, "My lord, you would not hold a grudge against Lingqing for her transgressions, would you?" Wu Tai remained silent, unsure of how to respond or engage with Shi Lingqing's words. Despite her current innocent and pure appearance, Wu Tai could not forget the horrifying deeds she had committed. The likes of Zhou Zhongling, Red Granny, Old Wu, Luo Lin, Shi Dian, Qiao, and Ding, all had met their demise because of her, directly or indirectly. Given the countless lives lost due to her actions, how could Wu Tai dare to provoke her? With a polite smile, he chose silence. Shi Lingqing gazed at him with clear eyes, stating, "Lingqing is merely a woman wishing to live in peace, not seeking glory, but rather desiring tranquility in life." Wu Tai sighed inwardly, recalling vividly the haughty, arrogant Shi Lingqing who had once seized the essence of life from Red Granny. "I am but a fragile woman, yearning only for a strong man who can cherish, love, and protect me." Tears flowed as Shi Lingqing spoke passionately to Wu Tai, lying merely a foot apart. She exuded a beauty that could ensnare any ordinary man with her tender words. Yet, Wu Tai was still too young for such allure. Shi Lingqing's overt flirtations were wasted on an oblivious youth, rendering her efforts in vain. Having lost her family and faced humiliation and suffering, Shi Lingqing feared she may no longer find a way to survive. "Young master," she gazed at Wu Tai pitifully. The essence of life she had drawn from Red Granny had been depleted by 90%, leaving her with only her original life energy. An overwhelming weakness surged through her. Reminiscent of Wu Tai's earlier state, she too experienced bouts of darkness and total exhaustion, nearly fainting several times. Wu Tai remained silent, sensing the last flicker of spiritual resonance from the emotional projection within the shattered bone. It was a complex wave of emotions, rich with sentiment. Yet Wu Tai found himself unable to comprehend the intricate messages embedded within it. He was still too young, while the bone had endured countless years and experiences. It was akin to a centenarian recounting their life story to a babbling child. How could Wu Tai possibly understand? Having consumed the Qiyu tooth and stripped Shi Lingqing of all life essence not belonging to her, the shattered bone suddenly transformed into a brilliant beam of light, swiftly penetrating Wu Tai's neck. The radiant energy coursed rapidly through his arm, illuminating his skin and leaving a distinct trail of luminescence in its wake. Wu Tai's left index finger erupted in a dazzling glow, which gradually dimmed after a considerable duration. Chapter 34. Ruthlessness. A surge of liberating emotion flooded into Wu Tai's mind. It was as if an ancient sage, having witnessed countless storms and changes, was now confronted with a moment of clarity. The fragmented bones, initially resistant to merging with Wu Tai, hesitated in their willingness. Yet, when Wu Tai was violently bled by Shi Lingqing and faced the brink of death, the fragments made a decisive choice. They relinquished their desire for escape, their yearning for freedom, and their independence, choosing instead to sacrifice themselves to empower Wu Tai. Wu Tai remained oblivious to his own nature, origin, or the journey that had led him to this underground sanctuary. Surrounded by the formidable Niu Yingxiang and 18 golden skeletons guarding him, he inhaled deeply, drawing in the shimmering, mystical energies that filled the air. A warm sensation enveloped him as fresh blood surged from his marrow, rapidly coursing through his emaciated veins and revitalizing his organs, muscles, and skin, penetrating every minute corner of his being. Instinctively, Wu Tai commenced the foundational cultivation technique. He moved slowly, performing the foundational forms with an unexpected grace and an inexplicable spiritual essence. Previously, his practice had felt like viewing a painting through frosted glass. Now, that obscured barrier shattered, revealing a vivid and crystal-clear masterpiece before him. With each movement, Wu Tai seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding cosmos, embodying harmony and naturalness, as though he were an intrinsic part of this realm. The radiant energy around him intensified, transforming into visible streams of light that flowed into Wu Tai's body. Shi Lingqing, lying on the ground, stared blankly at him, her lips pale as she murmured, "Origin energy, manifesting." To achieve such manifestation at the foundational level. How exceptional is your talent? Or is your foundational technique simply transcendent? Wu Tai could not hear her whispered thoughts. He reveled in the exhilarating flow of energy, pushing his foundational technique to its utmost limit. 682 forms. He effortlessly practiced up to the 682nd form. The 720th form awaited him. Mastering it would allow his internal energy to reach its peak and refine it into foundational qi, enabling him to advance to the second level of foundational cultivation. Previously, he had struggled to reach the 493rd form, but after merging with the fragmented bones, his progress surged astonishingly. Maintaining a bridge-like posture for a full quarter of an hour, his blood surged freely, cleansing every minute corner of his being. The revitalized blood pulsed with abundant energy, and Wu Tai felt his physical strength had dramatically increased after this transformation. Notably, the first bone of his left index finger radiated heat. The temperature rose, and Wu Tai felt as if his finger were submerged in boiling water. Approximately 30% of the so-called origin energy from Shi Lingqing was absorbed by this tiny bone. A slightly denser, heavier plasma, refined in nature, began to seep from the bone, merging into the circulatory system, revitalizing his entire blood supply and enhancing his vitality significantly. Instinctively, Wu Tai flexed his left index finger, experiencing an ineffable sensation. The feedback from his cultivation indicated that after merging with the fragmented bow, although Lingqing is not particularly talented, she possesses a certain degree of skill, especially in strategizing. It is evident that the young master is destined to become an unparalleled hero, necessitating a few trusted confidants at his side to command at will. Aside from her insignificant abilities and a modicum of cleverness to serve the young master, Lingqing, should the young master feel fatigued or weary, she could also bring him joy. Previously, when Shi Lingqing's power surged, she had audaciously proclaimed that Wu Tai would become her loyal subordinate. However, in a mere span of time, after losing her ill-gotten strength, she transformed into a pitiful woman, tearfully begging Wu Tai for refuge. Wu Tai stood there, bewildered for quite a while. He truly could not comprehend how Shi Lingqing could stoop so low. Did she possess no sense of shame? How could Wu Tai dare to take her in? Just look at the fates of Wu Laoda, Luo Lin, Qiao, Ding, Shi Dian, and even the formidable Hong Laolao and Jiao Zhongling. Wu Tai lacked the courage to do so. I will not take you in. This is my territory. I will give you a moment, and you should leave on your own. Wu Tai delivered his final warning to Shi Lingqing, turning away towards Lao Tai. Lao Tai lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any anger, resembling a mere piece of worthless scrap metal. Wu Tai's heart sank momentarily. After suffering relentless blows from Jiao Zhongling and others, could Lao Tai truly be damaged? He quickened his pace and suddenly lunged towards Lao Tai. At that moment, an overwhelmingly fierce and terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Countless crystal clusters shattered with a deafening roar, and shards of various sizes flew about like bullets, striking the intact crystal clusters, producing a cacophony of piercing impacts and igniting countless sparks. Wu Tai felt as if a colossal mountain had struck him. Letting out a muffled groan, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Beside him, Shi Lingqing fared even worse, having lost the power bestowed by Hong Laolao. Her own cultivation was utterly negligible. She coughed up blood profusely, lying flat on the ground like a sheet of paper, her entire body rigid and unable to move. Wu Tai struggled to raise his head and gazed skyward. The long-deceased Niu Yingxiong surprisingly bent down, casting a downward glance at Wu Tai and the others. His enormous eyes resembled lanterns, emitting beams of light that swiftly swept across Wu Tai, Lao Tai, and Shi Lingqing. His gaze, almost tangible, traversed the grand hall, which crumbled to dust, and even the last remaining golden skeleton seated on the meditation cushion collapsed into fragments. The beams of light from Niu Yingxiong's eyes grew increasingly intense, akin to fiery pillars sweeping across the earth, warping the air and stirring up gusts of wind. A terrifying force emanated from within him. At that moment, it seemed as if he had transcended the merciless river of time, emerging from his glorious peak era into the present, standing vividly before Wu Tai. Yet, he was, after all, already deceased. The dozens of crystal spears piercing his chest and abdomen radiated blinding light, waves of destructive energy dissipating into a dim halo, solidifying countless crystal shards back into intact clusters that fell to the ground. A crisp cracking sound resonated from within Niu Yingxiong's body. Starting from his feet, fine cracks appeared, rapidly spreading across his entire form. Niu Yingxiong's gaze fell upon the prostrate Lao Tai, momentarily pausing, before a clear and distinct curse escaped his lips. Damn it. Lao Tai slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light, locking his gaze onto Niu Yingxiong. You beast. Niu Yingxiong grinned widely, his smile radiant, before turning his attention to Wu Tai. The fiery intensity of his gaze bore down on Wu Tai, who felt as if every inch of him was laid bare under Niu Yingxiong's scrutiny. Niu Yingxiong surveyed Wu Tai, and then Lao Tai, nodding with approval. Good, very good. With a resounding crack, Niu Yingxiong's form disintegrated, exploding into a whirlwind of dark golden specks that scattered into the air. In that instant of his dissolution, the original crystal spears within him and the barely intact golden lotus in the hall also shattered. A rich fragrance wafted through the air, the potent essence of blood saturating the void. As the vast stone cavern seemed to melt away, countless crystal clusters dissolving, with crimson molten crystal liquid slowly flowing across the ground. Shi Lingqing suddenly leaped up, reaching for the spot where Niu Yingxiong had once stood. No. You are mine. You belong to me. How could you? Wu Tai sternly admonished, do not defile him. How could he possibly be within your reach? Shi Lingqing stood in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into laughter. Defile? Am I defiling him? Am I not allowed to covet him? She turned, exuding pride like a princess. Tilting her chin to Gile Chapter 35, the return in the cavern that spanned 100 miles, countless crystalline clusters of various sizes continually plummeted from the dome above. Each cluster shattered upon impact, crashing down with a resounding force, colliding with the multitude of crystalline formations that stood like sentinels on the ground. Sparks flew, and thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the cavern as fragments of crystals exploded in all directions, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly. The architectural remnants surrounding the grand hall were reduced to ruins. The hall itself had vanished, along with the desolate remains of its surroundings. Every brick, tile, and beam had been reduced to mere shards, ultimately obscured beneath a thick layer of crystalline debris. Chu Tian crouched at the entrance of the cavern's passage, staring blankly at the scene of devastation. The towering figure of the bull hero, who once served as the pillar of this cavern, had been obliterated. The strange energies that filled the air immediately initiated the collapse of the cavern. Golden motes of light flickered faintly in the atmosphere, a testament to the bull hero's complete disintegration. Old Iron lay beside Wu Tai, equally entranced by the drifting golden specks, observing as innumerable crystals and boulders tumbled from the ceiling. This fellow, still so stubborn. Old Iron muttered darkly. After so many years, he remains fixated, desperate to witness who claims this treasure. Enduring for so long, was it loneliness? Despair? Or perhaps, like me, he was truly engulfed in hopelessness? Old Iron pondered. Only a prolonged sense of despair could render his form so utterly broken. With his cultivation, his body should have been nearly immortal. Only the despair that emanated from within could have instantaneously shattered his being. Old Iron shook his head. Yet it is well. Before his destruction, he was joyful. And that is indeed good. Wu Tai touched his forehead, where the bloody, thumb-sized characters of longevity had been seared like a scar, deeply imprinted within his flesh. The surrounding tissue felt warm, and a slight sting radiated through his skull. He felt a profound awe towards the bull hero. Yet his emotions were muted due to their unfamiliarity. The bull hero's sudden resurrection and the spectacle of light emanating from his eyes left him deeply shaken. But he did not fully grasp the implications. In contrast, it was the stone spirit Qing who had self-destructed, leaving those two blood characters on Wu Tai's brow. The psychological impact on Wu Tai was far more intense than the bull hero's total disintegration and the cavern's ruin. This woman had lost her mind. Wu Tai looked at Old Iron in bewilderment. I never wished to harm her. I harbor no enmity towards her, though she did strike me. My father taught me that a man should never bully a woman. I have no intention of killing her. Old Iron sighed. But whether it's Yang Jian or the bull hero, these fellows, when they boast, I have heard countless tales. As for women, you may think you have not offended her, but in truth, you have gravely wronged her. With a dismissive glance at Wu Tai, Old Iron continued. Do you think that by sparing her, she would feel grateful? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Wu Tai looked at him, perplexed. My father said. What did your father teach you? Old Iron scoffed. But then again, you are still young. Rising to his feet, he patted Wu Tai on the shoulder. Shaking his head. In time, you will learn. That stone spirit Qing is at the pinnacle of her life. She has outwitted two formidable organizations to gain immense power, loyal followers, and a bright future. If at this moment you were to weep and cling to her feet, becoming her obedient slave, she would be utterly satisfied and confidently continue her endeavors. But you, my boy, you have disappointed her greatly. Not to mention, that treasure ultimately chose you over her, who holds herself in such high regard. Though this young lady is somewhat shrewd, cunning, and has developed a certain malice, she is still too young to withstand such a blow. Is it not natural for her to drag you down with her in death if she cannot have what she desires? Old Iron chastised Wu Tai, who, although he could not fully comprehend the lessons being imparted, diligently etched them into his memory. Women are truly complex, formidable. Wu Tai rose, gripping his spear as he murmured, I still prefer the likes of my elder brothers. You wouldn't fancy a woman warrior. Ha, ha, ha. When you grow up, you'll understand that, rather than a warrior woman, you'd prefer a deceitful beauty like stone spirit Qing. Old Iron laughed heartily as he turned and strode down the lengthy passageway. As he departed from the bull hero's resting place, Old Iron's steps were remarkably steady. Deceitful beauty? Wu Tai hurried after Old Iron. What does that mean? Please explain. Do you know what green tea is? Old Iron's voice echoed from deep within the passage. No? Well, I suppose I shouldn't corrupt a child. You will come to understand in time. Let us set aside the third word for now and first learn what green tea actually is. What about that fragment of bone? What treasure is it? How should I know? Though I have seen much, that fragment of bone, I can only speculate that it is something legendary. I've never seen it myself, so I cannot be certain. Is it inside you? What does it matter? As long as you are alive and well, that is what counts. Now, back to green tea. Oh, no, just green tea. Suddenly, a massive stone, over 300 meters in diameter, plummeted from the cavern ceiling, crashing down upon the wooden boat of the longevity sect, which Wu Tai and Old Iron had barely time to escape. Countless boulders followed suit, leading to the complete collapse of the cavern. Hunting prey, concocting foundational elixirs, cultivating foundational techniques, and mastering spear techniques. These endeavors were undoubtedly linked to the fragment of bone that had merged with Wu Tai. Over the next 3 months, his progress in foundational cultivation was astonishing. In just 3 months, he had reached the 719th form of his foundational technique. Once he broke through to the 720th form, Wu Tai's body would be suffused with surging elemental energy, allowing him to condense into a higher-level elemental force. While elemental energy could only circulate within him, enhancing Wu Tai's strength and speed, elemental force could be projected outward to harm others, even enabling him to wield weapons for short-range aerial strikes against foes. Moreover, when elemental force infused his body, both his physical strength and speed would see a significant enhancement, fortifying his bones and muscles and greatly boosting his defensive capabilities. A practitioner at the third level of foundational cultivation could possess combat prowess at least 10 times that of a practitioner at the second level. However, Wu Tai's rapid advancement prompted Old Iron to deliberately advise him to temper his progress. urging him to remain at the 719th form and to refrain from breaking through to the next level for the time being. By continuously accumulating elemental energy and honing his physique, Wu Tai's internal energy swelled, reaching a point where every cell felt as though it was on the brink of bursting. Unable to contain even a trace of elemental energy, suddenly, a furious roar resounded as a colossal hippopotamus charged towards Wu Tai. Its weight in the tens of thousands of pounds. The force it generated was equivalent to several 100,000 pounds. Although Wu Tai had reached the pinnacle of the second level of foundational cultivation, he dared not confront such a massive beast head-on. Swiftly, he sidestepped, moving with such speed that he left behind a fleeting afterimage. With spear in hand, he executed a precise thrust. The spear whistled through the air, piercing the giant hippopotamus's ear and penetrating its brain. The colossal beast convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, its massive body sliding forward for over 100 meters, leaving a deep trace upon the thick moss. Wu Tai withdrew the spear, slinging it across his back, as a metallic spider emerged, its plump abdomen opening to release a stream of white metal fluid that solidified into a long blade. With practiced skill, Wu Tai wielded the blade, methodically dismembering the great beast. Several dozen meters away, a group of over 20 limestone lizards swayed their tails, lying docilely on a pile of rubble, observing the scene. With such a large prey as the giant hippopotamus, Wu Tai had ceased to trouble the limestone lizards. Instead, he often bestowed them with portions of the hippopotamus's less desirable flesh and entrails. Over the months, a bond of camaraderie had formed between Wu Tai and the limestone lizards. Each encounter with them would remind him of the hefty creatures raised at the Wu family stone fortress. Ah, seeking benefits again? Behave yourselves, and there will be meat for you. With a smile, Wu Tai sliced off a large piece of bloody flesh and tossed it towards them. The limestone lizards emitted cheerful hua sounds as they rushed to feast upon the offering, thanks to Wu Tai's occasional gifts of meat. The quality of life for these creatures had significantly improved. A faint sound of scuttling broke the air as another metallic spider darted over. Unbeknownst to him, the activities of the energy puppets in the ancient divine weapon camp had expanded tremendously in recent months, allowing them to navigate effortlessly within a radius of hundreds of miles. Furthermore, the number of these metallic spiders had been steadily increasing. In the past 2 months alone, Wu Tai had witnessed the emergence of at least 100 new ones. A palm-sized metallic spider leaped forward, its sharp appendages tapping lightly against a large fern branch before alighting gracefully upon Wu Tai's shoulder. A voice resonated from within the spider. Hurry and tidy up. Outsiders are approaching. TSK, they are truly relentless. Wu Tai paused momentarily, then hastened his pace, swinging the long blade to swiftly chop the giant hippopotamus into numerous pieces. A swarm of metallic spiders surged forth, expertly transporting moss and soil from a distance to conceal Wu Tai's hunting remnants. Simultaneously, they masked the traces left by the metallic spiders that had carried away the prey. Guided by the palm-sized metallic spiders, Wu Tai sprinted towards the riverbank, crouching behind a large rock and using a cluster of ferns to obscure his form. He gazed out over the river. 3 pitch-black wooden boats, each over 10 meters long, floated upon the water, their masts adorned with billowing sails bearing the glaring crimson characters eternal life. At the bow of each boat stood 2 men and 1 woman, all elderly. They bore a resemblance to the Red Matriarch, with white hair and youthful visages, their complexions unnaturally ruddy, as if blood coursed through every pore. Behind them stood 20 to 30 elegantly dressed young men and women, all remarkably plump and robust, akin to sprouts that had absorbed ample moisture and nutrients. Beneath the water's surface, a sudden disturbance arose. A massive water serpent, as thick as a water jug, lunged from the depths, its gaping maw aimed at the young men and women aboard one of the boats. The elder, clad in a black robe, adorned with 2 skulls embroidered in crimson thread, chuckled softly, extending his right hand towards the serpent. The serpent, 10 meters away, twisted violently, drawn towards the elder by an unseen force. His fingers swelled with blood, expanding to the size of a foot, dripping crimson as if sculpted from blood jade. With a hook-like grip, his fingers plunged deep into the serpent's body, its half-inch thick scales yielding easily to his touch. In mere moments, the serpent collapsed limply into the water. The elder, satisfied, belched contentedly, exhaling a long breath that shimmered a deep crimson. Quite nourishing, he remarked with a smile. This place is excellent, truly excellent. I never expected that despite the demise of the Red Matriarch, she would lead us to such a fine location. On another boat, a woman in a blood-red robe scowled, her voice laced with disdain. With the demise of the Red Sister, do you find joy? If the true culprit remains undiscovered, how will you account to the higher-ups? An elder chuckled dismissively. Account? What need is there for that? The matter is quite clear, is it not? It is the fault of the mist blade. Eliminate them. And the issue resolves itself. Eliminate the mist blade? The blood-robed woman retorted icily. They are the local tyrants of the Zhang domain, not so easily extinguished. With a stomp, the boat rose into the air as the blood-robed woman declared, regardless of who the true culprit is. I shall not let them escape. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the two elders. The two elders exchanged smiles before guiding their boat skyward. The three vessels sped off in different directions, swiftly disappearing from view. Chapter 36. The Veiled Assassination. Wu Tia observed from the sidelines. The skills imparted by Lao Dai proved invaluable. In the art of concealment and stealth in the wilderness, Wu Tia had become exceptionally adept, with the assistance of the metallic spiders. His movements were virtually undetectable to the ordinary eye. The Longxing sect's 3 wooden boats located the site where Hong Lao, King, and others had met their demise. The body of Niu Xiong lay utterly destroyed, and the cave housing the relics had completely collapsed, leaving behind a massive pit over 100 miles in diameter and several thousand meters deep. Countless boulders lay heaped upon one another. Qilai Lao and her companions sensed that Hong Lao's wooden boat lay beneath the thick layers of rock. After several arduous days of urging the youth to excavate a deep pit, they ultimately abandoned their search. The wooden boat was buried far too deep for any human effort to unearth, with the search for the bodies of Hong Lao and the others abandoned. Qilai Lao and her companions grew immensely intrigued by this otherworldly region. The surrounding desolate expanse was of little consequence. The central basin, approximately 1,000 miles in diameter, was remarkably fertile. Rich soil, abundant water sources, and a lava river providing ample heat, complemented by pristine vegetation and diverse biomes, made it an unequivocal treasure trove. How vast was the Nuwa Valley? A mere cave of less than 10 miles in diameter, even accounting for the surrounding tunnels and mines. Along with the territories conquered from the Xiong family, the total area under the Wujia's control was negligible compared to this basin. This expanse could easily accommodate thousands of Wujia families. Only tangible benefits could sway hearts. The deceased held no value. The Longxing sect was decidedly not a benevolent force. Even Qilai Lao, who appeared to have a close relationship with Hong Lao, soon cast aside the pursuit of the truth. Wu Tia spotted the shuttle-shaped vessel that Xilinking and Luo Lin had inadvertently used to enter this peculiar domain. It was a fully enclosed submersible, capable of navigating the Shadow River for extended periods. Close to the riverbank where Xilinking and the others had disembarked, a small settlement rapidly developed. Gnome slaves worked diligently, erecting stone walls approximately 2 miles in length and width to fend off wild creatures, and constructing huts for shelter. They even established 3 farms outside the settlement, cultivating copious amounts of rice mushrooms and giant meat mushrooms. Wu Tia continuously observed the actions of the Longxing sect, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, a primal anxiety akin to that of a powerful beast whose territory had been encroached upon by rival predators. Yet, he found himself without a viable strategy, forced to watch as the Longxing sect settlement expanded, with their manpower increasing steadily. 2 months later, the Longxing sect began dispatching exploration teams to conduct meticulous surveys of the entire basin. Wu Tia dared not engage with the exploration teams or take any action. He could only keep his distance. The Longxing sect's base was not far from the ancient Divine Armory camp, which lay within the exploration team surveying range, thus significantly constricting Wu Tia's operational area and complicating his hunting endeavors. Wu Tia refrained from leaving conspicuous traces of his hunting. Hence, he could not pursue the robust giant hippos or the massive water pythons, settling instead for the less formidable limestone lizards and even rodents. This method of hunting proved inefficient. But fortunately, Wu Tia had been suppressing his foundational cultivation, thus diminishing his need for foundational elixirs during this period. Otherwise, his supply of such elixirs would have posed a problem. Over 2 months later, an astonishing event unfolded. On this day, Wu Tia lay concealed atop a small hill several hundred meters from the Longxing sect's base, gazing intently at the activities within. Suddenly, the distant waterfall erupted with a tremendous roar, sending forth a water column several dozen meters in diameter, splashing torrents as 3 wooden boats glided out from the cascade. Behind them, 3 pitch-black iron cables tautened. The cables emitted a resonating hum as a fully enclosed shuttle-shaped behemoth surged forth from the waterfall, exceeding 20 meters in diameter and over 100 meters in length. This specialized giant submersible evidently lacked the flying capabilities of the 3 wooden boats. It was merely a conventional submersible. Upon bursting forth from the waterfall, the massive vessel plummeted rapidly, propelled by the cascading waters. the sails of the 3 gliding wooden boats suddenly illuminated. The characters launching shining brilliantly as they strained to pull the iron cables forward. The submersible descended swiftly, and the 3 wooden boats, unable to withstand the immense pull, awkwardly began to descend from the heights. Thankfully, the full-powered flight of the 3 wooden boats substantially slowed the descent of the submersible. Nevertheless, when the specially crafted giant submersible struck the turbulent river surface, it emitted a mournful tearing sound, the thick black skin of the vessel rupturing as water surged in. The 3 wooden boats crashed heavily onto the river's surface. The shouts of Qilai Lao Lao and her companions echoed from afar as the boats surged forward, dragging the slowly sinking submersible through the waves. Numerous gnome and rock gnome laborers paddled hastily towards them on makeshift rafts woven from ferns. Amidst the ensuing chaos, just before the submersible succumbed to the depths, Qilai Lao Lao and her group managed to haul it onto the shallows, where hundreds of gnomes and rock gnomes emerged from the vessel. Wu Tia, concealed at a distance, furrowed his brow as he observed. Such a colossal submersible indicated that Qilai Lao Lao and her companions had evidently invested considerable resources. The rock gnomes ceaselessly traversed in and out, hauling forth a plethora of peculiar artifacts and bizarre metallic components from the submersible. In the subsequent days, Wu Tia witnessed Qilai Lao Lao and her companions maneuvering their flying vessels, repeatedly ascending to the dome, where they excavated intricate grooves and secured numerous metallic components within them. Half a month later, a familiar structure took form atop the dome. It was a phantom sun nearly 100 meters in diameter. Qilai Lao Lao and her companions had assembled a phantom sun right here. Days later, they busied themselves around the phantom sun, engaging in unknown activities. Its edges gradually illuminated, growing increasingly radiant until the entire phantom sun shimmered with warmth and vitality, casting a luminous glow that illuminated the basin for miles around. The power of this phantom sun surpassed that of the one above the Wujia stone fortress, boasting an astonishing coverage area of 100 miles and unmatched brightness and warmth. Directly beneath the phantom sun lay the Longxing sect's base. The rock gnomes had established new farms, and Qilai Lao Lao and her companions introduced peculiar seedling crops, planting them in neat rows. For days, Wu Tia watched in astonishment at their endeavors, witnessing the birth of a phantom Sunday. He realized that the celestial bodies bringing life and light to the cave world were constructed through human ingenuity. Though he could not grasp the manufacturing process or the operational principles of the phantom sun, Wu Tia felt overwhelmed by its magnificence. A profound excitement coursed through him as he lay on the ground, transfixed by the powerful light and heat emanating from the phantom sun, his hair standing on end in exhilaration. He suddenly began to understand the wisdom that the Grey Master had consistently emphasized. Wisdom is the most formidable power. Wu Tia wholeheartedly embraced this sentiment. Despite his daily interactions with the ancient divine armory and the extraordinary creations of Laodai and deity, his limited understanding could not fully appreciate the greatness of the ancient divine armory and its remarkable constructs. The phantom sun, a companion since childhood, provided light, warmth, and the essence of life for all within the Wujia stone fortress. This is the extraordinary power he is most familiar with and comprehends deeply. Wu Tia gazed at the radiant phantom sun with a smile, truly remarkable. Wisdom is indeed an extraordinary and formidable force. Qilai Lao Lao and her companions stood at the bow of the wooden boat, suspended hundreds of meters above the ground, laughing joyfully. This realm of the otherworld is immensely precious. Such an expansive territory is an immeasurable treasure, its worth beyond description. With this phantom sun, they can truly establish their roots in this other world. Wu Tia, still young and inexperienced in many matters, found it difficult to grasp the full significance. Only Qilai Lao Lao and her companions could comprehend that only in the light of the phantom sun can one truly call a place home. From this day forth, this territory shall belong entirely to my Chongqing sect's Songyan domain branch. Qilai Lao Lao, brimming with pride, looked down at the stronghold below. This land is sufficient to sustain millions. The achievement of expanding territory. An elder adorned with 2 blood-red skull patterns on his robe, known as Gong Gong, acknowledged with a grin upon hearing Qilai Lao Lao's words. Indeed, with this territory, the death of Hong Meizi becomes trivial. Compared to this accomplishment, the loss of 3 or 5 Hong Meizi is of little consequence. Qilai Lao Lao's expression darkened suddenly. Another elder, referred to as Lan Gong, laughed heartily, deliberately raising his voice. Old Bone, one cannot speak so lightly. After all, she is our sister. Ah ha ha. We ought to be grateful to her for discovering this treasure. While she claims no credit at all, Qilai Lao Lao, infuriated, let out a long howl, stomping her foot in anger. Enough. You two have enjoyed the benefits. Yet still choose to malign Hong Meizi? Gong Gong and Lan Gong chuckled derisively, standing with their hands behind their backs, gazing down at the vast territory with disdain. They completely disregarded Qi Laolao's fury. The Zhangyan domain was merely a desolate land, and within the Chongqing sect's branch, the highest authority rested with the four of them. With Hong Laolao deceased, in the eyes of Gong Gong and Lan Gong, Qi Laolao posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, a glint of malice flickered in Gong Gong's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Lan Gong. If they could bring about Qi Laolao's demise here, might they not seize control of this otherworldly treasure for themselves? Lan Gong's gaze shifted thoughtfully, surveying the surroundings. Qi Laolao instinctively sensed something amiss. Her boat suddenly veered hundreds of meters away, distancing itself from Gong Gong and Lan Gong's vessel. I will report Hong Meizi's death to the higher-ups. Qi Laolao declared solemnly. I would rather be labeled incompetent than. Gong Gong and Lan Gong's expression shifted slightly as they watched Qi Laolao's boat hasten towards the waterfall. They hurriedly called out, Qi Laolao, let us discuss this. Everything can be negotiated. Qi Laolao, please pause. Do not act rashly. We share a bond like siblings. Do not misunderstand us. Gong Gong and Lan Gong propelled their vessel after Qi Laolao's, urging her with loud voices as they pursued. Their expressions flickered with indecision, contemplating whether to strike now or to deliberate further. Wu Tai's eyes widened at the unfolding events above, having grown considerably alongside Lao Tai after previous encounters. He discerned that Lan Gong and Gong Gong harbored ill intentions towards Qi Laolao, while he could not fully grasp the deeper implications. It was evident that their motives were far from benign. Strike, and knock some sense into them. A metallic spider, the size of a fist, landed on Wu Tai's shoulder, its malicious voice emanating from Lao Tai. Wu Tai nodded vigorously. Outside the Chongqing sect stronghold, dark figures surged from the river, leaping skyward, their feet striking the water's surface, creating ripples, exuding an aura of chilling menace, akin to specters harvesting souls, swiftly advancing towards the stronghold. At first glance, these shadows numbered nearly 1,000. All clad in black armor, wielding straight swords, mirroring the attire of Rolling and his companions. Within 100 meters of the stronghold, the figures simultaneously raised their hands, launching hundreds of egg-sized projectiles that gleamed with metallic brilliance, crashing heavily into the stronghold. Explosions engulfed the entire outpost, sending plumes of fire skyward as numerous gray dwarves and rock gnomes were hurled into the air, dismembered limbs raining down. Within the stronghold, many Chongqing sect servant warriors were thrown into disarray, frantically grasping their weapons and darting about in panic. The dark figures unsheathed their long swords, plunging silently into the stronghold. The glint of blades flashed as these shadows fought with ruthless ferocity, disregarding their own safety, each strike executed with lethal intent. Chapter 37, War Without Any Forewarning. The fog blades descended, igniting the battle. From the river erupted 5 pillars of water, as 2 formidable fog blade masters clad in tight leather armor, exuding an ominous chill, soared into the air alongside 3 elderly men in elegant robes, who evidently had long held positions of power. Together, they charged toward 3 wooden boats. 7th Command, 8th Command. What are you fog blades planning? Shrieked the Red Grandmother. In unison, the 2 fog blade masters scoffed coldly, Old Nine is dead. Do you think we care? The fog blades are known for their vendettas. The 7th and 8th Command summoned fierce winds as they launched a relentless assault on the boats of Bone Grandpa and Lan Grandpa. Both Bone Grandpa and Lan Grandpa, unwilling to allow their enemies near their vessels, took to the skies, stepping upon the blood clouds to meet the threat head-on. For figures clashed mid-air, a tempest of cold light and blood mist intertwining, at times the blood mist ensnaring the cold light, and at others, the cold light tearing through the blood mist. It was evident that neither side held a decisive advantage. Meanwhile, the 3 elderly men joined forces to attack the Red Grandmother. She responded with a string of mocking laughter, also rising upon the blood clouds, her long hair billowing wildly. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a black iron spear, towering over her, measuring a full 8 zhang in length, and unleashed a whirlwind of strikes upon the 3 elderly adversaries. Lin family head, Jean family head, He family head, are you seeking death? Despite her diminutive stature, the Red Grandmother wielded her spear with a ferocity akin to a monstrous dragon, creating dozens of afterimages that enveloped the 3 men. Clearly recognizing her opponents, she raged. Are your families intent on annihilating mine? The 3 elderly men drew their blades, opting for a more evasive strategy rather than a direct confrontation. They whirled around her like a tempest, their swords transforming into streaks of light that rained down upon her, aiming for her vital points. Upon hearing her furious cries, the three men exchanged mocking glances. One elderly man, with round eyes and a leopard-like head, barked, "The individuals you have infiltrated into my Lin family are not plotting to destroy us? What do you fear from your eternal life sect? My Lin family has endured for centuries, and that Songyan Dam Wutie dared not allow the assassins to approach." His eyes widened, and a searing sensation ignited between his brows. He unleashed his innate talent, control of the universe, with all his might. A powerful, invisible force field surged forth like an ethereal tide. The two mist blade assassins shrieked, flailing as they were lifted into the air, tossed about like leaves in a tempest by the immense power. Wutie's spear flashed out, and twin jets of blood erupted from the assassins' throats as he pierced their larynges, ending their lives instantly. "There's a tough one here." A deep, resonant voice echoed from several dozen meters away. Two Minotaur warriors, each towering over 10 feet tall, clad in crude, heavy iron armor, their bodies a mass of explosive muscle, charged forth. It was unclear which of the three families these warriors belonged to. Brandishing thick iron clubs, they bore down on Wutie, swinging their weapons in a furious barrage. Wutie swiftly retreated, the iron clubs whistling past his face. He was not intimidated by these Minotaur warriors, who possessed only brute strength and no martial training. He could hear the sound of approaching footsteps, the lithe, powerful strides indicating a pack of approaching gray wolf warriors. His form-fitting armor was impervious, so he did not fear being surrounded by the wolf clan. He simply wished to avoid pointless conflict and bloodshed. Whether it was the Evergreen Church, the Mist Blades, or the newly involved three families, Shilinking was dead, as were Roland and the others. Wutie held no grudges against any of them. Why should he involve himself in this imbroglio? Retreating at full speed, Wutie called out in a low voice, "I am not your enemy." "Lies." A Minotaur warrior bellowed, swinging his iron club at Wutie's waist, nearly connecting. "Anyone here who isn't one of us is an enemy. And you killed members of the Mist Blades." The Minotaur warrior's simple, black and white view of the situation left Wutie speechless. He could only retreat faster. His speed far exceeded that of the two Minotaur warriors, and the surrounding Wolf Clan warriors were unable to keep pace. Within moments, he had shaken off his pursuers and vanished behind a thicket of ferns. As the Minotaur and Wolf Clan warriors arrived, they found no trace of Wutie. He had changed direction and lay hidden behind another small hill, observing the battlefield from afar. The Mist Blades and the allied forces of the three families held the advantage. Within the stronghold, the Evergreen Church warriors, aided by the three wooden ships, were barely holding their own. Outside, scattered Mist Blade assassins led patrols from the three families in a converging encirclement. Small squads blanketed the area for miles, completely surrounding the Evergreen Church stronghold. Clearly, the Mist Blades intended to leave no one alive, provided they could subdue the three elders. Wutie gazed at the sky, where the battle between the two envoys and the Bone and Orchid elders raged on. While the Crimson Elder was being pressed hard by the combined might of the three family heads, none of the family heads could match the Crimson Elder alone, and even two of them together struggled to gain the upper hand. But with all three combined, the Crimson Elder was beginning to falter. Three streaks of light darted around the Crimson Elder, who wielded her spear with booming force but could not strike her opponents. After 2 or 3 hours of intense fighting, with the battle on the ground nearly concluded, a sudden scream pierced the air. Before Wutie could discern what had happened, the Crimson Elder dropped her spear, covered in blood, and turned to flee. Blood gushed from her back as she fled, shrieking in agony. But she did not get far. The three family heads, along with a shadowy figure that had appeared from nowhere, pursued her relentlessly, unleashing a furious assault. The Crimson Elder cursed and struggled to defend herself. But after a dozen exchanges, flashes of cold light filled the air, followed by a deafening explosion as a cloud of blood enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters. Realizing she was about to be killed, the Crimson Elder detonated herself. A shadowy figure resembling the 7th and 8th envoys retreated rapidly. But Wutie saw clearly that his left arm hung limply. The Crimson Elder's self-detonation had only cost him an arm. The three family heads were not so fortunate. They were obliterated in the Crimson Elder's self-detonation, their dismembered limbs raining down into the river below, attracting a swarm of scavenging fish. The Bone and Orchid elders, without a word, disengaged from their opponents and fled towards the waterfall. Mist Blades, this is war. Await the full fury of my Evergreen Church's retaliation. This is war. Chapter 38. The Grand Assault. The three Mist Blade commanders hovered in the air, their cold, piercing laughter echoing ominously. Hidden behind a thicket of ferns, Wutie concealed himself with a large mushroom, gazing in bewilderment at the three commanders. Given the prowess of the Mist Blade commanders, they could easily contend with the likes of the Bone Elder, the Lawn Elder, and the Qi Grandmother, yet they had chosen to conceal one of their own, sending the three family heads to confront Qi Grandmother. Once the energies of the three family heads and Qi Grandmother were nearly depleted, the hidden commander would emerge to strike. Severely injured, Qi Grandmother would resort to self-detonation, obliterating the three family heads in a cataclysmic explosion, while the three commanders reveled in their triumph. Wu Tai strained his mind to comprehend the unfolding events and ultimately grasped the truth. This was a trap, ensnaring not only the two elders and one grandmother of the Eternal Life sect, but also the three family heads who were merely prey within the snare. The only beneficiaries were the three commanders of the Mist Blade. Within the stronghold of the Eternal Life sect, all the slaves had surrendered, kneeling in defeat. Thousands had perished in the chaos, with several hundred more, including the gnome-like beings, becoming spoils of the Mist Blade. Hundreds of servants and warriors from the Eternal Life sect also relinquished their weapons, shackled and reduced to slavery. The most bewildered and helpless were the warriors of the three families. With their leaders fallen, they were at a loss, as the core members of the three families had suffered grievous losses during the recent battle. Lacking guidance, the warriors of the three families quickly submitted to the Mist Blade under the mere intimidation of the 8 commanders. The Bone Elder and the Lawn Elder had managed to escape, yet their vessels remained trapped on 3 wooden boats. Nearly 100 young men and women found themselves stranded in this strange realm. Faced with the threat of the 3 commanders, these youths surrendered without resistance. In a matter of moments, the assassins of the Mist Blade seized control of the situation. The stronghold, painstakingly constructed by the Eternal Life sect, along with the slaves that had been laboriously brought in the sun-like orb above, were all claimed as spoils by the Mist Blade. The Eternal Life sect had brought only robust slaves and warriors here, whereas the Mist Blade had transported a diverse assembly of individuals, young and old alike. On 2 occasions, Wu Tai had stealthily approached the makeshift shelters within the stronghold, hearing the cries of the elderly, weak, and women, as the Mist Blade began transporting all members of the 3 families to this place. The treacherous Yin River, concealed within the rock layers, had claimed many lives along the way. Consequently, the stronghold by the riverbank was filled with the anguished cries of many, as countless individuals wept and labored under the harsh commands of the Mist Blade's assassins, cultivating farmland and constructing shelters. A shroud of despair enveloped the stronghold. Yet as more individuals were brought in, operations began to take shape. After a month had passed, over 2,000 members of the 3 families, nearly 30,000 slaves and warriors, had been transported to this location. The scale of the stronghold expanded significantly, with unfamiliar crops thriving in the newly established farmland. Green shoots reaching heights of over a foot. Approaching the stronghold became increasingly challenging for Wu Tai. The Mist Blade, a renowned assassin organization, had established a highly sophisticated early warning system around the vicinity. Various devious traps made it exceedingly difficult for Wu Tai to draw near. Moreover, some remarkable alert devices rendered him utterly powerless. These warning systems spanned a radius of several dozen miles, complemented by a remarkable breed of small rodent-like creatures with extraordinary senses. Alongside a well-trained elite patrol, Wu Tai could only stand atop a hill, gazing longingly at the stronghold from a distance, unable to observe as freely as before. He noted that the walls of the stronghold had been raised, with tall towers erected atop, equipped with formidable machinery. It was evident that the Mist Blade was intent on fortifying their defenses, aiming to completely seize control of this stronghold and the surrounding realm. Every few days, the 3 commanders continued to navigate their stealthy fleets through the waterfall, persistently bringing in various personnel. In the ancient armory, Wu Tai, while gnawing on roasted meat, shared his observations with Lao Tai. They sought to establish a permanent foothold here. Wu Tai furrowed his brow, distractedly chewing on his meat. Among the chunks of meat was a substantial bone, which he carelessly bit into without a glance, effortlessly severing it and chewing it to a pulp before swallowing both meat and bone fragments. His internal energy had reached an extraordinary level, and under its continuous nourishment, Wu Tai's bones had become remarkably resilient, his 2 rows of teeth gleaming white and bright, capable of crushing not only ordinary beast bones but even metal scraps. Lao Tai stood nearby, 2 metallic spiders before him, their crimson eyes glowing ominously, projecting real-time images from within the stronghold. Apologies. The old man lowered his head, forcing a dry smile. I'm overwhelmed, truly overwhelmed. Well, there's no helping it. Despite my advanced age, I remain youthful and passionate, still brimming with fervor. In a moment of excitement, a metallic spider swiftly darted to the row of foundational elixirs, seizing a vial and presenting it to Wu Tai. The old man raised his head, the bloodlust in his eyes dimming considerably as he exclaimed, "Enough! A man bleeds, but does not weep. It is merely a couple of small wounds. A single vial can resolve this matter. Hurry, breakthrough. Then, go forth and battle, young one. Grow amidst the fervor of combat. I shall impart all my lifetime of battle experience to you. You possess the potential to become a legend, young one." The old man shouted in excitement, his gaze igniting once more. Wu Tai hastily swallowed the foundational elixir, silently commencing the first form of the foundational technique. The old man paused, his eyes radiating with a bloodlust as the figure clad in white armor within the luminous screen began to gracefully practice the foundational technique, each movement perfectly synchronizing with Wu Tai's actions. After a considerable time, a gentle feminine voice emanated from the screen. Foundational technique, 720th form, commence. Wu Tai had already settled into a meditative position, his 10 fingers poised in opposition, resembling a lotus flower resting upon his lower abdomen. The surging energy within him was as tranquil as water, rapidly converging into his abdomen with the rhythm of receding tides as he moved. In the blink of an eye, all his energy was depleted, entirely engulfed into an indescribable singularity within his abdomen. In the next moment, all the energy coalesced, undergoing an abrupt and thorough transformation. A force far superior to the refined energy, roaring forth from that singularity, instantly coursing through Wu Tai's entire being. The entirety of his energy, after being compressed and refined through the 720th form, transformed into a sphere the size of a fist. The pure and refined sphere of energy flowed within Wu Tai like a meteor, causing his entire body to ache as it resonated violently, shaking loose the impurities within his bones and flesh, tightening them further. The passage of the energy sphere brought with it excruciating pain. From every pore of Wu Tai's skin, wisps of gray mist rose. In the air, threads of radiant energy, akin to small streams, continuously surged into Wu Tai's body. When the energy sphere filled his being, it signified the third major achievement of the foundational realm. The old man murmured to himself, "TSK. Relying solely on personal cultivation will indeed take decades to reach this level of foundational mastery. The foundational elixir is essential. The medicine must not cease, young one." An hour later, Wu Tai conducted a rough assessment of his attributes after the breakthrough. His pure physical strength had doubled, reaching roughly 50,000 pounds. Once he activated the energy sphere, his strength could surge to 4 or 5 times that level, a might potent enough to withstand the charge of a colossal hippopotamus. His speed, reflexes, and various other attributes had also seen a significant rise. To Wu Tai's delight, his innate divine abilities were greatly enhanced. The range of his invisible force field had surpassed 200 meters. Moreover, the strength of the force field had increased dramatically, allowing him to almost soar through the air like a bird. Now, we shall conclude the wilderness survival and hunting courses. It is time to learn how to be a true warrior. The old man shouted enthusiastically, his voice brimming with eager excitement. "You should know, in my heyday, I was among the elite." Wu Tai, curious, interrupted, "A medical-type ancient divine soldier?" The old man's voice suddenly faltered, and he fell silent for a long while, his tone turning extremely cold. "What of a medical-type ancient divine soldier? My survival until now is proof of my prowess." With a deep sigh, the old man darkly stated, "A child who does not engage in battle shall not achieve greatness. There is truth in the saying that filial sons emerge under the rod." A flash of lightning shot from the old man's large teeth, striking directly at the root of Wu Tai's thigh. Wu Tai yelped, leaping up, clutching his thigh, and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. "Now, open your eyes wide and pay attention. We shall commence our first lesson on the vital points of humans or humanoid beings. In other words, how to most efficiently eliminate an enemy." At this point, the old man's tone became exceedingly peculiar. He stared fixedly at Wu Tai, and after a long pause, murmured, "You are still but a child. I truly am a sinner. However, in war, women must step aside. You are a man. Even if merely a boy, when war arrives, you have no right to evade. Listen well, remember this, young one. These lessons cannot be learned outside. Cultivating the foundational technique, stealthily hunting prey, concocting foundational elixirs, and learning from the old man how to become an elite warrior. This way of life persisted for half a month. One day, countless torpedo-shaped stealth vessels surged forth from the waterfall, 600-meter-long black wooden boats bursting forth from the cascade. The forces of the Eternal Life sect were launching a massive assault, the clamoring of Bone Grandpa and Orchid Grandpa resonating clearly from afar. Chapter 39. Declaration of War. The Eternal Life sect has brought a large number of elite warriors. In addition to all the combat power directly under the Zhang domain branch of the Eternal Life sect, Bone Grandfather and Orchid Grandfather have also gathered 18 families controlled by the Eternal Life sect, transferring them all to this alien realm in one fell swoop. These 18 families have mobilized nearly 10,000 warriors, ranging from 300 to 600 or 700 each. Besides these elite warriors, the 18 families have also mobilized a large number of young and strong slaves. Gray dwarves and rock gnomes are the most common slave breeds. But some families have also brought rare fishmen and frogmen. Wutai lay prone in a clump of giant ferns, gazing into the distance at the river. 2,000 fishmen and frogmen were flaunting their might in the great river, brandishing crude bone forks and howling. The fishmen, as the name suggests, had the heads of large fish, with black fish heads and thick black scales covering their bodies. These scales had extremely strong defensive capabilities, not much weaker than ordinary iron armor. The frogmen were essentially bipedal frogs, with dark green skin covered in mucus. Their skin was exceptionally tough, and ordinary swords could not harm them in the slightest. These two types of slaves were burly, taller than ordinary humans, and possessed astonishing strength. They were also skilled in swimming, making them extremely powerful in the water. However, they were clearly not very intelligent, and their howls resembled those of wild beasts. Large swathes of shallow by the riverbank were stained red with blood. Just now, several rock gnomes from the stronghold were drawing water when the Eternal Life sect's army attacked. The fishmen and frogmen were extremely fast in the water, and hundreds of rock gnomes were caught off guard and killed on the fishmen and frogmen were extremely brutal, devouring the rock gnomes they killed on the spot. Large amounts of blood stained the red, flowing downstream with the river water. Several large black shadows emerged in the water, and the ferocious fish and aquatic beasts were startled but deterred by the fierce aura emanating from the fishmen and frogmen, daring not approach the bloody, numerous, less than finely crafted, shuttle-shaped stealth boats with small cracks on their surfaces surfaced. Amidst the reprimands of Bone Grandfather and Orchid Grandfather, the warriors and slaves in the boats rowed their oars, bringing the stealth boats to shore on the opposite bank of the great river. Some stealth boats remained motionless, their surfaces covered in cracks, indicating that the warriors or slaves inside had suffocated from the river water seeping into the cabins during the long stealth voyage in the Ain River. Nearly 10,000 warriors and tens of thousands of slaves quickly disembarked, taking out various tools to dig foundations and collect earth and rocks on the shore, busily building strongholds and shacks. They also erected a row of more than a dozen tall towers by the river as quickly as possible. Mistblade responded immediately. Many Mistblade assassins, in coordination with the warriors of the three major families, pulled out stealth boats and rafts, attempting to cross the river and attack the enemy. Unable to cross the river, the three Mistblade commanders rose into the air, stepping on black mist and charging towards the 6 black wooden boats in the air. Bone Grandfather, Orchid Grandfather, and 5 other men also floated into the air, the 3 commanders. The 2 sides crossed paths in the air above the great river. Black mist, blood clouds, and flashes of cold light flickered. The 3 commanders groaned and retreated hundreds of meters, while 2 of the men in Bone Grandfather and Orchid Grandfather's group suddenly had long, gaping wounds on their chests. A sharp, cold voice rang out. "You are all natives of my Zhang domain. Do you know the consequences of offending my Mistblade?" Bone Grandfather laughed loudly. "Everyone, don't be intimidated by the Mistblade. This is such a treasured land. If you transfer all your clansmen here and are protected by my Eternal Life sect, everyone can work together and not fear the Mistblade." The 3 commanders snorted coldly and turned to leave. Tens of thousands of slaves worked together, and a sizable earthen city was visibly erected on the opposite bank of the great river. As the light of the illusory sun gradually dimmed, about to enter the night, the Eternal Life sect's stronghold began to take shape, with wisps of smoke rising slowly. That night was calm and peaceful. Neither the Eternal Life sect nor the Mistblade launched an attack. When the illusory sun rose again, its warm light illuminating the vast territory below, a team of Mistblade warriors emerged from the stronghold. The family members and slaves were easy to feed, as fast-growing mushrooms were enough to satisfy them. However, the Mistblade assassins, especially high-ranking members like the 3 commanders, could not tolerate such coarse food. The great river had abundant prey. Water pythons, giant hippos, and even large fish and aquatic beasts were excellent prey and the best delicacies. This team of over 200 Mistblade assassins cautiously advanced along the riverbank, occasionally peering at the river. The Eternal Life sect had over 2,000 fishmen and frogmen, giving them a great advantage. If these fellows launched a surprise attack on shore, it would be a major headache. The heat from the illusory sun evaporated the moisture from the ground, and thick fog rose like milk, 2 meters high. Entwined in clumps of ferns and mushrooms, many venomous snakes, insects, and various small creatures stirred restlessly, and faint sounds came from all directions. These small creatures were not yet accustomed to the day and night changes brought by the illusory sun. They were trying to adapt to the changes in light and darkness and adjust their hunting habits accordingly. Several hundred meters away, at a gentle river, the water was only a little over a meter deep but teeming with aquatic plants. On the riverbank, a large patch of lush ferns grew. Dozens of giant hippos lazily swam over from the deep water, entering the and lowering their heads to drink large mouthfuls of water, while sucking large quantities of aquatic plants into their mouths. 2 male hippos even led several young ones onto the riverbank, tearing at the succulent fern leaves with their mouths. This team of mist blade assassins cautiously spread out, sending over 30 people to monitor the river, while the others surrounded the hippos. The 2 male hippos were enormous, weighing at least 100,000 pounds each, and with the young ones, they would provide the mist blade assassins with a hearty feast for at least half a month. Over 100 assassins moved slowly through the fog, wary of underestimating these massive prey. The mist blade assassins were skilled in killing people, but not in dealing with these giant beasts. The fog swirled. Wu Tai, carrying a long spear and holding a flag, stood silently in the path of the mist blade assassins. The river wind howled, and a blood-colored banner fluttered on the wide, 3-meter-long banner featured a ghastly white tiger's head, its mouth open in a ferocious snarl. This was the White Tiger Blood Banner. Wu Tai did not know what it represented or where Old Tai had obtained it. In any case, after he completed his initial warrior training, Old Tai had given him the banner. Even a single man can form an army. An army must have a flag. Wu Tai remembered clearly that when Old Tai handed him the White Tiger Blood Banner, a kind of human glow seemed to flicker on his metal-cast, deathly skull face. Wu Tai even wondered if he was losing his mind. How could Old Tai's metal face have a human glow? But Wu Tai felt that heavy, surging glow, and he felt the heavy power in Old Tai's claws when he handed him the White Tiger Blood Banner. The river wind howled, and the banner waved. The 3-meter high tilted slightly, and Wu Tai suddenly raised the white metal and slammed it into the ground. With a sound, the sharp penetrated more than a foot into the ground, immediately alerting the mist blade assassins 100 meters away. They stopped simultaneously, silently drawing their straight swords and pointing them at Wu Tai. Wu Tai stood motionless, calmly observing the misty knife assassins before him. These assassins were youthful, many appearing to be just in their early 20s, while the oldest among them barely crossed 30. Wu Tai had no personal grievances with them. Though he bore no animosity, they had trespassed upon his territory, plundering his prey. He recalled the words of Old Tai. While there may be no private enmity, a fundamental opposition existed between him and the forces they represented. War, after all, is rarely born from personal vendettas. Old Tai had spoken plainly. In war, there is no absolute right or wrong, only life and death. To speak more brutally, if you emerge victorious, you are deemed correct. If you fall, you are condemned as wrong. Who goes there? Barked the leader of the Misty Knife assassins coldly. Wu Tai remained silent, his gaze fixed upon them. After cultivating his foundational practices, his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary men. Though the assassins could not discern him through the dense fog from 100 meters away, he could see their every move with clarity. Moreover, his invisible force field extended over a radius of more than 200 meters, enveloping all the assassins within its grasp. Kill, commanded the leader decisively. Dozens of poison-throwing knives sliced through the mist, accurately targeting Wu Tai's position. Indeed, these assassins were formidable, despite the distance and the thick fog. Merely driving his flagpole into the ground had allowed them to pinpoint his exact location. Wu Tai remained still as the knives struck his body, his tight armor sparking with tiny bursts of flame. The forceful knives broke upon impact, rebounding several meters before crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area, stirring the fog for miles around. The mist near the riverbank swiftly dissipated, revealing Wu Tai before the assassins. Clad in stark white armor, he stood beside a flagpole from which a blood-red banner fluttered, its fierce tiger emblem exuding a sense of ruthless authority and unyielding ferocity. A dozen Misty Knife assassins sprang forth like fleas, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Tai. Their blades glimmered ominously as they descended from all directions. Wu Tai raised his left hand, fingers clenching tightly. The air within a 10-meter radius around him writhed violently, the density of the air increasing rapidly. creating waves that made the atmosphere thick and viscous, akin to porridge. The movements of the assassins slowed dramatically as their blades cut through the dense air, visible ripples forming in their wake. Explode! Wu Tai bellowed, unleashing a powerful force that sent shockwaves radiating outward. The assassins grunted as they were hurled backward by the gale, some stumbling on the slippery moss and tumbling to the ground, rolling in disarray. This is my territory. Every beast, every insect, every frond, every mushroom, even the fish and serpents in the river, constitute my personal wealth. Wu Tai gazed at the now pale-faced assassins and spoke slowly. You have invaded my domain, encroaching upon my private property. This is simply wrong. Kill this brat. The leader of the Misty Knife assassins commanded, drawing a circle above his head with his blade. Chop him to pieces. Nearly 200 assassins let out a shrill howl, darting toward Wu Tai in a blur. They had no intention of reasoning with him. This fertile land spanning 1,000 miles was his territory. Everything within it was his personal wealth. Preposterous. Even if they were to obliterate Wu Tai, everything here would belong to the Misty Knives. Reasoning? Unthinkable. The powerful and ruthless Misty Knives of the Zhang domain would never engage in discourse. Blades like flashes of lightning descended upon Wu Tai. Brandishing his spear, he executed smooth arcs, the weapon weaving a perfect circle around him. The sound of clashing metal resonated as dozens of long knives struck his spear, splintering upon impact. What appeared to be gentle arcs concealed pure physical strength exceeding 50 to 60,000 pounds. Each strike was akin to a boulder crashing down. The straight knives, forged from fine steel, could not withstand such overwhelming force. As dozens of long knives shattered, the arms of numerous assassins were broken and splintered, causing them to spew blood and retreat in a panicked flurry. Wu Tai's might was so overwhelming that the assassins were as fragile as leaves in the wind. This is my territory, Wu Tai stated somberly. Whether you are the Misty Knives or the Chongqing sect, your intrusion here awaits you only with war. One man, one spear, one blood-red banner. A declaration of war against two formidable factions. Chapter 40. The Lone Warrior. Dozens of assassins lay on the ground, their arms broken, softly moaning in pain. Over 100 others, weapons in hand, stared expressionlessly at Wu Tai. The river wind howled, and the crimson banner billowed fiercely. Wu Tai, armed with a spear, stood beside the flag, his gaze coldly surveying the assembly. He reiterated, "This is my territory. All the prey here belongs to me. You have encroached upon my domain, seized my quarry, and hindered my cultivation. This is unacceptable." The uninjured assassins responded in unison with a low growl. The glint of blades flashed like snow and lightning, as long and short streaks of cold light swept in from all directions, enveloping Wu Tai. His spear moved like a resilient bamboo in the wind, creating arcs of power as the blades struck against it, sparking fire as they shattered. Numerous concealed weapons such as flying knives, needles, and darts came hurtling towards him, all of which were effortlessly swept away by Wu Tai's spear. Whenever a blade met his weapon, the fog blade assassins were sent reeling backward, crying out in pain. At the third level of the Foundation establishment realm, Wu Tai's physical strength surpassed all imagination. Engaging with these fog blade assassins felt akin to a wild bull tormenting a pack of helpless rabbits. There was a stark disparity in their power levels. Even among the assassins, many were also masters at the third level of Foundation establishment. In the brief span of a breath, several dozen assassins were sent flying. Those who had unleashed their concealed weapons stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Kill. A piercing, furious cry echoed as a dozen assassins brandished their blades and charged fiercely towards Wu Tai. They drew his attention, and from a patch of ferns behind him, a stout gray dwarf, resembling a block of iron, silently surged forth. Among the Fogblade assassins, human operatives were merely the elite within the organization. A multitude of non-human assassins existed, such as the bovine tribe, wolf tribe, gray dwarves, and even rock gnomes. These non-humans must possess unique strengths to join the Fogblade. The stout gray dwarf, muscles coiling with a fierce, savage energy, charged forward wielding a pickaxe. With arms thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, he swung the pickaxe towards Wu Tai's back with ferocious intent. Despite being 20 to 30 meters away, the gray dwarf leaped from the ferns, reaching Wu Tai in an instant, the pickaxe casting two cold rays as it descended. The oddly shaped pickaxe bore faint crimson lines, shimmering with a captivating glow. It vibrated violently, creating a white air shield in front of its long blade. As the gray dwarf approached, his swing reached a speed that broke the sound barrier, generating a thunderous sonic boom. The assassins facing Wu Tai shouted in unison, their synchronized roars somehow suppressing the sound of the explosion. perfectly concealing the gray dwarf's ambush. The Fog Blade, the tyrants of the Tongguan domain, had their own unique assassination techniques. The coordination between these assassins and the gray dwarf was flawless, crafting a meticulously designed trap that ordinary individuals could scarcely evade. Wu Tai was no ordinary man. As the gray dwarf stealthily entered the ferns, Wu Tai sensed his presence. When the gray dwarf sprang forth, swinging the pickaxe with silent ferocity, Wu Tai's unseen force field surged, causing the air behind him to writhe. As the pickaxe neared him, the air solidified almost into a tangible form. Two resounding crashes echoed as the sonic explosion collided with the rapidly shifting air wall. The reinforced pickaxe, adorned with strange crimson markings, exploded into a blinding flash of light. Countless shards of metal flew backward, and the gray dwarf, quick to react, relinquished the long handle of the pickaxe, shielding his face with his broad hands and curling into a ball as he retreated. Wu Tai, spear in hand, retaliated with a powerful thrust. The gray dwarf, struck like a ball, was sent flying, the sound of cracking bones resembling popping beans. He coughed blood, hurtling several dozen meters into a thicket of large mushrooms. A nest of venomous spiders, caught unawares, was crushed beneath him, leaving the gray dwarf coated in a mix of foreign fluids and mud. Stumbling to his feet, he bellowed, "Retreat," before hastily turning to flee toward the Fog Blade stronghold. At the command, the surrounding Fog Blade assassins turned and fled in silence, including those with broken arms, their legs unharmed. They executed the Fog Blade's unique shadow technique, sprinting away at remarkable speed. In contrast, the gray dwarf, though stout, was shorter, and despite his best efforts, lagged behind, cursing in frustration. Two Fog Blade assassins rushed over, one on each side, grasping the gray dwarf's arms and hastening their escape. Wu Tai chuckled softly, withdrawing the flagpole and advancing step by step towards the Fog Blade stronghold. He appeared to walk leisurely, yet his unseen force field enveloped him, allowing each stride to cover several meters effortlessly. His movements were light and agile, not trailing far behind the fleeing assassins. At the Fog Blade stronghold, sharp warning horns blared. On the city walls, throngs of assassins and warriors emerged, weapons drawn, directing their attention towards Wu Tai. With a resounding thud, the flagpole was driven into the ground as Wu Tai pointed his spear towards the stronghold. From the river behind, a cacophony arose as numerous fishmen and frogmen swarmed a 100-meter-long wooden boat, clamoring as they approached. Three captains of the Fog Blade materialized at the stronghold's gate, standing in a row, their gazes sharp as blades, scrutinizing Wu Tai. Wu Tai felt a surge of anxiety. He recognized the disparity in power. He was no match for the three captains. If not for the protection of his armor, he would not possess the audacity to confront them so boldly. Gripping his spear, Wu Tai inhaled deeply, reiterating his earlier declaration to the Fog Blade assassins. This fertile secret realm, spanning 1,000 miles, is my territory. Every creature within, no matter how small, is my prey. The three captains sneered simultaneously. The eighth captain remarked nonchalantly, "You claim to be the native here? Alone? Regardless of your identity. Perhaps this realm is indeed a legacy left by your ancestors. So what? What the Fog Blade desires belongs to the Fog Blade." The seventh captain spoke with brazen arrogance. "Enough chatter. Anything that falls into our hands is never returned. Kid, you seem to possess some skill. Why not join the Fog Blade? Or how would you prefer to meet your end?" The third captain, the one who had recently ambushed and severely injured Qi Laoao, remained silent, merely appraising Wu Tai with an unsettling gaze that left him feeling exposed. Behind Wu Tai, the Long Life sect's boat drew nearer, with over 2,000 fishmen and frogmen brandishing their weapons and creating waves on the river's surface. Several unwary fish fell prey to the frogmen's assault, their blood staining the water's crimson. Gugu, Lan Gongong, and several family heads stood at the bow of the boat, keenly observing the standoff between Wu Tai and the three captains of the Fog Blade. Suddenly, Gugu burst into laughter. "These Fog Blade assassins are a bunch of unreasonable killers. There is nothing to discuss with them." Lao Gong, with a light chuckle, remarked, "Our Eternal Life sect is quite different. We openly welcome all aspiring individuals who seek longevity from all corners of the world to pursue the supreme path of eternal life together. Our sect embraces all facets of existence, offering countless pleasures. It is indeed a premier abode in this world." Old Bone chuckled as well, seeing your grand ambition. "Should you join our Eternal Life sect, I dare say you could surely subdue the Misty Blades and lay claim to this secret realm." Lao Gong's eyes sparkled even more as he replied with a soft laugh, "You claim this to be your territory, No problem at all. If you could join our eternal life sect and annihilate these killers, this secret realm would rightfully belong to you. Becoming a branch presided over by you, entirely unproblematic. Both Lao Gong and Old Bone were visibly pleased. The terms of their recruitment were undeniably enticing. You find yourself here all alone, solitary and desolate. Where is the joy of presiding over a branch with countless followers at your disposal? Old Bone gazed around, marveling. If this secret realm were fully developed, it could sustain millions. Lao Gong exclaimed, millions. In the Zhang domain, no family has ever achieved such scale. The expressions of the three Mist Blade commanders darkened slightly, although they cared little for Emir Wutai. His ability to defeat over 200 elite assassins indicated he was a force to be reckoned with. Should such an individual join the Eternal Life sect, and after being trained in their nefarious methods, his strength would undoubtedly pose a threat to them. A formidable enemy, coupled with their own diminishing power, was ill-advised. However, the Mist Blade's tradition dictated that they were accustomed to being ferocious and domineering. They could never lower themselves to recruit Wu Tai. Wu Tai pondered briefly and then turned to face the two elders on the wooden boat. Old Bone and Lao Gong burst into laughter. Several enchanting young women, standing behind them and only slightly less alluring than Shi Lingqing, approached Wu Tai, smiling seductively. Esteemed sir, our Eternal Life sect warmly welcomes all heroes and champions of the world. From over 200 meters away, the young women swayed, their flowing sleeves creating an alluring fragrance that enveloped the air, intoxicating and lulling one into a stupor. Wu Tai suddenly bit his tongue, struggling to break free from the atmosphere of temptation and decadence they exuded. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly removed his helmet. The blood-red characters spelling eternal life were strikingly evident on his forehead. Old Bone's brow furrowed sharply, while Lao Gong let out a furious roar. Pointing a finger that glimmered with red light, the eternal life characters on Wu Tai's forehead instantly heated and glowed. It was you who killed Lingqing, that girl? Lao Gong's face contorted with rage. How could you do such a thing? Wu Tai coldly scoffed. I did not kill Shi Lingqing. She plotted against Granny Hong. And she. Both Old Bone and Lao Gong shouted in unison. Silence. A conniving, conspiratorial smile flashed between them. Old Bone said coldly, young man, since you have slain a disciple of our Eternal Life sect, we can no longer accept you into our fold. Otherwise, how could we face the countless disciples within our sect? The three Mist Blade commanders at the entrance snickered simultaneously. Old Bone and Lao Gong exchanged glances, both smirking. Lao Gong's eyes glinted with bloodlust as he pointed at Wu Tai, commanding, kill him, avenge our sect's disciples. From the front of the wooden boat, a nearly 3-meter-tall fishman warrior with black scales let out a shriek and leaped from the water. His leaping ability was astounding, propelling him several dozen meters. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Wu Tai, raising a massive bone club to strike him down. These fishmen bore no signs of training. With their limited intellect, they could hardly learn any cultivation techniques, relying solely on their innate physical prowess in battle. The bone club whistled through the air, creating a sound reminiscent of a flute as the rushing wind passed through its hollow form. Wu Tai's spear shot forth with precision. The spear pierced the bone club, which was over 2 meters long and as thick as a thigh, shattering it to pieces. The spear continued its trajectory, penetrating the fishman's shoulder with a powerful heave. Wu Tai sent the creature soaring several dozen meters high, landing heavily at the bow of the boat. A torrent of blood gushed from the fishman's shoulder wound, splattering onto Old Bones and Lao Gong's boots. Their expression shifted slightly, and they both emitted cold snorts. However, the fishman's body suddenly swelled, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, which Lao Gong swept aside with his sleeve, casting it into the river. Young man, you possess some skill. No wonder Lingqing fell to your hand. It seems Granny Hong's death is also related to you? Lao Gong chuckled sinisterly, immediately placing the blame on Wu Tai. Wu Tai remained silent, merely tapping his spear lightly against the flagpole beside him. He had declared war on the Mist Blade. And at this moment, he was simultaneously declaring war on the Eternal Life sect. Although both factions had tens of thousands of subordinates, Wu Tai stood alone. With just one man and one spear, he harbored no fear of them. The river wind howled, and the great banner fluttered fiercely. Wu Tai, a solitary figure, had seemingly established an equilibrium against both the Mist Blade and the Eternal Life sect. This is intriguing. I shall come for you, chuckled the 8th commander of the Mist Blade. Chapter 41. The thunderous snap previously, during the fierce duel between the Nine Palm Command and the Red Granny. Wu Tai had observed from a distance, unable to discern their movements. Yet, When the eight-palm command made his move, Wu Tai was astounded to realize that he still could not perceive the actions of the eight-palm command. With a soft exclamation, the sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air, and suddenly, darkness engulfed Wu Tai's vision. The darkness descended upon him from all directions, as if the heavens and earth were shrouded in a black mist, leaving no glimmer of light in sight. The oppressive darkness felt tangible, collapsing in from every side, bearing down on him with a crushing weight. His eyes were blinded, his ears deafened, even through the tight armor. He could sense the darkness clinging to him like a damp, moldy skin, suffocating every pore, rendering him utterly oblivious to the outside world. Even the innate ability control of the universe, which manifested as an invisible force field, was forced to retreat to a mere 3 feet from his body. Within that 3-foot radius, Wu Tai could barely sense the movements around him, but beyond it lay an abyss of impenetrable blackness, an infinite void that evoked a primal fear and despair deep within his soul. A sharp flash of lightning surged through the darkness. It was the eight-palm command. Lunging forward with his blade aimed at Wu Tai's neck. In a panic, Wu Tai hastily donned his helmet, raising his spear in a sweeping arc to intercept the oncoming strike. The invisible force field sensed the approach of the blade, which was now less than 3 feet away from him. Despite Wu Tai's swift motion, the eight-palm command speed was several times greater. Just as Wu Tai had barely lifted his spear, the blade struck his neck with a resounding crash, sparks flying. The 5-foot blade of the eight-palm command gleamed ominously with blood-red light, intricate patterns illuminating the edge, yet it left no trace on Wu Tai's armor. Throughout, Wu Tai's armor had withstood countless strikes, whether from blades or swords, with an unmatched resilience. They either shattered or dulled upon contact. The eight-palm command wielded a blade of exceptional quality, which also failed to penetrate Wu Tai's armor, yet it remained unscathed. A tremendous force surged forth, causing a sharp pain in Wu Tai's neck. The air caught in his throat, and he was sent hurtling backward, even through the formidable armor. He felt as though his neck had been cleaved, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Before he could land, more blade flashes descended upon him like lightning. Indeed, they struck with the speed of lightning. Wu Tai barely sensed their presence through the invisible force field, yet he was utterly unable to evade them. The blade light fell upon him like leaves caught in a tempest, spinning uncontrollably as he was slashed and battered. Sparks erupted, accompanied by the ear-piercing sounds of strikes. Wu Tai's body spun rapidly, akin to a windmill, unable to stabilize himself. The cold voice of the eight-palm command echoed from the darkness. Interesting, this armor, undoubtedly an ancient treasure, is remarkably sturdy. In the depths of the darkness, Wu Tai seethed with anger and fear. He realized he was no match for any of the 3 commanders, yet he had not anticipated the vast disparity in their power. Feeling the heavy blows to his neck, chest, abdomen, and sides, he understood that without his armor's formidable protection, he would have perished countless times already. Old iron. I'm not their opponent. Wu Tai yearned to shout, yet the thought of disgrace silenced him, and he ultimately sealed his lips. With a thunderous crash, Wu Tai collided with a massive stone pillar, his body embedding deeply into it. The eight-palm command relentlessly pursued him, the straight blade unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes upon Wu Tai's form. The barrage of impacts was relentless, causing his body to tremble violently. The stone pillar endured only a fleeting moment before collapsing under the force of Wu Tai's impact, sending him flying from its remnants. Curse, you! Wu Tai's body spun wildly until, at last, the tips of his feet grazed the solid ground, and he forcefully planted himself down. The ground trembled slightly beneath him, as he had exerted his strength too fiercely, sinking his shins deep into the mud. Blind and deaf, with the invisible force field barely encompassing 3 feet around him, Wu Tai instinctively channeled all his strength into a piercing thrust of his spear. The eight-palm command, brandishing his blade, lunged toward Wu Tai from the front. The speed of the eight-palm command was ghostly, while Wu Tai's thrust was executed with utmost swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the spear nearly found its mark at the eight-palm command's chest. With a mocking laugh, the eight-palm command, akin to a formless specter, evaded the thrust without a sound, twisting his body to slip behind Wu Tai and seizing him by the shoulders. In an instant, Wu Tai was lifted to the apex of the heavens. Die! The eight-palm command hissed ominously into Wu Tai's ear. With a powerful heave, he cast Wu Tai from thousands of meters above the ground. Wu Tai abruptly broke free from the suffocating darkness crafted by the eight-palm command, emerging into the light where he beheld a sharp stone pillar aimed directly at him. The towering stone pillar loomed like a spear, its length surpassing 10 meters, thrusting skyward. The eight-palm command's strength was formidable, and Wu Tai's descent was rapid. In but a breath, the stone pillar was upon him. Wu Tai let out a mighty roar, activating the invisible force field to its fullest extent, desperately slowing his descent. The air around him rippled, visible waves radiating outward from his form. With a tremendous crash. Despite the deceleration, Wu Tai still struck the protruding stone pillar with great force. The pillar shattered into countless fist-sized fragments that erupted in all directions. Wu Tai's abdomen took the brunt of the impact, his body nearly folding in half before rebounding 7 or 8 meters into the air, only to plummet once more. His spine was jolted violently, and he writhed on the ground in agony. The eight-palm command laughed darkly. Foolish child. Do you think that possessing an ancient treasure of armor grants you the right to act recklessly? What gives you the audacity to oppose me? The Mispi writhing in agony, Wu Tai's body was subjected to a relentless barrage, each blow driving him further into the earth, until a crater several meters in diameter and depth scarred the landscape around him. Abruptly, his armor stirred to life. The onslaught from the Eighth Order had surpassed the armor's defensive threshold, eclipsing even the ferocity of Shi Lingqing's earlier assault. The armor liquefied, morphing into a ghastly white metallic slurry that coalesced into a sphere the size of a human head. Exquisite. This treasure shall be mine, the Eighth Order intoned, descending to a mere 10 meters above the ground, poised to plunge a blade into Wu Tai's heart. Miles away, upon a modest hillock, Old Tai materialized, his eyes blazing with sanguinary light. Electric arcs crackled across his fangs, and a tangible aura of bloodlust emanated from his partially open maw, as if some immense force were on the verge of eruption. A searing pain coursed through Wu Tai, his left index finger feeling as if it were consumed by flames, or transformed into a ravenous abyss devouring his flesh. In that instant, he felt estranged from his own limb, his index finger convulsing violently, his entire arm flailing uncontrollably, like a serpent poised to strike. Instinctively, inexplicably, Wu Tai flexed his finger and flicked it gently. His left index finger, like a catapult unleashed, shattered the air with a resounding boom. With a nonchalant flick, Wu Tai's finger breached the sound barrier, the force of the motion far exceeding the resilience of his flesh. Flecks of blood and minuscule fragments of skin erupted from his fingertip as he struck the descending blade. The Eighth Order's straight sword, exceeding 5 feet in length, possessed a blade barely 2 fingers wide, narrow, keen, and imbued with a menacing crimson hue. Intricate vermilion patterns danced across its surface, exuding a suffocating aura of bloody chill. A divine weapon, befitting one of the Fog Blade's orders, the blade was no ordinary armament. It had withstood over 100 impacts against Wu Tai's armor without so much as a scratch. Testament to its exceptional craftsmanship and the rare materials from which it was forged. Wu Tai's fingertip collided with the blade. A piercing shriek of metal echoed through the air. In a head-on clash, the blade, which had withstood countless blows against Wu Tai's armor, shattered into oblivion. A shower of sparks erupted. The largest fragment was no bigger than a sesame seed. The Eighth Order felt a sudden lightness in his grasp, and he cried out in dismay. The blade had disintegrated. Even the hilt reduced to splinters. The remnants of the blade vibrated violently, the minuscule fragments continuing to decompose and crumble. Wu Tai's mind flashed back to the legend of Qi Yu's teeth, which could shatter any metal upon contact. Sure enough, the Eighth Order's blade had been pulverized. But beyond mere destruction, Wu Tai perceived. He glanced at his left index finger, sensing that the second phalanx had grown significantly stronger, not only in hardness and flexibility, but also in other ways that defied his comprehension. Subtle, enigmatic changes had occurred, even altering the hue of the bone itself, deepening its shade. The Eighth Order stared in disbelief at the remnants of his disintegrating blade. Wu Tai surged to his feet, emitting a resounding roar. He curled his left index finger and unleashed it upon the Eighth Order's sternum. In this single strike, Wu Tai channeled all his might. His left index finger quivered violently, and with a resounding crack, the flesh of his fingertip exploded, scattering in a cloud of crimson mist. The phalanx, imbued with an otherworldly depth of color, pierced through the Eighth Order's sternum like a hot knife through butter. The Eighth Order cried out in agony, spewing a mouthful of blood as he retreated, propelled by dark energies. A chorus of cracking echoed from his chest as Wu Tai's finger shattered every bone in his ribcage, nearly obliterating his entire torso. Bone Grandfather and Lon Grandfather erupted in jubilant laughter, soaring into the sky to confront the two orders. Chapter 42. Divine Powers Blood Clouds, entwined with black mist, swirled ominously. The two Grandmasters, Bone and Lon, exerted all their strength to intercept the formidable commands, as beams of cold light flickered swiftly within the blood clouds and black mist. After a series of intricate exchanges, the anguished cries of the two Grandmasters from the Eternal Life sect echoed through the air. In terms of combat prowess, It was evident that the higher-ups of the Eternal Life sect were no match for the Mist Blade's commanding presence. On the wooden boat, 5 clan heads, who had accompanied the Eternal Life sect to this location, immediately took to the skies, weapons in hand, joining the fray. United, the 7 of them swiftly suppressed the 2 commanding figures. The area shrouded in blood clouds expanded rapidly, subtly enveloping the black mist, to the extent that even the sound of blades slicing through the air became faint. Witch Iron staggered to his feet, first glancing at his left hand. The blue veins and white tendons clung to his oddly colored fingers, presenting a rather terrifying sight. The 8th Grandmaster retreated unsteadily, coughing up blood with each step. His posture appeared peculiar, as his upper body seemed unable to support itself. This was hardly surprising, for Witch Iron had shattered his entire ribcage and thoracic spine with a single finger. It was a miracle he could still stand. Your hand is peculiar, the 8th Grandmaster croaked, spitting another mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated on Witch Iron's left index finger. Witch Iron crouched down, placing his left hand on the crumpled armor. A surge of essence howling into it. Streams of luminous energy flickered as the pallid metallic sphere melted and writhed, recladding itself around Witch Iron, cursing himself for his folly. Witch Iron realized he had already refined his essence, which could burst forth from his body to inflict harm. The energy contained within this essence was 100-fold stronger than his previous abilities. In essence, during combat, he could effortlessly channel his essence into the armor to maintain its integrity. From that moment on, unless his essence was entirely depleted, he would not allow his armor to separate from his body so easily. Taking a deep breath, Witch Iron shook his left hand, the armor completely enveloping his left palm. To his astonishment, he felt no pain whatsoever. Drawing his spear, he fixed his gaze on the 8th Grandmaster and approached him swiftly, wordlessly. An invisible force field enveloped the surroundings. Although Witch Iron appeared to take small steps, each stride covered a distance of 7 or 8 meters, bringing him face to face with the 8th Grandmaster in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his wrist, he lunged the spear toward the Grandmaster's chest. The 8th Grandmaster expelled a mist of blood, letting out a ghastly laugh as he clasped his hands together on his chest, bloodlight suddenly surging from his fingertips. Youngster, what you just experienced was my Mist Blade's Phantom Mist Heavenly Net. Did it leave you breathless? Now, you shall witness my Mist Blade's unique divine ability, Blood Blade of Destruction. You will surely come to loathe the sensation of being wounded by it. With a sinister grin, the 8th Grandmaster's body sagged under the absence of support from his spine and ribs, his upper body taking on a grotesque form. A mass of sinew bulging from his back, his breath heavy, and his voice a hoarse rasp. Yet, between his palms, a pulsating sphere of bloodlight intensified, resembling a coagulation of blood, rapidly morphing into an oddly shaped curved blade. The foundation of cultivation begins with the establishment of the foundation. Following that, one enters the realm of perception, a mystical process wherein practitioners harness the energies of the cosmos to gain insight into their own powers. During this phase, one may condense a force far more potent and extraordinary than essence, often referred to as magical power. Beyond the perception realm lies the towering realm, also known as the celestial gate or heavenly lock, a lengthy journey of ascending towers and unlocking gates. In the towering realm, practitioners can comprehend divine powers. Divine powers surpass all techniques and skills. The Phantom Mist Heavenly Net is a divine power, thus Witch Iron's senses were stripped away, and the invisible force field was suppressed to a mere 3 feet from his body. The Blood Blade of Destruction was evidently also a divine power, and it possessed a direct offensive capability. Witch Iron's spear struck the bloodlight coalescing between the 8th Grandmaster's palms. With a muted thud, Witch Iron's spear, sharp enough to pierce through metal, remained utterly still against the bloodlight. The spearhead quivered slightly, mirroring the tremor of the blood-colored, curved blade. The 8th Grandmaster grinned menacingly at Witch Iron, his fingers suddenly snapping. A stream of blood-colored blade light erupted from the curved blade in his palms, cutting through the air with a terrifying whistle, leaving an almost invisible crimson trail as it hurtled toward Witch Iron. At the moment the bloodlight was about to cleave into his chest, Witch Iron unleashed the full force of the invisible field, managing to tilt his body just in time. The bloodlight struck his left chest, parting his tight armor with a slender, palm-sized fissure that slashed diagonally across his shoulder. A torrent of blood gushed from the crack, its clarity akin to water. Witch Iron felt a wave of numbness wash over him. The once impenetrable armor had finally succumbed to external force. What a ferocious offensive divine ability, he thought, as stars danced before his eyes, the sensation of weakness rapidly spreading throughout his body. He let out a low howl, instinctively turning to flee toward the ancient divine weapon camp, sprinting with all his might. The eighth Grandmaster cackled, raising his hands high, eyes wide, prepared to unleash the blood blade of destruction to obliterate Witch Iron completely. Several thousand meters away, atop a small hill, Old Iron suddenly opened his mouth. A torrent of blood-red flames erupted forth. 2 rows of gleaming white teeth crackled with purple-blue lightning, coiling around the fiery breath like a ferocious dragon. The thick stream of red fire and purple lightning carved a dazzling arc through the air, striking the 8th Grandmaster with tremendous force just as Old Iron unleashed the fire dragon. The blood blade of destruction failed to activate. As the red fire and purple lightning struck the Grandmaster's chest, only a soft thud echoed as his upper body vanished entirely. It remained uncertain whether Old Iron had intentionally or inadvertently chosen this angle. After vanquishing the 8th Grandmaster, the red fire and purple lightning surged toward a nearby wooden boat belonging to the Eternal Life sect. The 100-meter-long boat was shattered by the impact, countless splintered. Blackened planks erupting into flames, emitting a deafening roar as they scattered far and wide. The clan heads and elite warriors aboard the boat found themselves hurled into the river, caught off guard by the sudden, overpowering assault. The entire vessel erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, casting its occupants into the water, many of whom coughed up blood as they fell. Perhaps less than 1/10 of those aboard could swim. The others sank like stalactites hanging from the dome were violently struck, one after another breaking off at the roots and crashing down, producing a resounding thud upon hitting the ground. Suddenly, Elder Bone and Elder Lon realized that this blow seemed intentionally aimed to avoid the stronghold of the Longevity sect. Had it struck directly at their base, it would have led to the annihilation of not only the Longevity sect members, but also the slaves and warriors brought by the Mist Blade. That young man was not alone. He was under the protection of a formidable power. Elder Bone shrieked in agony, "This secret realm." Elder Lon trembled all over. "We cannot withstand this. We must summon powerful experts from the main temple." The 7th command of the Mist Blade abruptly turned and cursed towards the direction of the small hill where Old Iron had just been. Mad Ann. Mad Ann. In this world, who would dare to employ such a devastating technique? Scoundrel, scoundrel. If the dome is destroyed, what if there is a river of lava above it? As the 7th command had asserted, in this current world, who would still dare to wield such a wide-ranging destructive secret art? The stability of the dome was uncertain, if it were to collapse. And if by chance there lay a river of lava above. Observing the end of this great river, one could see a fissure in the rock wall, dozens of miles wide, from which magma flowed incessantly. This was entirely plausible. A river of lava could cascade down from the dome. Such a scene would be breathtaking, especially with a vast river below, abundant enough in volume. The interaction between the lava and the river would create a magnificent spectacle, with high-temperature steam engulfing the entire stone cavern. Apart from the 2 commanders and Elder Bone, who possessed formidable strength, others would be akin to fish in a pressure cooker, stewing to the point of being unrecognizable, even if the commands of the Mist Blade were typically decisive and cold-blooded. The thought of such terrifying consequences made them break into a cold sweat, their legs feeling weak. Thunder and fire, a dual divine power. Another commander murmured gloomily. Moreover, in terms of destructive capability, this individual's cultivation level is at least 100 times ours. Though we are also at the Heavy Tower realm, we are but ants before him. This secret realm, unless our leader intervenes. The 2 commanders of the Mist Blade exchanged a glance, silently stepping onto the black mist and soaring into the air, creating a fleeting shadow as they rushed towards the distant waterfall. After a while, a 100-meter-long wooden boat took flight, with Elder Bone and Elder Lon accompanied by a group of family leaders hastening towards the waterfall with utmost speed. Whether it be the Longevity sect or the Mist Blade, the high-ranking officials of both sides had fled. No, they had tactically retreated. They dared not confront Old Iron, who could deliver such a terrifying blow, and all chose to temporarily evade. The 2 commanders of the Mist Blade prepared to seek aid from the leader they spoke of. The 2 elders of the Longevity sect, on the other hand, chose to call for help from their main temple. Notably, it seemed that Elder Bone and Elder Lon had concealed the discovery of this secret realm, seemingly desiring to monopolize it. Only upon realizing they were incapable of claiming this secret realm did they opt to inform the headquarters of the Longevity sect. Several palm-sized metallic spiders lurked beneath thick moss, eavesdropping on the conversation of both parties. Wutai fled at full speed towards the ancient divine weapon camp. The broken Yuan blood blade was exceptionally malevolent, with large quantities of clear, watery plasma continuously spraying from his wound. The sinister energy of the broken Yuan blood blade infiltrated Wutai's body, progressively undermining his normal physiological functions. The Yuan gang refined within Wutai actively countered the malevolent energy of the broken Yuan blood blade. with both forces clashing near Wu Tai's wound, slowly eroding the Yuan gang while the malevolent energy devoured a portion of Wu Tai's vital essence, thus growing stronger. In comparison to the techniques of the Eighth Command, Wu Tai was indeed at a significant disadvantage, being 2 great realms below. Old Iron, you want me to battle them? With an invisible force field aiding him, Wu Tai leaped with the grace of the wind, occasionally soaring through the air for several miles, reaching an unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, some metallic spiders busily conceal the entrance to the ancient divine weapon camp. What elite warrior hasn't been tempered in the crucible of life and death on the battlefield? Perhaps I am a bit too eager? Old Iron shook his head and entered the ancient divine weapon camp, muttering to himself. However, with me looking out for him, there should be no significant danger. The next time I want to unleash such an attack, I will need to accumulate energy for several months. This rascal has truly overexerted himself. Very well. For these few months, I shall keep a low profile. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses.